Chapter 121. Do you have Fang Yuan? Hearing this name, the clan elders looked at each other. But they knew this person. In fact, ever since the beginning, Guyue Fang Yuan's name had been ringing in their ears. Especially after the awakening ceremony, when he started his Gu master cultivation, this kid became even more troublesome, often causing trouble and attracting attention. Oh, I remember him. Some time ago, this kid sold his parents' inheritance and bought a red steel relic Gu, right? An elder suddenly realized. Guyue Lian and Guyue Emochen heard this and their expressions turned ugly. If the red steel relic Gu was used by Qi Shan or Mo Yen, it could help one of them reach rank 2 peak stage, and they would be able to contend against Guyue Qing Shu. This was reflected to the higher-ups, and whether it was the Mo faction or the Qi faction, it was a political victory. But who could have thought that this prodigal kid would ruin their plans? But speaking of which, this kid does have some strength. Back then on the stage, he broke the Jade Skin Gu's defense with 2 punches and beat Fangjing to the ground, becoming the top scorer. An elder recalled. This time, it was clan leader Guyue Bo's turn to show a trace of embarrassment. Guyue Fangjing was specially nurtured by him. Fangjing's failure, in a sense, was his clan leader's failure. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled as a faction. There were neutral factions in politics, but there was no such thing as a faction-free person. But in terms of strength, I'm afraid his strength cannot compare to Qi Shan's, right? Qi Lian asked suspiciously. Qi Shan replied respectfully. Clan elders might not know, but Fan Yuan not only bought the red steel relic Gu, he also bought a black boar Gu. These few months, he has been buying wild boar meat to feed the black boar Gu and increase his strength. Once, I saw him moving a huge rock on a hill, measuring his strength. Once, I saw him moving a boulder on a hillside to measure his strength. But from what I saw, I don't know how much strength he has at his maximum. But from what I saw, I know his strength will not lose to mine. I see. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to have grown to such an extent. Guyue Bo nodded. Then let's order Fan Yuan's group to try again. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder stood up from his seat with an awkward expression. He stood up and said, Lord Clan Leader, please allow me to report. This Fang Yuan is currently alone and has yet to join the team. What does that mean? Guyue Bo frowned slightly. It's like this. Ever since the first beast died, the group he was in was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only survivor. The Internal Affairs Hall elder replied. Even if that's the case, why didn't you include him in the reorganization? An elder asked curiously. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall elder sighed deeply. I've also warned him about this, but he has no intention of joining the team. To be honest, I don't like this kid. He's the best at playing tricks. I'm afraid he's lost his fighting spirit after inheriting that inheritance. Playing tricks? That's impossible. If he doesn't have a team, how can he complete the clan's monthly missions? An elder asked suspiciously. The Internal Affairs Hall elder's face completely darkened. He takes on the mandatory missions every month. But he fails every time. His track record is the worst I've ever seen. Almost all of them are mission failures. I've talked to him a few times, but he's still doing things his own way without any remorse. But he didn't violate the clan's rules, so I have no qualms in punishing this kind of stubborn and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen a younger generation who didn't seek to improve himself. The more missions he failed, it meant that his future in the clan was smaller. This kid is muddle-headed, simply stubborn and crafty. He's destroying his own future. If I have such a mischievous younger generation, I'll directly slap him to death. All right. Guyue Bo raised his hand, stopping the elder's whispers, his expression unreadable. Guyue Bo's gaze looked around, finally stopping at the Internal Affairs Hall elder. Enforce the order, Guyue Fan Yuan, go to the river swallowing toad and let him help. This kid is stubborn and unruly, and he's used to being free and undisciplined. He needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this to punish him. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The Internal Affairs Hall elder quickly replied. The wine tavern was bustling with noise. Do you know, just now, the clan sent the Chishan group to the foot of the mountain, but they returned in failure. The villagers at the foot of the mountain are blocking the entrance of the village, kneeling on the ground. Humph, these lowly commoners have no knowledge at all. What is the river-swallowing toad? It's a rank 5 gu. Do they really think they'll be safe hiding in the village? Although they said so, the atmosphere of panic was getting thicker and thicker. These gu masters were forcing themselves to calm down. Fan Yuan listened for a while longer, but there was no new information. Just as he was about to leave, a person walked into the wine tavern. His body was tall and sturdy, and his upper body was scarlet red with bulging muscles. It was Gu Yuishan. The discussions in the wine tavern immediately stopped, and countless gazes landed on Chishan. Chishan did not care about these gazes, only sweeping his gaze around and seeing Fan Yuan. So you're here. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Fan Yuan. Let's go, the clan has already given the order, we'll talk about the details on the way. First, follow me to the foot of the mountain. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, he could not refuse such an order. Moreover, even if he faced the river-swallowing toad, the danger was not high, so he nodded and agreed. Only after Fan Yuan and Chishan left the wine tavern, did the wine tavern become noisy again. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look, this karma came so quickly. That is a rank 5 gu worm, even the other gu masters are helpless against it. He is so young, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? I had thought that young Master Fan Yuan would be different from the other gu masters, being able to empathize with us servants' pain and suffering. Humph, to think you are the same. Die, there is no pity in dying. Shopkeeper, your injuries are not for nothing. You didn't suffer this injury for nothing, losing a gu master's life is definitely worth it. The old shopkeeper's head was already wrapped in white bandages, and right now he was groaning non-stop, weakly leaning against the wall. A few waiters surrounded him, trying to console him. A trace of resentment flashed in the old man's eyes as he listened to these words. Hearing these words, his mood became slightly better. But after listening for a while, he pretended to berate in a low voice. All of you shut up, are these words something we can say? Aren't we afraid of losing our heads if other gu masters hear us? The waiters laughed. Shopkeeper, you are too careful. The tavern is so noisy, who would hear us talking so softly? Just as they finished speaking, a gu master sitting closest to them interrupted. I heard you. The expressions of the shopkeeper and the waiters changed drastically. They were terrified to the extreme. Lord! The old shopkeeper did not care about the dizziness in his head, and quickly went to the gu master to beg for mercy. This male gu master raised his hand, stopping him. What you said is very good, I like it. Fan Yuan, this little bastard, his death is not to be regretted. Say something like this again, if you say it well, I will reward you greatly. The male gu master took out a yuan stone, and smacked it. Smacking it on the table. If Fan Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. It was the healing gu master from the small beast tide. Fan Yuan used the girl he loved as a shield, blocking in front of him. Because of this, he hated Fan Yuan deeply, and had not been able to resolve it. The waiters looked at each other in dismay. One of the more daring ones stared at the yuan stone on the table, his eyes staring straight at it. The male gu master's 3 companions, however, frowned, but they could not persuade him. He could only listen to the few employees scolding Fan Yuan as they fought to outdo each other. Early autumn. A beautiful scenery. In the forest, the leaves were deep and shallow. The green leaves reflected the yellow leaves, and the yellow leaves faintly contrasted with the red leaves. In the paddy fields, patches of yellow rice grains rippled with the autumn wind. In some lush green vegetable fields, the tender leaves were fresh and delicious. Fan Yuan sped along the mountainside, following the Chishan group to the foot of the mountain, and saw this rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Its body was huge, like a small mountain. It laid in the riverbed, blocking the river. The river upstream was filled with water, about to overflow. But downstream, the flow was almost cut off, with only a small amount nourishing the riverbed. The river-swallowing toad's belly was facing upwards, snow-white and delicate, covered with a layer of luster. Its back, on the other hand, was the color of a clear blue sky. It was also smooth, without the warts on a normal toad's back. It was currently lying down, snoring loudly. But it did not snore, sleeping peacefully and gently. Feeling its aura, the two liquor worms in Fan Yuan's aperture shrunk into a ball. The black boar goose swept away its cheerful mood, flying very low. The moonglow goo residing in his right palm retracted its light. Only the spring-autumn cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fan Yuan also kept the moonglow goo into his aperture. As long as he did not activate these goo worms, their aura would not leak out. Placing them in the aperture was very safe. Fan Yuan, the rest is up to you, Qishan said. On the way here, he explained most of the situation. Fan Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest method was to use the spring-autumn cicada. As long as the rank 6 goo worms aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would flee in panic. Of course, this was also because the river-swallowing toad did not like to fight. If it was a violent goo like the blood river python, the spring-autumn cicada's aura would cause it to go berserk and attack crazily. Fan Yuan stood on the river bank, trying to push it. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, giving him a feeling that he could not exert any strength. Adding on its heavy weight, it did not budge at all. Are you sure you can do it? Crimson Castle said sarcastically. Fan Yuan ignored him, saying to Qishan, although I have the black boar goo to increase my strength, but in terms of strength, I am only slightly stronger than you. But to move this river-swallowing toad, it is not impossible. I still need your help. How? Qishan immediately asked. Fan Yuan said slowly. Qishan showed a trace of doubt. Then aren't we cooperating? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and willingly admit defeat? Fan Yuan laughed. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you are a bit further away, making it unable to sense you, it will naturally work. It is after all a goo worm, don't think it is that smart. Chapter 122. The autumn air was crisp and clear, the sun shining brightly. The blue sky was clear and clean like a crystal. The wind blew gently, ruffling Fan Yuan's hair. Looking from afar, the nearby villages were already sparsely populated. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was in deep sleep, stuck in the riverbed. Fan Yuan stood at the riverbank, and compared to this rank 5 giant goo, he was like a monkey beside an elephant. Fan Yuan's state of mind was calm, without a trace of nervousness. He thought to himself, I have used the white boar goo and black boar goo to temper my body and raise my strength. With the strength of 2 boars, in addition to my own strength, I can surpass 5 to 6 adults. But to wake this river-swallowing toad, I would need the strength of 2 bulls. With just my own strength, I can't do it. But, as long as I borrow the strength of the waves, it's coming. Swish, swish, swish. Fan Yuan turned his body to look, and saw a wave coming, the calm river water welcoming a turbulence. The waves became bigger and bigger, continuously slamming against the river-swallowing toad, creating waves that soared to the sky. Fan Yuan had only stood for a while, but his body was already drenched. He did not care, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with all his strength. The river-swallowing toad was still in a deep sleep. It was originally a goo that lived in the rivers and lakes, and the attacks from the waves were too common to it, and could not wake it up. Following the waves' momentum, Fan Yuan worked hard for a while, and finally pushed the river-swallowing toad away from its original position. The lower the river went, the wider the riverbed became. Adding on the water flow on both sides, it made it easier for Fan Yuan to push. After pushing for about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of dark green pupils. From a dazed state, it gradually became focused, and stared at Fan Yuan, who was beside it. Fan Yuan had no fear, and stared back at it. From its deep and serene pupils, Fan Yuan could clearly see his own reflection. Jianong! The river-swallowing toad raised its head, and suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a weird croak. The croak spread. It reverberated in Qingmao Mountain. For a moment, Fang Yuan felt his ears ringing. The river-swallowing toad lowered its head, its huge mouth sucking at the incoming river water. Hua hua hua! The river flowed more than 10 times faster than before. They all rushed into the belly of the river-swallowing toad. The level of the river dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fan Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, and could clearly see the countless fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles. They were also sucked into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river. Sensing the change in the river, Qi Shan's team rushed over. Seeing the river-swallowing toad eating, they were all moved. What a spectacular sight! Qi Qing couldn't hide his astonishment. Did you succeed? Qi Shan looked at Fang Yuan. It should be. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. The river water dropped lower and lower until it stopped flowing. The river-swallowing toad raised its head high again, its stomach expanding and contracting, spitting out countless fishes, prawns, turtles, and turtles. Pa pa pa. For a moment, a large number of freshwater fish fell to the ground. Crackling sounds could be heard. A fish was jumping on the ground, a turtle was thrown into confusion, a crab was moving horizontally, and then it was smashed by the falling freshwater fish. Fan Yuan didn't pay much attention at first, only looking casually. Suddenly, he smelled a trace of wine. Strange, why is there the smell of wine? Qi Qing sniffed, his face full of surprise. It should be the 100-year bitter shell. The female Gu master in the group pointed at a broken black shell the size of a millstone. This shell was as black as ink, and there were circles of white patterns on it, like the growth rings of a tree. Not bad. The bitter shell can turn sand and stones into bitter water. The bitter water in the 100-year bitter shell, through the accumulation of time, changes and becomes wine. The current clan leader of the Bai clan likes to drink this bitter shell wine, Qi Shan added. Without needing his explanation, Fan Yuan had already picked up this shell and started to collect the bitter shell wine. Not long ago, he was still troubled about how to obtain this bitter shell wine, but to think it would appear in front of him in this form. This was truly wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. The river-swallowing toad had almost swallowed all the water in this river. In the depths of the river, the 100-year bitter shell that was buried in the sand was exposed. Fan Yuan quickly collected 600-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were already damaged, but the other 4 were intact. I finally collected the bitter wine. With this, I can start to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. At this moment, Fan Yuan's joy was not enough to tell others. Jianong! After the river-swallowing toad finished spitting out the freshwater fish, it called out again. Then it looked deeply at Fan Yuan, and slowly turned its huge body, following the river and swimming downstream. It really succeeded! Qi Shan mumbled, his heart finally calming down. He watched as the river-swallowing toad left, until its figure disappeared from his sight. What, to chase it away so easily? If I knew this, we could have done it ourselves. But now we let Fan Yuan become a hero so easily! Qi Qing's mouth twitched, his tone filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Fan Yuan, no matter what, you have done a great service this time. You are the hero of our Guyue tribe! Qi Shan looked at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression. Oh! Fan Yuan absent-mindedly replied, full of a perfunctory feeling. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, as he continued to search for the 100-year bitter shell among the freshwater fish. What hero? It was just a compliment. And compliments and slander were just the views and opinions of others. Fan Yuan did not care about what others thought of him. You think you are, I will live my life. Hero? Coward? Haha, it's not even as practical as a bitter shell. The news of chasing away the river-swallowing toad immediately spread to the village. Guyuebo said good 3 times, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall was swept away. Only the internal affairs elder had a complicated expression. He did not think well of Fan Yuan, and not long ago, he had criticized Fan Yuan. Now that Guyue village was in danger, Fan Yuan stood out to resolve it. One after the other, wasn't this a slap to his face? Guyue, Fan Yuan has done a great service in chasing away the river-swallowing toad. He will be promoted to group leader, and rewarded with 500 yuan stone. Guyue muttered to himself for a while, before giving this order with deep meaning. In the tavern. What, Fan Yuan actually succeeded? Strange, he is just a newbie. How could he chase away a rank 5 gu? Even Qi Shan had to return in defeat, but he did it. The news spread. Everyone was shocked. Fan Yuan became our clan's hero? The male gu master who had enmity with Fan Yuan was at a loss when he heard the news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the tavern's shopkeeper and the waiters. You mere mortals. Slandering our clan's hero, you deserve death. Before he finished, he sent out a moon blade. The old shopkeeper did not expect his death to come so suddenly. The moon blade hit his neck, and his head separated from his body. Lord, spare us. The waiters saw this, and were stunned, before kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Group leader, what are you doing? The male gu master stood up. What am I doing? His group leader's eyebrows twitched, sighing heavily. Times are different now, ah-hi. Fan Yuan has become a hero, and will definitely be noticed by the higher-ups. Tell me, if the matter of us slandering him is spread out by someone with ulterior motives, what will happen? There are many investigative gu masters here. If there are people who don't like us and speak ill of us to the clan elders, our future will be ruined. The male gu master broke out in cold sweat. The male gu master broke out in cold sweat. It was indeed so, the clan's kinship was paramount. Fan Yuan was dealing with rank 5 gu worms outside, risking his life to protect the clan. But at the same time, they slandered him in public, cursing him. Insulting him. What kind of mentality was this? This was the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, heartless and indifferent. It was like a period of history on Earth. Yu Fei was fighting outside, protecting his country, while Qin Hui was a traitor in the imperial court. Although these gu masters had not reached the stage of framing him, if this matter was spread out, would the clan's higher-ups be at ease with people like them? If it was Mo Yen or Qichen with a strong background, then so be it. Unfortunately, the few of them didn't have any superiors to rely on. Climbing up in the system, it was nothing more than people squeezing and stepping on each other. If this matter was used by others, it would have a terrible impact on their future. It's not too late to save them. As long as we show our attitude, outsiders won't say anything. These mortals have cheap lives, their deaths are not worth pitying. No, they can sacrifice themselves for us, it is their honor. You guys take action immediately, each of you kill one. After you kill, praise Fan Yuan, show your attitude. The clan leader shouted. Damn it! The male gu master cursed fiercely. Between hatred and his future, he chose the latter without hesitation. A moonblade slashed down, and a shop assistant died tragically. Sir, please let me go. At once, the other shop assistants collapsed on the ground, scared to the point of peeing their pants. The male gu master did not care about them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he righteously pointed at these pitiful shop assistants, scolding. You bunch of people deserve to die. What kind of hero is Guyue Fan Yuan, relying on his own strength to protect the clan? What kind of courage did you eat? How dare you slander him? The male gu master said, his brows tightly furrowing. This expression was not fake. Fan Yuan was someone he hated deeply, but he had to praise Fan Yuan in front of everyone. He felt sick and disgusted by his own words. Sir, this is not what you asked us to. Ugh. A shop assistant felt extremely wronged, shouting loudly. But he had just shouted halfway when his voice stopped abruptly. A moonblade flew over, cutting him to death. A bunch of lowly commoners, it's fine if you slander us, but you still want to put the blame on us, implicating us. The one who attacked was a female gu master, her face cold as she shouted. The other gu masters looked over, as if they were watching a farce. Some sneered, some were indifferent, some continued to talk, but no one came up to stop them. So what if some mortals died? At most, they would just compensate some servants. Everyone was a clan member, they were all relatives. They would not interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, creating a rift for no reason. Happy face carrot. Chapter 123. The Guyue Tribe. Xiongli stood at the top of the hill, looking at the Guyue stronghold in the distance, a complicated expression on his face. The autumn wind was cool and refreshing, blowing gently. At this moment, autumn had dyed the entire mountain range. The leaves were a mix of red and yellow, and wild fruits were everywhere. Only the green spear bamboo, as green as jade, still stood upright. Once upon a time, the Guyue clan was like the green spear bamboo on this mountain, evergreen all year round, the #1 overlord. But now, he seems to be in dire straits. Xiongle's lips curled into a mocking smile. But very quickly he thought of his own clan's stronghold. The smile on his face flattened, and his heart became heavy. The rise of the Bai family village had already broken the old balance of Qingmao Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Guyue clan, was weak, and the Xiong clan village was not doing well. This had caused the power structure of Qingmao Mountain to be in a state of turmoil. Xiongli knew that the only reason this problem had not completely erupted was because Wolf Chao was suppressing him from above. The three mountain strongholds had to work together in order to survive this wolf attack. Therefore, they had tacitly chosen to cooperate and temporarily put aside their past grievances. Once the wolf wave passes, the old structure of Qingmao Mountain will be broken. By Ningbing, it has only been a few years, but he has already reached rank 3, truly terrifying. The figure of a white-clothed youngster appeared in Xiongle's mind. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. It was extremely heavy. He, Xiongli, was the #1 rank 2 Gu master in Xiong village. He had fought dozens of battles in his life and won more than he lost, establishing his reputation. Possessing the Grand Bear Gu, when unleashed, he would have the strength of a bear, and was known as the strongest man in Qingmao Mountain. He had been in the martial world for a long time and had personally witnessed Bai Ningbing's meteoric rise. He understood how terrifying this person was. Team leader, that's the Guyue knockoff. It's still so far away, so why are we stopping here? Xiongling clasped his hands together. He held the back of his head. He asked curiously. In this group of 5, Xiongling was the youngest, a newcomer who had just debuted. He was the same age as Fang Yuan and was the #1 genius of the Xiong clan. He was short and had a shaved head. It looked white and shiny in the sunlight. Xiong Li's gaze swept over the rising star of the family, and his heavy heart eased a little. He replied in a deep voice. We are on a diplomatic mission, not a reconnaissance mission. This is already the border of the Guyue clan. If we enter rashly, I'm afraid we'll be treated as enemies. Oh, I see. Xiongling suddenly understood. We've come here for 2 reasons. One was to hand over the Lord Patriarch's personal letter to Patriarch Guyue. The other was to investigate the river-swallowing toad incident. Guyue village. After all, it's not our place. When we get there, all of you better control your bad temper. However, we absolutely cannot let down the prestige of our Xiong clan. Do you understand? Xiongli glanced at the 4 people around him. He shouted softly. The other Gu masters' expressions turned cold as they nodded silently. Leader. Someone is coming. The investigative Gu master in the group suddenly spoke. We've been exposed for so long, it's about time for them to come. I just don't know who it is, eh? So it's Qishan. Not long after, Xiongli also discovered the Qishan group, and his gaze shone. Wow! That person is so tall, he's Qishan? He's even taller than Leader Xiongli. This body of muscles, piece by piece. Leader, he's that person with great natural strength, the one who always wanted to snatch the title of Qingmao Mountain's strongest man? Xiongling stared blankly. Humph, just based on him. Xiongjiang, who was observing, curled his lips in disdain. Xiongli! Qishan. The distance between the 2 groups shortened to 50 steps. The 2 leaders met face to face, and their gazes were so sharp that sparks seemed to fly in the air. Seems like this time, you're the Xiong clan's special envoy. Qishan snorted. He had fought with Xiongli many times. That's right. Is the Bai clan's special envoy here? Xiongli's expression was steely. Why ask so much, follow me. Qishan was on guard, slightly turning his body as he invited. At the same time, in the second secret room, 4 jars of wine were placed in front of Fan Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter and spicy 4 types of wine. The sweet was the golden honey wine, the spicy was the white grain liquor, the sour was the bayberry wine, and the bitter was the bitter shell wine. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the 2 liquor worms flew out from his aperture. The process of fusing the 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusing. Under Fan Yuan's will, the 2 liquor worms burrowed into the bayberry wine jar. In the bayberry wine, they began to fuse. A white ball of light was produced in the wine jar. The bright light rushed out from the mouth of the jar, and shone on the top of the wall. Fan Yuan threw Yuan stone into the wine jar. 1 stone, 10 stones, 50 stones. When it reached the 100th stone, the ball of light shrunk to the size of a fist, and floated in the middle of the wine jar. At this time, the bayberry wine had been used up. Fan Yuan picked up the second jar of wine, and poured the golden honey wine that was as thick as oil into it. Under the immersion of the honey wine, the white ball of light suddenly expanded to its original size. Beads of sweat appeared on Fan Yuan's forehead. He had to maintain the fusion of the 2 liquor worms' consciousness, so multitasking was very taxing. He continued to throw Yuan stone into the wine jar. With each Yuan stone, the white ball of light would shrink a little, until it was once again the size of a fist, reaching its limit. Fan Yuan repeated the same process, pouring in the bitter shell wine and white grain liquor. When the 4 jars of wine were completely consumed, the white light in the wine jar suddenly flourished, and then disappeared. Success. Fan Yuan did not need to look at the wine jar to know that he had succeeded. He willed, and a goo worm flew out of the wine jar in a swaying manner. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Compared to the liquor worm, its appearance did not change much. It was only slightly larger than the liquor worm. It also resembled a silkworm, with a pair of bright black eyes. The only difference was that the liquor worm's entire body was white and flawless, but this 4 liquor worm's body had 4 colors that were constantly changing. Red representing spiciness, blue representing bitterness, green representing sourness, and yellow representing sweetness. It made Fan Yuan involuntarily think of the neon lights on Earth. Phew! Fan Yuan let out a long breath. His luck was good this time, he did not fail, and succeeded on his first try. He was afraid that if he failed, the liquor worm would be seriously damaged, and one would die. Or the bitter shell wine would be used up. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, that did not happen. Goo masters use goo, raise goo, and refine goo. None of those were easy. In terms of refining goo, many goo masters had to go through a lot of trouble to find the recipe and gather the materials. The recipes were all different. There might not be a suitable one. Some goo masters would even spend more than 10 years to gather the materials. Even if they found the recipe and gathered all the materials. But if the refinement failed, the materials would be wasted, and all the effort and preparation would be wasted. Goo master cultivation is so difficult. Fan Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. Refining goo was considered easy in the early stages of cultivation. At rank 4 and rank 5, one might not even succeed once in 10 tries. The success rate of rank 6 was even lower than 1%. Every failure in the refinement of a high-level goo meant a huge loss of resources. But once it succeeded, the gains would be considerable. Take Fan Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm for example. It could refine rank 2 primeval essence and advance by a small realm. Fan Yuan used a red steel relic goo. Advanced to middle stage. Now he used the 4 flavors liquor worm. That was upper stage primeval essence. This meant his battle strength would increase by 2 times. At the same time, it would nourish his aperture. Cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. But everything has its pros and cons. Fan Yuan used the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, which would lead to an increase in yuan stone expenditure. Just the income from selling vitality leaves was not enough to balance his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to refine stealth stone goo into stealth scales goo. This is another expenditure. Every time a goo master refines, no matter if they succeed or fail, they would expend a sum of yuan stone. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, Fan Yuan had already expended over 400 yuan stone. After he chased away the river-swallowing toad, the clan rewarded him with 500 yuan stone. 500 yuan stone was enough for other goo masters to spend for a long time, but Fan Yuan used almost all of it here. Fortunately, he had sold his family assets and used more than half of it to buy the red steel relic goo, so he still had some money left. In the short term, he did not need to worry too much. Only this stealth scales goo needed to be refined. After Fan Yuan killed the Stone Monkey King, he obtained this stealth stone goo. But this goo lacked practicality. It could only conceal itself. That is to say, after Fan Yuan used it, his torso, head and hair would all be concealed, making others unable to see them. But the clothes he was wearing, the wrist guards and leg bindings, and the bamboo shoes he was wearing would still be there, visible to the naked eye. The Stone Monkey King did not have this concern. It was a wild beast and did not need clothes. But Fan Yuan was in an awkward situation. To display the best effect of the stealth stone goo and make others unable to see him, he had to take off all his clothes. If he did not take them off, even if he was invisible, others would still discover a set of walking, rank 2 goo master martial attire. The stealth stone goo was only a rank 1 goo, but when it advanced to the rank 2 stealth scales goo, this problem would be solved. The stealth scales goo could make a goo master's clothes invisible. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales goo, then even if Fan Yuan's clothes covered its body, they would still disappear. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales goo, then whether or not Fan Yuan could defeat the Stone Monkey King was still a matter of suspense. To refine the stealth scales goo, other than the stealth stone goo, there were also other materials. But these materials were rather common, so Fan Yuan had already asked Jianye to help him gather them. If I successfully refine the stealth scales goo, not only would it be much easier to enter and exit the secret cave, I would also be able to move freely in the wolf pack. With this life-saving method, I can attack and defend at will. Fan Yuan pondered. It was getting late, so he kept the 4-flavor liquor worm and returned it to his aperture, leaving the cave entrance and heading towards the village. He had successfully chased away the river-swallowing toad, and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It was not convenient to move around these days, so he had some reservations. If he stayed in this secret cave for too long, it would arouse the suspicions of others. At the entrance of the village, a contest of strength had already ended. Xiongli's group stood proudly, while Qi Shan's group and the goo masters guarding the entrance all had solemn expressions. Xiongli's body was not as tall as Qi Shan, but right now his gaze carried a sense of superiority. He slowly said, "Qi Shan, you are indeed born with great strength and have talent. But I have the brown bear innate strength goo, and have already nurtured the strength of a bear. You saw the result of the battle just now, you are still not my match. Humph, you want the title of Qingmao Mountain's strongest man, dream on." At the side, Xiongjiang snorted coldly. Qi Shan's face was ashen. He knew that the other party had purposely challenged him, and his actions were filled with political intentions. Right now, he had lost, and it was no longer a personal matter, but a humiliation to the Gyue clan's name. What's there to be proud of beating me? You guys don't know, but I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have the ability, then beat Fan Yuan first. Qi Shan had no choice but to bring up Fan Yuan. Oh, Fan Yuan? I heard that the Gyue clan has produced an A-grade genius called Fan Zheng. Who is Fan Yuan? Xiongli asked curiously. Qi Shan snorted coldly and answered, Fan Yuan is Fan Zheng's brother. He is also gifted, having great strength from birth, and at the same time he has a goo worm to increase his strength. Earlier, the rank 5 river-swallowing toad was pushed 100 steps away by his strength alone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the village and ask around. Xiongli's group's expression changed. Rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Fan Yuan. This name was immediately engraved in their hearts. Chapter 124. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive moon blades the size of washbasins drew a deep blue arc in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 16 to 17 jade-eye stone monkeys died on the spot. The stone monkey group chasing Fan Yuan was immediately halved. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, not retreating, but raised his right palm again, striking the air 3 times. Another 3 moon blades crashed straight into the group of stone monkeys. Wherever they went, the stone monkeys toppled over. The stone monkey corpses fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of rubble. The eyeballs that had turned into jade pearls also rolled on the red ground. Fan Yuan checked his aperture, and found that there was still more than half of the dark red primeval essence left. The Moonglow Goo's moonblade required 10% of light red primeval essence to activate. If Fan Yuan was at rank 2 initial stage, he could only activate it 4 times in a row. At middle stage, it would increase to 8 times. At upper stage, the number would double again, rising to 16. Although Fan Yuan had not reached rank 2 upper stage, with the 4 flavor liquor worms refined upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered a pseudo upper stage, and his battle strength rose sharply. Originally, he had to fight and retreat when he was chased by 70 to 80 stone monkeys, but now, he could kill most of them with just the moonblade attacks. Only a dozen or so of them would escape at the sight of him. It's only been 2 days, and I've already broken through 3 stone pillars. This speed is several times faster than before. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the middle of the stone forest in a month and a half. Fan Yuan thought to himself. According to the Flower Wine Monk's arrangement, the cave in the middle of the stone forest should be the next checkpoint. Before the checkpoint, there is a high chance of planting the Earth Treasury Flower Goo. But at this stage, the Flower Wine Monk's strength inheritance should be almost complete. After all, he is heavily injured and his condition is not good, so he hastily set up this inheritance. Most likely, there will only be 1 or 2 more checkpoints in the future. With his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan thought of the image wall, the Flower Wine Monk's blood-soaked and dying scene, and made this judgment. The time that the Flower Wine Monk had left behind this inheritance was too short, so he couldn't do more. But this was just a special case of inheritance. Actually, normal inheritances needed to be designed and arranged by Goo masters over a long period of time. Some of them were grand in scale, while others only opened once every decade or so. In the process of inheritance, there was more than one location. Instead, it was divided into several locations that were scattered all over the world. The distance between each location could be the ends of the earth. For those who wanted to inherit this inheritance, they would have to go through decades of exploration and all kinds of tests. Some inheritances, a Goo master might not be able to successfully explore them in their lifetime. They would often leave this unfinished business to their descendants. The Flower Wine Monk's inheritance is classified as a miniature inheritance. It has one flaw, which is that the inheritance is relatively rare. However, there was also an advantage to this, which was that the levels set up by the characters were usually based on the local conditions, so they were relatively simple. From this inheritance, I obtained the White Boar Goo, Jade Skin Goo, and Liquor Worm. Stealth Rock Goo could barely be counted as one. All that was left was probably 1 or 2 more Xidigarba flowers. Hopefully, among the remaining Goo worms, there are scouting-type or movement-type Goo worms. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. Early winter, the first snow. The sky was gloomy, and snow fluttered down, falling on Qingmao Mountain. Fan Yuan walked alone in the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the rock crack, and was now rushing back to the village. Looking at the time, it has already been 2 months, but my progress in clearing the stone forest has not been good. Fan Yuan's eyes were filled with gloom. It was not that he did not want to work hard, but the prelude to the wolf tide had already begun. In winter, food was scarce in the cold wind. The growing wolf pack began to hunt on a large scale in order to gather more food to fill their stomachs. This caused the wild beasts around the wolf nest to be purged. Chaotic small-scale beast tides occurred frequently, and at the same time, there was also the crippled wolf tide. These crippled wolves were all eliminated by the wolf nest. To survive, they formed groups and began to show themselves around the village, frequently moving about. Although they had not reached the stage of attacking the village, the mortal hunters no longer dared to go hunting in the mountains. At the same time, there were villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Guyue village mobilized a large number of Gu masters to carry out the purge. This way, there were more people coming and going, and among them were many scouting Gu masters. This made Fan Yuan wisely reduce the number of times he went to the secret cave in the rock crack. This way, there was no doubt that the advancement of the stone forest had greatly decreased. The howling cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the snowfall was also getting heavier. Low roars of beasts could be heard amidst the wind and snow. Fan Yuan stopped in his tracks, vigilantly looking around. A small-scale crippled wolf pack, about 20 lightning wolves, quickly appeared in his vision. Again, Fan Yuan mumbled. This was the 8th time he had met them this month. But this time, it was different. South close to the village, there are already wolf packs moving around. Looks like the clan's Gu masters will attack more frequently. The secret cave in the rock crack is not far. Looks like I can't go there for the next few days. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's heart sank. The journey was difficult. There would always be some wind and snow in this world, stopping people from moving forward. Gu Master Zhenren walked elegantly. The wolf pack quickly surrounded Fan Yuan. Roar, roar, roar! They growled and pounced towards Fan Yuan. Moonglow Gu! Fan Yuan's heart moved, and a moon blade flew out. The eerie blue moon blade split the wind and snow, hitting the crippled wolves consecutively. 3 were killed in an instant, and when it reached the 4th, the crippled wolf suddenly rolled on the ground, cunningly dodging the moon blade. These crippled wolves, although most of them were missing arms or legs, or were blind or missing a tail, they had rich battle experience, and were extremely cunning. If a normal rank 2 middle stage Gu master met with such a pack of crippled wolves, especially after being surrounded by them, his life would be in grave danger. But Fan Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. His rich battle experience, and the high-level dark red primeval essence refined by the 4-flavor liquor worm were his trump cards. Kill, kill, kill! Under the siege of the crippled wolves, he agilely moved, calmly dodged, and decisively attacked. One by one, the crippled wolves died in his hands. Soon, the number of lightning wolves in the crippled wolf pack was reduced by half. Howl! An alpha wolf let out a mournful howl, and the wolf pack immediately stopped attacking and started to retreat. This was the craftiness of the crippled wolves. Once they realized that Fan Yuan was a tough nut to crack, they decisively retreated, giving up on the idea of hunting Fan Yuan. These old wolves, sick wolves, injured wolves, although they did not have perfect bodies, but to be able to survive until today, they had a set of survival wisdom. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, quietly watching the crippled wolf pack disappear into the wind and snow. His strength, if he could not expose it, he would not expose it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, Fan Yuan squatted down and hurriedly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, wolf teeth, and so on were all valuable. Although the market price was relatively low, but there was a lot of them. In these 2 months, Fan Yuan eradicated the crippled wolves, and relied on the spoils of war to earn a small sum of money. On the snow, the blood that flowed out of the wolf corpses was still warm. With the crippled wolves, although they had fallen to the ground, they were not completely dead, and there was still a trace of splendor in their eyes. In this nature, all living things are fighting and surviving. It's not just humans. This world is a wonderful stage to use life and death. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, mercilessly giving these dying crippled wolves one last stab. The battle power of a crippled wolf was already higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. With the cooperation of the wolf pack, their battle power would double. I can deal with these small crippled wolves, but if I were to deal with a large crippled wolf pack, or a small healthy wolf pack in the future, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Fan Yuan faintly felt a sense of pressure. Next, when the wolf tide breaks out, the whole clan will be mobilized, and I will naturally not be alone. From now on, if I want to hunt lightning wolves alone in the wild, I will need a scouting goo worm, or a movement goo worm. Otherwise, he might have perished in this wolf tide. The more experience Fan Yuan had, the more he could recognize his own shortcomings. With the 4 flavors liquor worm, his battle power had increased by a lot. With the Moonglow goo and White Jade goo, he could attack and defend, and with his previous life's accumulation, Fan Yuan was not at the same level as Qing Shu, Qi Shan, or Mo Yin. It could be said that he could barely stand in the top ranks of the rank 2 goo masters in the clan. The reason why it was barely was because he was not a true upper stage goo master, and his aptitude was only C grade, very limited. His battle power was already the best he could do, but to survive in the wolf tide, battle power was only one aspect. Scouting methods are indispensable. If I had a scouting goo worm, I could sense the approaching wolf pack in advance, and quickly leave, changing my route. Or I could use the goo worm to run faster, escaping the wolves' encirclement and shaking them off. Fan Yuan thought. As long as he had one of these 2 goo worms, his chances of survival would increase greatly. With 2, he could basically do it with ease. I hope the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance has such a goo worm. If not, it's not a problem. According to my memory, every wolf tide, the 3 clans would work together to set up a battle merit board, and sell off the goo worms in their storage. Among them were many rare goo worms. At that time, I could even use the battle merit to exchange for goo worms from the Bai or Xiong clan. Fan Yuan planned in his heart, and stood up. In this short period of time, he had neatly arranged his spoils of war, placing them in a bag and carrying it on his back. White snow fluttered in the air, quickly freezing the wolf blood and covering the wolf corpses. Look, Fan Yuan is back. He's carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt wolves again? He's the one who saved our clan? Heh, it was just a coincidence. We all know the process, and if I had that much strength, I could do it too. It's nothing. Fan Yuan walked into the village, and along the way, passers-by turned to look at him. Some praised him, some were curious, and some were jealous. Fan Yuan. Qi Shan suddenly appeared at a corner, and shouted. Chapter 125. What's the matter? Fan Yuan looked at Qi Shan. Even in winter, he was still bare-chested, his red skin emitting warmth, making people feel like they were leaning against a stove. The white snow fell on his body and melted in an instant. This was because there was a twin orifice stove goo in his aperture. Stove goo was a rank 2 goo, containing fire energy and used for offense. Resisting the cold was only a side effect. Qi Shan's gaze was somewhat complicated. He stared at Fan Yuan and said in a deep voice, Do you know that Xiong clan Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength these days? I know. Fan Yuan nodded. Qi Shan heaved a long sigh. Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength. It is not a simple competition, but it concerns the distribution of benefits in the 3-clan alliance. Under the wolf tide, the alliance will perish. But after the alliance, how to distribute the benefits is the most crucial issue. Thus, these days, the 3 clans have been in a deadlock over this matter. Fan Yuan glanced at Qi Shan, and immediately understood why he took the initiative to look for him. Negotiation was the most difficult thing. For the sake of benefits, the 3 clans would not take the initiative to give in, they would fight for every inch of land. The negotiation table was already filled with smoke, the flames of war raging like wildfire. The values of this world, one was strength, and the other was familial love. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were all clans. They had been in conflict for a long time, their hatred was deep, they naturally could not use familial love to smooth things over. Thus, to break the deadlock, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there were military exercises to display strength. This world had the same result, There were also gu fights and sparring to show off one's strength and fight for greater benefits. This was the reason why Xiongli wanted to spar with Fan Yuan and compete in strength. As expected, Qishan said, I have fought with Xiongli before. He has brown bear innate strength gu. He has already nurtured the strength of one bear. He also has grand bear gu. He can increase the strength of one bear again. Adding them together, it is the strength of 2 bears. I am far from his match, even if I don't want to admit it. But the title of Qing Mao Mountain's #1 Herculean is well deserved. He paused and continued. Let's discuss the matter as it stands. You and I don't have much of a difference in strength, so you won't be his opponent. But you cannot lose, because you are the hero who awakened the river-swallowing toad and saved Qing Mao Mountain. If you lose, the interests of our Guyue clan will suffer. So, for the sake of the family's interests, please abandon your personal reputation and choose to avoid the battle. Fan Yuan silently looked at Qishan. Qishan lowered his gaze. I know this matter is very difficult for you. After all, choosing to avoid a battle was destructive to one's reputation for bravery. But the family's interests were the most important. If you lose, I'm afraid the family will have to make even more concessions. The family nurtured us, so we naturally have to contribute to the family. Isn't that right? The family needs you. You sacrificing your own reputation for the sake of the family, this is also a matter of course. But this started because of me. In my own name, I'll compensate you with something. Consider it my sincerity. With that, Qishan handed a large bag of money to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan took it and weighed it, and could not help but laugh. So my reputation is only worth 200 yuan stone? Qishan could hear the mockery in his words. His eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, Fan Yuan, don't be angry. Previously, I was trying to persuade you, but in reality, I came here with a mission. I want you to avoid the battle. This is a secret order from the higher-ups of the family. Whether you want to listen or not, you have to listen. Please take care of yourself. Finishing, he turned and left, leaving deep footprints on the snowy ground. Fan Yuan looked at Qishan's back, his eyes revealing a light of understanding. In order to fight for the greatest benefits, the family has probably already used the matter of me chasing the river-swallowing toad as a bargaining chip on the table. After all, the presence of the river-swallowing toad here is a threat to Qing Mao Mountain. As for the Xiong village, to get rid of this bargaining chip, they secretly ordered Xiongli to challenge me. To the family, I am only a chess piece. Xiongli is also a chess piece, and Qishan is even more so a chess piece. It is laughable that some people are willing to become chess pieces, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it is natural. This is because they have been successfully brainwashed by the family. But I never wanted to fight with Xiongli. The so-called reputation is only the praise of others. It was unknown how many heroes had been imprisoned by this shackle since ancient times. But to me, what's the pity in letting it go? I have to thank Qishan for gifting me 200 yuan stone for free. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan secretly laughed coldly. Why did he attract Xiongli's challenge? It was only because he wanted to save the village's reputation. Why did Qishan want to challenge Xiongli? It was only because of the reputation of Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man. The so-called reputation was only a flatbread for vanity. How many people had been tempted? How many people had been fettered? How many people had been trapped? What a pity! What a pity! The snow was still falling slowly. The entire Guyue village stood quietly in the snow. The people beside him walked hurriedly on the road. What a joke! These people are all trapped by an illusory flatbread. Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped. Under his eyelashes, his dark and serene eyes were half hidden. The light in the snow shone on his face. The young man's face was pale, revealing a sense of coldness. Suddenly chuckling, Fan Yuan recited softly, The white snow is pure white. I walk alone in the world. I walk alone with no worries, my lonely shadow comes and goes. He took a step forward, continuing to walk. Along the way, the people were hurrying, but Fan Yuan walked alone. Whether it was the clansmen, the white snow, the village, they were only a blurry background. After a while, he returned to his rented house. The bamboo building, wine shop, and so on were all sold by him. He still lived in the rented house, although the environment was very simple. Fan Yuan was not demanding, as long as he had a place to stay. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fan Yuan began to cultivate. In Gu master cultivation, breaking through a large realm required aptitude and talent. But breaking through a small realm was purely a matter of painstaking effort. As long as there was enough time, the aperture walls would be constantly nurtured, and could continue to improve. According to the agreement, at dusk, Jiangye arrived at Fan Yuan's residence. "Lord Fan Yuan, these are the primeval stones for this trip, please check." He entered the room and respectfully handed over 5 money bags, which were naturally filled to the brim with primeval stones. Yuan stone far exceeded 400 pieces. The wolf tide was approaching, and the Gu master's demand for the vitality leaves had also increased. This caused the price of the vitality leaves that Fan Yuan was selling to increase. Fan Yuan gave Jiangye 9 vitality leaves. At the same time, he asked, "The things I wanted you to buy earlier. Have you done it?" Jiangye, however, showed a shocked expression, shaking his head. "Lord Fan Yuan, the timing is not right. The wolf tide is approaching. The clan has already implemented a control over resources. The other things are fine, but that fish scales goo, its value is only slightly lower than the jade skin goo. I have already done my best, but I am afraid there will not be any results in a short time." Fan Yuan frowned. The fish scales goo was used to fuse with the stealth stone goo to refine the stealth scales goo. Without the fish scales goo, he could not fuse the stealth scales goo. But even with the control over resources, it is not impossible to get the fish scales goo. In the end, it is because Jiangye's ability is too small. It seems the matter of refining the stealth scales goo will have to be delayed. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. But he was not discouraged. In this world, 10 out of 10 things do not go one's way. This was the normal state of life. The so-called smooth sailing was just a beautiful blessing. Bai clan produces fish scales goo, and the clan also has fish scales goo. It is just that the quantity is small. It seems this matter will have to wait until after the alliance. Fan Yuan was not impatient. He knew that once the 3 clans officially formed an alliance, they would set up a battle merit ranking. They would encourage Gu masters to hunt wolves. By then, they could use battle merits to exchange for resources from the 3 clans. Of course, Guyue clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu, Bai clan's Stream Gu, these were the symbols of the clans, and were not part of the exchange. But the fish scales Gu was definitely there. Opportunities often accompanied by danger. To Gu masters, the wolf tide was a severe test, but it was also a good opportunity to rise. Under the attack of the wolf tide, countless famous Gu masters died, and countless Gu masters became famous. The old forces in the clan might weaken, and the new forces would walk on the political stage with their heads held high. In the evening, another unexpected guest came to visit. It was Guyue Qing Shu and Guyue Fajing. Qing Shu went straight to the point, bringing up the old matter and wanting to buy Fan Yuan's liquor worm. But other than this, he also wanted to buy Fan Yuan's black boar goo, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass was definitely not for sale, and the liquor worm had already been refined into the 4 flavors liquor worm. Fan Yuan could not take it out even if he wanted to. Thus, he rejected it. As for the black boar goo, I have already gained the strength of a boar, and the value of the black boar goo to me is very low. The best result of the black boar goo is the steel mane goo. Although this goo can attack and defend, to me, with the white jade goo, it is not very useful. I might as well trade for a fish scales goo. As Fan Yuan thought of this, he brought it up. Fish scales goo? Qing Shu frowned slightly, but soon nodded. I know, you are indeed lacking a defensive goo worm. The fish scales goo can be refined into the rank 2 scale armor goo, and it will have a good defensive effect. The recipe of using the fish scales goo and stealth rock goo to refine the stealth scales goo was discovered by accident 200 years after the end of his previous life. It was normal that Qing Shu did not know about it now. Fan Yuan did not expose him. The black boar goo is much more expensive than the fish scales goo. If you trade it, you have to compensate me for the difference. Of course. Qing Shu nodded and asked. Forget about the 9-leaf vitality grass, but are you really not selling the liquor worm? It's useless to you now. Raising it for nothing, and even wasting Yuan stone. Fan Yuan shook his head. Don't mention the liquor worm anymore, it is not for sale. Qing Shu rubbed his nose, and could not help but laugh bitterly. Fan Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know about Guyue Yaolo? She is the granddaughter of the medicine hall elder, Guyue Yaoji, a new student this year with great aptitude. Guyue Yaoji loves this granddaughter very much, and had once bid for a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You have used the liquor worm before, and naturally you know its benefits the best, so I will not say more. It is just that for her granddaughter, Lord Yaoji really wants to buy this goo worm. An elder's love for her child is completely understandable. So she came to you. She sincerely wants to buy it, and the price she offered is very high. She even promised that if you get injured in the wolf tide, you will be taken care of by the medicine hall. Please think it over carefully. Today is 1 chapter, tomorrow is 1 chapter, and the day after tomorrow there will be 2 chapters. This is the side effect of deleting the chapters. This is the consequence of deleting the chapters, and I have already expected it. I am also silently bearing the consequences of letting everyone down. I will make up for the missing 4 chapters, just that it will take a little longer. The future is long, and I will make up for it eventually. Sigh, even though I lost my character this time, there are still so many people supporting me. I am very touched. Chapter 126. I see. Fan Yuan rubbed his chin, but then shook his head. I am not selling this liquor worm. Since Yaoji insists on buying it, why don't you go find the goo master who bought it? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face turned gloomy. He sighed deeply. Sigh, I don't know which clansman bought this liquor worm, but kept it a secret. We can't investigate it, and we can't just casually search other people's apertures, right? This is taboo, a taboo. For such a small matter like the liquor worm, it's not good to incur public anger. But I can understand this clansman. Hiding it with a treasure is human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real buyer was sitting right in front of him. But Qing Shu had never suspected Fan Yuan. In his mind, Fan Yuan already had the liquor worm, he would not buy a second one. What was the use of buying it? If he knew the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm, then he would definitely suspect Fan Yuan first. But for now, only Fan Yuan had the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm. The only person who knew that Fan Yuan was the buyer was Jia Fu. But from Jia Fu's point of view, Fan Yuan could have bought it for someone else. Maybe for family, maybe for a lover, there was nothing wrong with that. Wasn't Yao Ji in the same situation, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter? No matter what, I will not give in on the matter of the liquor worm. Fan Yuan's attitude was firm, and he did not relent, laughing coldly in his heart. This was the system. On one hand, the system was strong, but on the other hand, it was a kind of restriction. Guyue Yao Ji was a rank 3 Gu master. She was clearly stronger than Fan Yuan, but due to the system, she could not openly snatch it. Due to the rules of the system, and taking care of her reputation, she could not forcefully buy it. At the side, Fan Jing suddenly persuaded. Brother, the liquor worm is useless to you, why guard it? Granny Yao Ji is very kind. I have met Sister Yaolo a few times, she is a good person, she will definitely treat the liquor worm well. And the liquor worm is also very helpful to her. Helping others is the source of happiness. Brother, you saved the village, I am really happy for you. This made my face light up. But why do you have to hold on to it this time? Aren't you being a little too petty by doing this? Fan Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, My good brother, are you teaching me a lesson? The booze bug is my business. Even if it rotted in the palm of his hand. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. He was not really angry, but his attitude was the mask of his heart. By expressing his attitude, Qin Shu would understand his determination to reject. Looks like Fang Yuan is determined to refuse. He had deliberately brought Fang Jing here, but he had made a mistake. The relationship between these two brothers has never been harmonious, and now they've outsmarted themselves. Guyue Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fang Jing, why don't you go out for a walk first? Fang Jing still wanted to say something, but Qin Shu stretched out his hand to stop him. Fang Jing clenched his teeth and finally obeyed Qin Shu's order. Anyway, I can't understand this. Brother, he said, opening the door. I do things. I don't need your understanding, Fang Jing. Fang Yuan was expressionless. Fang Jing's action of opening the door paused, then he quickly walked out of the room without looking back and slammed the door. This action made the atmosphere in the room even more awkward. If there's nothing else, please go back, Brother Qi Shu. Fang Yuan directly asked him to leave. Qi Shu laughed dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Fang Yuan's face was as cold as ice, and there was no change. But he was gentle by nature, and did not get angry. Touching his nose, Qin Shu smiled awkwardly. There is indeed one more thing. It's about the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qin Shu nodded repeatedly. It's about the vitality leaves. This is a personal matter of my group. I hope you can supply the vitality leaves you produce to us. Of course, we will give you some compensation. Fang Yuan did not reject business. All right, each vitality leaf is 65 yuan stone. Qin Shu was speechless at the price. According to the market price, the clan's original selling price was 55 yuan stone. Although the vitality leaf was a rank 1 consumable goo and could be used up after one use, no one would complain about having more of this life-saving item. And with the wolf tide approaching, the clan raised the price. 1 vitality leaf was sold at 60 yuan stone. Actually, not only the vitality leaf, the prices of many other items were also rising. This was because of the turbulent situation, and goo masters could only pinch their noses and accept it. But Qi Shu did not expect Fang Yuan's price to be even higher than the clan's. You think my price is too high? You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will control the resources, and the vitality leaves will be in short supply. At that time, the price will continue to rise, and you might not even have the stock. What do you think? Fang Yuan's tone was firm, and he was sitting on the fishing platform. Qi Shu choked, and said helplessly, You can see it clearly. But raising the price like this is a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you lower the price, you can use it to build up your connections. But if you raise the price like this, the clansmen will resent you for getting rich like this. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The wolf tide is approaching. A small character like me might die any day. Why would I care about these minor details? You are no longer a small character. Interpersonal relationships are not minor details. Qi Shu looked deeply at Fang Yuan, and then lightly shook his head. But everyone has their own thoughts and choices. I will not force them. But you need to be careful. Lord Yao Ji will not let this go so easily. Goodbye. Qi Shu did not mention the matter of buying the vitality leaf again. Fang Yuan's price had scared him. He was a smart person, and smart people do not buy things on impulse, but reason. Smart people would have a price in their heart, and if it exceeded this price, they would calmly stop. Fang Yuan seemed to have only raised the price by 5 yuan stone, but Qi Shu definitely wanted to buy more than 1 vitality leaf. The wolf tide would last for at least a whole year, and the amount of vitality leaf consumed would be very large. Accumulating like this would be a lot. Thank you for your reminder. Take care, I won't send you off. Fang Yuan watched Qin Shu leave. His heart was clear, knowing that Qin Shu would definitely come back. It was because he had greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In such a wolf tide, death could come to everyone at any time, and there was no worry about selling the vitality leaf. In Fang Yuan's memory, it had even been raised to a high price of 100 yuan. Of course, This price was also when the wolf tide was at its fiercest. What Fan Yuan needed to do now was to adapt to the situation, slowly raising the price. As time passed, the winter wind became colder. This year's winter was colder than in previous years for the three mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain. Take Guyue's mountain stronghold for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared around the mountain stronghold. The clan issued a large number of missions, and almost all of them were related to exterminating the crippled wolves. In December, the number of crippled wolves reached its peak, and the situation took a turn for the worse. It reached a terrible level. There was even a village at the foot of the mountain. It was a situation where it was slaughtered by a large wolf pack. Fortunately, there were more than 10 Gu masters stationed in the village. They retreated in time. This made the clan higher-ups heave a sigh of relief. The death of a Gu master made them feel heartache for a long time. As for the mortals, they were all servants, so if they died, so be it. In this world, there was no such thing as human rights. A Gu master's life was more precious than 100 mortals' lives. This was the common view of everyone. But casualties were unavoidable. Thus, at night in the mountain stronghold, there were often faint cries of sorrow and sorrow. The crippled wolves were just the prelude, the true wolf tide was even more terrifying. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The real wolf tide would be even more terrifying. This year's wolf tide might not be the same as the past. Under such pressure, the deadlock negotiations made rapid progress, and the alliance of the three strongholds was formed. Under this kind of pressure, the deadlock negotiations progressed quickly, and the alliance between the three brigades was formed. Alliance Slope, 3 strongholds meeting. Alliance Slope, 3 village alliance meeting. The snowflakes were like white fluff, slowly drifting down. Hundreds and thousands of Gu masters gathered here, forming a huge scale. The alliance slope was an ordinary slope. However, in history, the second-generation leader of the Guyue clan had facilitated the first alliance between the 3 clans here. From then on, all future alliances would be held here. After many years of remodeling, the current alliance slope was dozens of times larger than its original appearance. It was practically a huge plaza. On the other side of the square against the mountain wall, there was a tall boulder erected. On the huge stone platform, there was a pavilion carved out of stone. There were stone tables and chairs in the pavilion, and the higher-ups of the 3 families were sitting inside, discussing closely. Under the huge stone platform, the Gu masters of the 3 villages stood in distinct groups, forming 3 enormous groups. The Gu masters were all wearing similar battle attire and belts. Their cultivation level could be seen at a glance. Fan Yuan was among them. He secretly sized up and observed. The Gu masters below the stage were all rank 2 Gu masters. Rank 1 Gu masters were mostly in charge of logistics, while rank 2 Gu masters were the true main force. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were all clan elders. For a mid-sized clan like the Guyue clan, every generation of painstakingly accumulating, they would only have over 20 clan elders. Fan Yuan was observing, and so were the other Gu masters. Countless gazes intertwined, some with hatred, some with curiosity, and some with vigilance. The Gu masters of the Guyue clan were generally skinny. The Gu masters of the Xiong clan were all sturdy, and from their appearance, one could tell that they had great strength. The Bai clan's people, probably because they lived under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, had pale skin and carried a yin aura. That long hair is Guyue Qin Shu, rank 2 peak stage, the number 1 rank 2 in the Guyue clan. Someone pointed. Mo Yen! Humph, it's you bitch who cut off one of my arms. After the wolf tide, I will get my revenge. Someone snorted in his heart. Wow, that girl riding on the huge bear, she should be the Xiong clan Xiong Jiao man. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance, she is very crazy when she fights. Do you see that white fat woman? That is Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a rank 2 upper stage expert who possesses the water dolphin Gu. She is very unrestrained and lustful. You newbies have to be careful, don't get pushed down by her. The grudges between the 3 clans were already very deep. The discussions on the alliance slope became louder and louder, becoming a noisy scene. Many Gu Master Seniors were pointing and introducing the experts of the other two clans to the newbies, reminding them to be careful in the future. Chapter 127. The traditional overlord Gyue tribe, the newly rising Bai tribe, the Xiong tribe that cannot be underestimated. Fan Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gyue tribe had Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yen, while Xiong tribe and Bai tribe also had outstanding rank 2 Gu Master elites. Adding on the stone tower, the various tribe leaders and elders, the Alliance Slope could be said to be a gathering of heroes. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing? The man who symbolizes the rise of Bai tribe. Bai Ningbing already has rank 3 cultivation, he is definitely not among the rank 2 Gu Masters. It seems that he is not on the stone tower either. Gradually, the topic of discussion was focused on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already overshadowed all the Gu Masters on the stone tower. 3 years ago on the Alliance Slope, it was him, Bai Ningbing, who was the first to stand up and challenge everyone for a battle Gu. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 elder. It is truly terrifying to think about. He soared to the sky in one go. When he was rank 2, he defeated an elder of Xiong tribe. This child's future is limitless. Most importantly, he has already grown up. At this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert, or even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 to mortal, rank 6 to immortal, rank 5 is already very impressive. Rank 6? Humph. Don't overestimate him. That is not certain. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Amidst such discussions, the 3 tribe leaders on the stone tower stood up, looking down at the 1,000 Gu Masters below. Gyue tribe leader was in the middle, while Bai tribe leader and Xiong tribe leader were on his left and right. The Alliance Slope gradually quietened down. Gyue Bo held the railing, glancing around, and said concisely, "The 3 tribes are in an alliance, we are in the same boat. The Gu Battle Convention is mainly about exchanging pointers, we will not go overboard. Let's begin." Silence reigned on the slope of the alliance. Everyone looked at each other. The 3 tribes were in an alliance. There would be a Gu Battle Convention. Other than showing off the tribe's strength, it was also to promote communication and temporarily resolve grudges, reaching a consensus of cooperation. But who would be the first to stand out? The first Gu Master to challenge. If he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be tarnished. It had even shaved the face of the upper echelons of the family upstairs. Last year, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this year, while everyone was hesitating, over at the Xiong village, suddenly a group of Gu Masters stepped out from the crowd. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 attracted the gazes of countless people. Xiong Li's group walked past the Gyue clan's camp and stood in front of the Bai village's camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It's Xiong Li, Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man? Not bad. It was said that not long ago, Qi Shan of the Gyue clan had also lost to him in public. No one can shake his name, not even Bai Ningbing. Damn it! Is the Gyue clan deliberately bullying our Bai clan? In the camp of the Bai village, there was a slight commotion. Many people recognized Xiong Li and felt a sense of pressure in their hearts. But Xiong Li swept his gaze around. He had been standing at the same spot, but Xiong Jiang, who was beside him, stood up. Xiong Jiang's body was thin and stood out among the Xiong village's strong men. He took a few steps forward and faced the Bai village's Gu Masters, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiong village's Xiong Jiang is here to seek guidance from brother Bai Bingyi." Once he said this, uncontrollable gasps could be heard from below the stone floor. Bai Bingyi's status was equivalent to Qi Shan and Xiong Li. Among the young Gu Masters of the Bai village, he was second only to Bai Ningbing. Xiong Jiang wanted to compete in Gu with him, clearly wanting to use the weak to fight the strong. But could he do it? Bai Bing stood up with a gloomy expression. He was short and had a pale face, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, looking a little weak. But no one dared to underestimate him. "Xiong Jiang, you dare to challenge me, you have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I will accept it." he said to Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang laughed sinisterly. I am good at defense, Brother Bai is good at offense. How about this, you defend and you attack? I will give you 3 chances to attack and we will see the result. This was not a life and death battle, but a sparring session. But Xiongjiang was so confident, he clearly came prepared, causing many people to have doubts. Bai Bingyi raised his eyebrows. Xiongjiang, no matter what gu worm you have, you are still a rank 2 gu master, your cultivation is still there. Do you really think you can block my water drill gu? If I injure you, you can't blame me. Xiongjiang snorted. How will we know if we try? Come. Saying so, he activated the gu worm in his body, and his skin started to lose color, becoming dry and green, like a gloomy dead wood. At the same time, his teeth became long and sharp, his 4 canines protruded out of his lips. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes had also turned into a lustrous green. This was a rank 2 roaming zombie gu. As long as it was activated, it could turn a person into a zombie. Compared to a living person, zombies were more resistant to physical attacks, and had stronger recovery ability. But they were afraid of fire and lightning, and had higher defense against water and wind poison. At the same time, zombies were not as strong under the sun as in the dark, affected by the weather. Even so, I am not afraid. Bai Bingyi sneered, raising his right hand. Under everyone's gazes, he put his 5 fingers together and retracted his fist. First, a drop of water condensed in the air above his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet expanded, turning into a rapid flow of water. From the starting point of the 5 fingers, it started to revolve around Bai Bingyi's palm. In the time of 2 breaths, a light blue spiral drill had formed on Bai Bingyi's fist that was constantly rotating. Rank 2 water drill gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel, its offensive ability was very impressive. Almost no gu worm could defend against it. Take this. Bai Bingyi coughed and punched with his right fist. Xiongjiang raised his arms. They formed into an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and large amounts of water splattered out. Both sides were in a deadlock for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, the water drill spun rapidly, sending Xiongjiang flying by 5 to 6 steps. Xiongjiang fell on the ground, but soon stood up again with a carp flip. However, the muscles on his arms were almost completely crushed by the water current, revealing the pale bones of his arms. Bai Clan's gu masters saw this. They could not help but cheer. Only a few people frowned deeply. Hee hee! Xiongjiang laughed sinisterly, not caring about his injuries. He had turned into a zombie. His sense of pain had already fallen to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but his pale face suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan's gu master's cheers stopped abruptly. How can this be? Someone shouted. It is the shadow death gu! Bai Bingyi stared at his feet. Xiongjiang's shadow was strangely distorted, spreading out on the snowy ground. Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi were connected together. It seems I have won, Brother Bai. With this shadow death gu, I will receive many injuries. You will have to bear 1/10 of it. I specialize in defense. While you are an offensive type gu master, your body is not healthy. Even if it is 1/10 of the damage, you will not be able to bear it. Xiongjiang said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood on his mouth, and stared at Xiongjiang deeply for a while, before saying, Good. Very good indeed. You have a clever mind and superior skills. I have lost. He admitted defeat in front of everyone. Too despicable. Simply sinister and shameless. To think he actually had a shadow death gu, Senior Bai Bingyi was completely tricked by him. Bai Clan's gu masters burst into a commotion. Xiongjiang cupped his fists. You flatter me. If we really fought, I believe the final victor would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Death gu has a limited range after all, it can only bully close combat gu masters. Brother Bai, please take care of the wolf tide this time. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression eased a little, and nodded. Bai Clan's gu masters' voices also weakened. Standing on the stone tower, The three clans' higher-ups who had been watching from a high vantage point nodded subtly at this scene. The Gu battle convention was only a spar, not a battle of strength. Xiongjiang took the initiative to reveal his trump card. It was always respected. Xiongli group has made a good start. Guyu politely praised. Ha! The Xiong clan leader chuckled. Xiongjiang had given him face. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader's expression was a little ugly. But Xiongli group did not stop there. The five of them left Bai clan and arrived in front of Guyu clan. After challenging Bai clan, they want to challenge our Guyu clan? Oh no, this time it is Xiongli himself. Guyu clansmen could not help but feel a little nervous. Many people's gazes gathered on Qishan, Mo Yan, and Qin Shu. But who knew that Xiongli shouted, "Who is Fan Yuan? Please come forward. I heard you could drive away that river swallowing toad alone. Why don't we compete in strength?" In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Xiongli stood up, but he did not challenge Qin Shu, Qishan, or Mo Yan, instead choosing a new junior. Fan Yuan? Who is Fan Yuan? This was the first time some Gu masters from other clans had heard of this name. He drove away the river swallowing toad alone. Oh my god, that is a rank 5 Gu worm. How can he be so awesome? Many people looked at him in amazement. Guyu clan's Gu masters automatically opened up a path, exposing Fan Yuan in the crowd. With nothing blocking their line of sight, Xiongli and Fan Yuan looked at each other. Xiongli's lips curled into a smile, saying in a deep voice, "I hope Fan Yuan will not be stingy with your guidance." This Fan Yuan, who is he? Doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Driving away the river swallowing toad was a coincidence. It was not a difficult thing. Head being targeted by Xiongli, this muscular man, he is in big trouble this time. Fan Yuan, you really can't avoid it this time. Sigh, then you can only brace yourself and fight. Qishan sighed in his heart. Oh, so it's like that. Fan Yuan shrugged and said, "Then I admit defeat." Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 128. Admit defeat. Fan Yuan's words were still reverberating in everyone's ears. At once, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock tower looked at Fan Yuan in shock. Fan Yuan ignored them, standing on the spot with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Admit defeat? He actually admitted defeat. Did I hear wrongly? That is Fan Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to fight. I have to admit, Xiong aura is really strong. But even if he loses, he should at least go through the motions. Directly admitting defeat is not only a coward, but also a disgrace to the clan. Gradually, the whispers were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. After the initial shock, many Gu masters' gazes turned to disdain, contempt, and gloating. Many Guyu clan Gu masters stood up uneasily. The gazes from Xiong clan and Bai clan Gu masters were like invisible needles, stabbing at their self-esteem. Fan Yuan was a Guyu clan member. He directly admitted defeat, causing them to lose face as well. How can he admit defeat? Fan Yuan, you are a Guyu clan man. Step out and fight Xiongli. But even if he loses, it is not a big deal. If he doesn't even have the courage to fight, that is a true disgrace. Some of the Guyu clan's Gu masters shouted, urging Fan Yuan to go out and fight. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. Listening to these words was like listening to a group of dogs barking. The so-called reputation, face, glory, it was just a painting. A shackle placed on the member's necks by those in power. These Gu masters were just dogs with a rope tied around their necks. Xiongli stared at Fan Yuan, suddenly laughing. What a disappointment. To think that Guyu clan's bravery is like this? These words made the Guyu clan Gu masters' expressions turn ugly. Bursts of laughter came from the Xiong clan village. Even the Bai clan's Gu masters looked at Guyu's tribe with mocking gazes. The people around Fan Yuan also moved. They all distanced themselves from him, looking ashamed to be associated with him. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood there alone. He did things his own way, out of place, but his expression was calm. Others valued the reputation of bravery, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This involuntarily caused everyone to hate Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan's contempt for reputation was a denial of the public's values. Denying these values was equivalent to denying the masses who had been living according to these values. Others were naturally unwilling to deny their own value and feel that their lives were wrong. Therefore, naturally, he began to resist and reject Fang Yuan subconsciously, rejecting Fang Yuan. Those with a weak spirit would be defeated by this rejection, and thus change themselves to become more popular. But Fang Yuan needed this rejection. There were more and more secrets on him, and he needed to be alone. At the same time, these people had no value in befriending him. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but after that incident 2 years later, they were all annihilated. From then on, Qingmao Mountain became an icy land of death. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to use this time to grow as much as he could, and leave the clan in time to avoid being killed. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Qin Shu, the number 1 ranked gu in the Yue village, he had no choice but to stand up. Xiongli, why don't we spar? He, how do you want to spar? Although Xiongli was smiling, his expression revealed a serious expression. Yue Qinshu did not look at Xiongli, but slightly raised his palm, secretly activating his primeval essence. His gaze was lowered as he looked at the green vines that were slowly growing out of his palm. He said slowly, "Let's test your strength. If you can break free from the binding of my green vines, then I'll consider it my loss. How about that?" Not a bad suggestion. Let's do it. Xiongli grinned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, I already have the strength of 1 bear, and with the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, I have the strength of 2 bears added together. Although the green vines are tough, with the strength of 2 bears, I can definitely break free. Xiongjiang had already won against Bai Bingyi. If I win against Qin Shu, I will definitely gain a lot of face. Qin Shu smiled warmly and did not speak anymore. He only stretched out his palms and spread them out. 2 green vines grew longer and longer from his palms, like 2 agile green pythons, climbing up Xiongli's body and coiling around him. Xiongli's hands were at his waist, and the green vines coiled around his arms. In an instant, there were more than 10 vines, tightly binding his hands and waist together. The other Gu master stared at this duel without blinking. Please, Qin Shu said to Xiongli. Xiongli's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, starting to exert strength. The muscles on his body bulged out, as if they were huge rocks. The strength of 1 bear. Bam, bam, bam. The green vines, under his immense strength, started to break one by one. Ha ha ha, brother Qin Shu, it seems I have won this duel. Xiongli used his strength while still having the strength to speak. Senior Qin Shu. Fang Xing's hands were sweating as he watched, his face nervous. The other Gu clan Gu masters were the same. Gu Qin Shu was at number 1. If he lost again, then the Gu clan would lose all their face. That might not be true. Gu Qin Shu smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, the green vines in his hands started to change. The original jade green color suddenly turned dark green. At the same time, the vines became thicker, and large green vine leaves started to grow around them. Xiongli's expression changed, feeling that the twisting force from the green vines had increased by more than 10 times. What made him even more shocked was that the green vines that he had broken grew back, connecting the broken parts together. Grand Bear Gu. He knew the situation was bad, and quickly activated the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair stood up like steel needles. The muscles on his body expanded, and his whole body seemed to have swelled up a lot. The strength of 2 bears. The green vines creaked, but under such terrifying strength, they were still tenacious and unwavering, firmly restraining Xiongli. Xiongli's face was flushed red, and he used his greatest strength, trying to break the green vines. But in the end, He had only broken one of them, and it was difficult for him to continue any further. I lost. He took the initiative to remove the strength of the Grand Bear Goo, and said while gasping for breath, "Thank you for letting me win." Qinshu cupped his fists. He kept the green vines. "Lord Qinshu, you are really good." The Guyue clan Goo masters cheered. As expected of Senior Qinshu, Big Brother can't be compared to him at all. They can't be compared at all. Fang Xing stood beside Qinshu and looked at him. His eyes shimmered with a hint of reverence. She only looked at Guyue Qinshu with a complicated gaze. He was improving, and obtained the brown bear innate strength Goo, but Qinshu was also improving. Although he did not know what method he used, but this was his opponent. As for that Fang Yuan, he was just a newbie, and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Goo. Fang Yuan looked at Qinshu from afar, and thought to himself. Xiongli, who was facing Guyue Qinshu, did not notice. On Guyue Qinshu's hair, there were already 2 fresh green leaves. This was a sign of using the wood charm Goo. The so-called wood charm Goo was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Goo, one could turn into a tree spirit and fight. Tree spirits were very special creatures. They could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth, and use it for themselves. But Goo masters could not do so, and could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. Once they used the wood charm Goo and turned into a wood charm tree spirit, the Goo master could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish the primeval essence. It was like absorbing the natural primeval essence in stone. When ordinary Goo masters fought, they could not divide their attention to absorb the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone while fighting. But after turning into a tree spirit, absorbing the primeval essence in heaven and earth was an instinct, and did not need to be distracted. This meant that Goo masters who used the wood charm Goo were most proficient in prolonged battles. Although the primeval essence was not inexhaustible, because of the continuous replenishment, they could fight for 3 times longer. At the same time, once they turned into a tree spirit, they could amplify Goo worms like green vine Goo and pine needle Goo. Fang Yuan immediately thought of many things. The fusion of the wood charm Goo can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes in the world. It is a rank 3 Goo, and needs to be fused with the 100-year lifespan Goo to advance to rank 400-year wood charm. Then fused with the 1,000-year lifespan Goo to become a rank 5,000-year wood charm. This fusion recipe is widely known, but very few Goo masters use this recipe. Because lifespan Goo is more precious, most Goo masters would directly use it to increase their own lifespan. In this world, if there were no disasters or illnesses, humans could only live to 100 years old. 100 years was the limit of a human's lifespan. But if lifespan Goo was used, it could increase one's lifespan. 100-year lifespan Goo increased one's lifespan by 100 years. 1,000-year lifespan Goo meant one could live for another 1,000 years. Lifespan Goo was extremely precious, and was sought after by everyone. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lived for over 500 years, and had used 500-year lifespan Goo. A total of 500 years of lifespan. Originally, including his original 100-year lifespan, he could have lived to 600 years. But midway, he was besieged by righteous sects, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Lifespan Goo represented longevity, and could allow people to live longer. But it did not mean immortality. Although the wood charm Goo is powerful, it has a flaw. That is, the Goo master cannot use it for too long. If it is too long, the wood charm Goo's power will affect the Goo master's body, causing their muscles to turn into wood, and finally turning into a tree man corpse. In my previous life, Guyue Qinshu died like this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Normally, powerful Goo worms had a huge flaw, and needed to be used in conjunction with other Goo worms. Otherwise, it would have a negative effect on the Goo master. Xiongzhang's roaming zombie Goo was best used in conjunction with blood Qi Goo. Otherwise, if he used it too much, his blood would decrease, and he would really turn into a zombie. Xiongzhang's group returned to their own camp. They had first defeated Bing Yi, and then lost to Qinshu. But even so, they still received a lot of applause and praises. And oh yeah, and I want to challenge you. Come, Xiongjiang man, let me have a battle with you. After Xiong Li's group, the whole scene suddenly became lively. Many Gu masters went out, challenging the strong enemies in their hearts, showing off their bravery. The alliance slope was in chaos, and the Gu sparring was brilliant. The real Gu sparring had just begun. Chapter 129. All the way until the evening, the Gu competition finally ended. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from the three clans were no longer as divided as before. Gu masters filled the entire hillside, and only three groups of people could be vaguely seen. Gu competition was a form of venting, and also a form of compromise. In this world where strength was the number one value, having strength would gain respect, and there would be a basis for cooperation. Ever since Xiong Li challenged Fan Yuan, no other Gu masters came to find him. Fan Yuan was only a newbie, and had not interacted much with the Gu masters of the other two clans, and had no grudges or feelings. As for the Gu masters in the village, they would never challenge their own clansmen in such a situation. Especially when Fan Yuan admitted defeat, it made the other Gu masters lose interest in him. Such a lazy, cowardly opponent, even if they won, what was there to brag about? There were two ways to not be stepped on. One was to become an expert, so strong that no one dared to step on you. The second was to become dog shit, and no one would bother to step on you. Fan Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of an expert. He always did things by fair means or foul, and only cared about the results. No one challenged him, and this made him feel relaxed. The disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people, he turned a blind eye. If he could not even endure these gazes, how could he talk about pursuing the demonic path? The alliance meeting ended successfully. Buyue clan, Back clan, and Xiong clan had temporarily reached an agreement. First, issue a decree. The three clans temporarily threw away their past grudges and fought against the wolf tied together. In times of danger, they had to help each other. At the same time, internal killings were prohibited, and an investigation team was set up. Once discovered, the killer would be banished from the clan, and the three clans would work together to punish the killer, and the killer would have to pay with his life. If the killer escaped, his family would pay with their lives. Even if the Gu master died, the Gu worms retrieved from the corpses had to be handed over, and those who used them privately would be charged with murder. After the Gu worms were handed over, they could be exchanged for merit points. Second, set up a battle merit board. With each group as a unit, it would display the battle merits of the three clans. One lightning wolf eyeball could be exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for Gu worms, yuan stone, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally aroused the Gu master's unparalleled passion. The result of a Gu battle spar could not represent the result of a real battle. Take Xiongjiang and Baibingyi for example. Other than the water drill Gu, Baibingyi naturally had other offensive methods. Xiongjiang's shadow bond Gu's effective range was only 10 meters. Moreover, there were many factors that could affect the outcome of any battle. Gu battle sparring lacked a certain degree of persuasiveness, but the merit board provided a fair stage for competition. The Gu masters of the three clans did their best to hunt lightning wolves, striving for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This wasn't just about his own glory. More importantly, it concerned the reputation of the clan. This was especially true for the top three of the war merit list, where the competition was unprecedentedly intense. Almost every other day, there would be some changes in the rankings of the top three. Soon, more than a month had passed. Winter passed and spring came. All living things sprouted. After a battle, Fan Yuan stepped on the snow on the ground. Panting slightly, he surveyed the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were more than 10 lightning wolves lying on the ground, all dead. Wolf blood and dismembered corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Howl. At this time, wolf howls could be heard from not far away. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a wolf pack was quickly approaching. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, the primeval essence in their aperture would be insufficient, and they would have already wanted to retreat. But Fan Yuan did not care about this, and continued to sweat down, collecting the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were practiced and efficient, but even so, when he finished collecting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a medium-sized wolf pack, with more than 100 crippled wolves. Their green wolf eyes revealed a savage aura, staring at Fan Yuan without letting up. Fan Yuan kept the wolf eyes, smiling as he stood up. Then his figure rippled like water, slowly disappearing from the spot. The pack of wolves that were charging over immediately became restless for a while. Many crippled wolves stopped in their tracks, showing signs of hesitation and doubt. After all, they were all wild beasts, and could not understand such a magical scene. But this is also because lightning wolves mainly use their eyes to observe, and not their noses. Lightning wolves are the magical creatures of this world. Their vision is as sharp as a goshawk's, but their sense of smell is no better than a human's. My stealth scales goo can counter wild beasts like lightning wolves, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fan Yuan was very clear. He had already successfully refined the stealth scales goo before the goo battle gathering. It was like a carved fossil, gray and gray, lying in Fan Yuan's primeval sea, letting the primeval water flow over its lifelike scales. And the fish scales goo that Fan Yuan lacked was naturally exchanged with the black boar goo and Qin Shu. With this stealth scales goo, Fan Yuan safely escaped under the wolf pack's eyes. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days. Normally, wolves or dogs would have a keen sense of smell, but the lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, and without sharp vision, they would crash into trees and rocks. But nature was fair. While giving them sharp eyes, it deprived them of their keen sense of smell. But the Thunder Crown Wolf was different. With the stealth scales goo, Fan Yuan could easily move through a normal wolf's hide. But in front of a myriad beast king like the Thunder Crown Wolf, he had nowhere to hide. This was because the Thunder Crown Wolf's eyes often had the electric eye goo, and this goo could see through invisibility. Other than the electric eye goo, there were many other goo worms that could detect Fan Yuan's invisibility. For example, the snake communication goo, which could sense heat. The beast language goo, which could allow a goo master to obtain information from a conversation with the wild beast. The clairvoyance goo, which could make the goo master's hearing extremely sensitive. So, with stealth scales goo, it did not mean that Fan Yuan would be safe and sound. At most, he had a small method to protect his life. When he returned to the village, it was still noon. The spring sun shone brightly, and people came and went in front of the village. Different from previous years, most of the people on the road were goo masters, and only a few were mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. The hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and the farmlands were abandoned. On the streets, the morale of the goo masters was high. One by one, they returned from the outside with blood stains, or set off in high spirits. They were either discussing their ranking on the battle merit board, or discussing their experiences in killing lightning wolves, or discussing the outstanding goo masters of other villages. Fan Yuan mixed into the crowd and entered the village, arriving at the square in front of the clan head pavilion. There was a platform set up in the square, and it was the place to exchange battle merits. Large numbers of goo masters gathered here, and the rank 1 goo masters recorded. A portion of the rank 2 goo masters squeezed together, exchanging their blood-stained wolf eyes for battle merits. There was also a portion of the rank 2 goo masters who used their blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for battle merits. In the middle of the square, a huge banner was erected, and the words of this world were written on it. It was constantly changing. This was the battle merit board, and on it were more than 10 swim-word goo. The rank 1 swim-word goo was controlled by the rank 1 logistics goo masters, and could be changed into words on the banner at will. Humph, why is the first place still by clans by Bing group? Someone looked at the battle merit board and frowned. Let me see, Bai Bing is first, my clan's Jinshu group is second, Xiongli group is third, my group 137th. Some goo masters were silently counting. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "It changed! It changed!" Qin Shu Group got first place. They pushed the by-clan sickly group down. On the battle merit board, the words that marked the second place Qin Shu Group suddenly moved, climbing up. Pulling the first place by Bingy Group down with one hand, then ascended to first place himself, and at the same time used his foot to step on it. Such a human-like action on the word was naturally done by the Gu Master controlling the swimwear Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu Masters in the square burst into laughter, and gave the Qin Shu Group a thumbs up, praising them endlessly. The rank 1 Gu Master controlling the swimwear Gu was even more excited, his face glowing with excitement. "Lord Qin Shu, you are indeed the number 1 Gu Master among us rank 2 Gu Masters. Lord Qin Shu, you are really good." Guyue Qin Shu walked in the crowd, waiting with a smile. Behind him, Guyue Fanjin clenched his fists and followed suit, his expression showing excitement. The surrounding praises assaulted him, filling the young man's burning heart that thirsted for glory. This made Fanjin feel that he was walking on a bright path, and unknowingly, his recognition towards the clan deepened. "Big brother." He was surprised to see Fan Yuan standing silently in a crowd, watching with his arms crossed. "Big brother, you're still alone, all by yourself. No wonder your group was at the bottom of the battle merit board from the start. Only by opening your heart and joining the group can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan." Fan Jing sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that Fan Yuan was somewhat pitiful and sad. Like Fan Yuan, fighting alone without any companions, he could not feel the kinship of the clan, nor the friendship in the battlefield. Facing everything alone, not only was it dangerous, it was also boring. Living alone, if there was no friendship, love, kinship, what was the point of living? Fan Yuan stood in the crowd, silently looking at the battle merit board that was directed high above. No doubt, the last position of the battle merit board was written, "Fan Yuan Group." Other group masters seeing this would feel ashamed. But Fan Yuan's gaze was very calm, not minding it. After he was promoted to group leader by Yabo, he had never thought of recruiting other group members. He was the lone group leader, the most special group among the 3 clans of Qinmao Mountain. There was only him. Of course, his daily hunting results were not as much as the other groups. Of course, with Fan Yuan's current individual strength, if he really exploded out, he would definitely not be the last. But this was meaningless to Fan Yuan. He did not need battle merits. He had stockpiled living necessities and food for Gu worms. He had planned to use battle merits to exchange for a fish scale Gu, but now he did not need it. He hunted lightning wolves every day. One was to keep up with the weather, and the other was to accumulate some battle merits to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his moonglow Gu still needed this kind of food. Half a month passed in the flesh, and the atmosphere of spring was getting stronger. Trees were growing green, and wildflowers were blooming by the roadside. The warm spring wind was intoxicating, and the Gu Masters were singing triumphantly in battle, the situation getting better. Fan Yuan walked down the streets, seeing everyone's smiling faces, and hearing praises and praises of bravery. Of course, there were some Gu Masters who were deeply worried, frowning. These Gu Masters were mostly elderly, with rich life experiences, and knew that the true wolf tide would only come in summer and autumn. Fan Yuan's mind was clear. The reason for this situation is because of the alliance of the 3 clans, lowering their guard against each other. Thus, more Gu Masters are involved in resisting the wolf tide. The second reason is that the lightning wolves that are being exterminated are only crippled wolves. The third reason is that spring has arrived, and the lightning wolves and the wolf tide are busy mating and reproducing. When summer comes, the truly strong wolf groups will flood in from all directions. This will cause huge casualties to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This year's wolf tide will surpass history, reaching an unprecedented level. Even the clan higher-ups had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. In his memories, most of the Gu Masters would die. The accumulated resources of the 3 clans would be used up. Fan Yuan had never thought of reminding the clan higher-ups. Firstly, even if he did, the clan might not take his suggestion seriously. Taking it seriously would be more troublesome, and he would not be able to explain the source of this information. Secondly, there was no point in reminding them this was the difference in strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, reminding the clan was not in his best interest. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. What kinship, friendship, love, they were just embellishments in life. How could they compare to a man's ambitions? On earth, Xian Yu wanted to cook Liu Bang's father. Han Tai's Liu Bang laughed and said, "Cook it! Don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Tai's only shaman killed his brother at Xuanwu sect, and Cao Cao's army ran out of rations, so he killed and cooked human jerky as rations. Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou, but never returned it. The values and morals that the higher-ups promoted were just tools to maintain their rule. If they were really bound by these, how could they achieve anything great? For those who stepped into a truly high position, whose hands were not stained with blood, stepping on corpses. The primitive accumulation of capital by capitalists was always bloody. Any politician was dirty. The so-called philanthropists used money to exchange for social fame. But the successful ones mostly covered up their unbearable past. Those who were deceived by the autobiographies of the successful ones were fools. These fools are everywhere. They are bound by their emotions and morals. They deserve to be ruled, fooled, and manipulated. What's even more tragic is that when they see others not bound, they would jump out and criticize them, trying to instill such values into the free people, not wanting to see others having more freedom than them. And in the process, I even enjoyed an inexplicable sense of moral superiority and happiness. Fan Yuan thought of this as he looked at the Gu masters walking beside him. These people only had a body full of ability, and some of them even had higher cultivation than him. But what use was that? They were just pawns, slave dogs that were bound. Actually, what truly restricted a person's achievements was not their talent, but their thoughts. In any organization, from birth, a person would be instilled with values and brainwashed. If you want to achieve something extraordinary, you have to break out of the collar of your mind. Unfortunately, most people were tightly bound by the chains, forced to move forward, and even treated the chains as a symbol of glory. Fan Yuan thought to himself, and could not help but laugh coldly. After exiting the gates of the stronghold, he collected his scattered thoughts. There was an important matter today. He was preparing to enter the rock-cracked secret cave again. Chapter 130. The stone forest was still filled with a dark red light. Stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave, like giant trees that reached the sky. It was a magnificent sight. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fan Yuan thought, feeling helpless. Ever since the three clans formed an alliance, they had been sweeping away the surrounding wolf groups, causing Gu masters to appear near the rock crack and secret cave. Under such circumstances, even if Fan Yuan had the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself, he would still be in danger of being exposed. Fan Yuan did things cautiously, and his 500 years of life had nurtured him enough patience. During this period of time, he had been restraining his desires and did not come here. Only until winter passed and spring arrived, when the remaining wolves were wiped out and there were fewer Gu masters coming in and out, did Fan Yuan take a big detour in the outer sect and use the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself all the way here. Over a month had passed, and on the previously cleared path, there were more stone monkey groups migrating over. But fortunately, the number of monkey groups was small. Fan Yuan spent some effort, killing the monkey groups and advancing, finally reaching the center of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillars, an obviously man-made cave appeared in front of him. In the cave, rough stone steps led to the dark underground. Fan Yuan activated the white jade dew, and his body was covered in a layer of faint jade light as he carefully walked down the steps. His left hand held the torch, and his right hand was shining with moonlight. The moonglow Gu was ready to go. The surroundings were dark, and even with the torch, it could only light up a distance of 5 steps. In this situation, it would be much better if there was a Gu worm to illuminate the surroundings. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not have such a rich family background. One step at a time. After walking for a while, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. A crudely made stone door appeared in front of Fan Yuan. Golden Centipede Cave is a fatal disaster. Use Earth listening to avoid it. Fan Yuan raised the torch and found some words carved on the stone door. Earth listening, Golden Centipede. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly as he seemed to have understood something. If I am not wrong. He squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. Soon, he touched the moist ground in front of the stone door. Got it. His heart was filled with joy. He used his hands to dig up the soil, and sure enough, he found a sepulchre flower. His heart gently pushed aside the petals. He took out a goo worm from the heart of the flower. This goo was quite special. It looked like a human ear, just a little smaller, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color, dry and dull. Pinching it in his hand, it felt a little shriveled, like a pickled radish with a little warmth. Around the ears, roots extended outwards. There were dozens of these slender roots, and they looked like the roots of ginseng. This was a rank 2 grass goo. People called it Earth Communication Ear Grass. Looking at the Earth Communication Ear Grass in his hand, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed a few times. This Earth Communication Ear Grass came in time and could be used for scouting. It was perfect for him. The Earth Communication Ear Grass had a huge advantage, and that was its detection range of 300 steps. This range was quite outstanding among rank 2 investigated goo worms. Moreover, the Earth Communication Ear Grass was easy to feed. Its food source was the ginseng's roots. This world's southern border was filled with deep mountains and forests. Ginseng was much more abundant than on Earth. Hunters would go hunting in the mountains and pick some from time to time. Especially ginseng, it was easy to store. As long as it was dry and sealed, it could be stored for a long time at room temperature. Moon orchids' petals would wither in a few days, but ginseng roots could be stored for a long time. Goo worms are raised, used, and refined. These 3 aspects are broad and profound, with extraordinary profundities. Although the Earth Communication Ear Grass is easy to raise, it is quite troublesome to use. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He pinched the Earth Communication Ear Grass in his hand and secretly activated his true essence. In an instant, he had refined it. The Earth Communication Ear Grass was very outstanding, and its detection range was comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. But the heavens were fair. To use the Earth Communication Ear Grass, refining it was not enough. There was a price to be paid. Like the zombie goo and wood charm goo, they had to be used together with other goo worms. Otherwise, if they were used for a long time, the goo master's body would be corroded and turned into a real zombie or tree man. Many goo worms cannot be used just by refining them, as they require some special conditions. This Earth Communication Ear Grass is one of them. If I had this goo, I would be able to scout out the situation and be able to move freely in the wolf tide. I could even make use of this wolf tide to achieve some goals. Fan Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this Earth Communication Ear Grass. The gains were greater than the losses, so even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the future. No matter which world, without effort, how can there be gains? Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart and kept the Earth Communication Ear Grass in his aperture. He looked deeply at the stone door and turned to leave. If he was not wrong, there was a danger on the other side of the stone door. He needed to use the Earth Communication Ear Grass to avoid it. Fan Yuan left the secret cave, but did not return to the village. Instead, he walked a few rounds outside, and after killing a few lone wolves and obtaining a few pairs of wolf eyeballs, he returned. He was still last on the battle merit board. Walking down the street, some goo masters who recognized him looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Fan Yuan did not care, and continued to do as he pleased. In the following days, he used his meager battle merit points to exchange for ginseng roots, and fed the Earth Communication Ear Grass, allowing it to recover to a state of full vitality. Most of the clan's attention was drawn by the wolf tide, and no one paid attention to Fan Yuan. If it was before, perhaps his uncle and aunt would still pester him, but ever since Fan Yuan sold the family assets, there was no more movement from them. It was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Soon, Fan Yuan quietly and smoothly completed some preparations. This night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was like a jade blade hanging high in the sky, and the gentle night curtain was like a veil, covering Qingmao Mountain. From time to time, a wolf's howl could be heard from afar. Fan Yuan shut the doors and windows tightly, and stood naked on the floor of the rented house. On the small table in front of him, there was a basin filled with warm water, and next to the basin was a white cloth, and on the white cloth was a sharp dagger. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a thick layer of cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks of the window, shining on the table. Fan Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he grabbed the dagger. On the shiny blade, it emitted a cold light, and could be used as a mirror. Under the dim light, the young man's eyebrows were reflected on the dagger. It emitted a kind of coldness. At this moment, Fan Yuan could not help but think of a martial arts manual on earth, Sunflower Treasure Manual. The first sentence on the first page of Sunflower Treasure Manual was, "To train in this technique, castrate yourself. To obtain strength quickly, there must be sacrifice and sacrifice. So what if you castrate yourself? Without this kind of cruel decisiveness and sacrifice, how can you achieve your ambitions and realize your ambitions? Wanting to get something without sacrifice, that is a fairy tale to deceive children. In Fan Yuan's current situation, to be able to use this earth communication ear grass, what's the price to pay?" Thinking of this, Fan Yuan laughed coldly. He used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the gold blade. Softly chanting, the moon was like frost in the night. The blade was especially cold. Without killing in the harsh winter, how can spring be seen? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck like lightning. His hand rose and the blade fell. Blood splattered. A piece of meat fell on the table. Fan Yuan's entire right ear was cut off. Blood spurted out. At that moment, he first felt his ear go cold, and then an intense pain assaulted him. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Resisting the pain, he summoned the earth communication ear grass from his aperture. This earth communication ear grass had been raised by him to be full of life. It was already different from when he just took it out. When he first took it out from the earth treasury flower, it was dull and shriveled, but now it was warm and meaty, fat and big as an adult's palm. Touching it in his hand, it was full of elasticity, like the ear of a Buddha statue on earth. Fan Yuan pressed the earth communication ear grass to the wound on the side of his head, and a wave of red steel primeval essence poured into it. The roots of the earth communication ear grass immediately received a burst of energy, and started to grow at visible speed, taking root at Fan Yuan's wound. This was another wave of pain. Fan Yuan felt as if there were tens of earthworms drilling into his brain from the wound. This feeling was not only painful, but also disgusting. Normally, during this process, Gu masters would use other Gu worms to numb their nerves. But Fan Yuan did not have such conditions, and could only rely on his steel-like willpower to forcibly endure it. After all, it was a young man's body, and Fan Yuan's body could not help but sway as he endured such intense pain. More and more roots extended into the wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass and the bloody wound fused together, becoming Fan Yuan's new right ear. In the end, the wound no longer bled, and there was not even a scar. But Fan Yuan's face was pale, and the pain only decreased slightly, but it still tormented him. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his heart beat rapidly. At this point, he was already halfway to success. But Fan Yuan's body still needed time to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He first took out a mirror and looked at himself in the faint moonlight. In the mirror, his face was pale, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The left ear was small, while the right ear was more than twice the size, and was somewhat deformed. Fan Yuan was not surprised, and after looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied that there were no problems. He put down the mirror, and took out a cloth, dipping it in the warm water in the basin, and started to wipe the bloodstains on his body. He was not wearing any clothes, so it was very easy to clean up the bloodstains. Some bloodstains flowed to his feet, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth that was laid on the floor beforehand. Fan Yuan cleaned up the bloodstains, and finally picked up his original right ear from the table. He snorted coldly, and activated the moonglow goo in his palm. Then, he mixed his right ear into minced meat to destroy the evidence. The remaining basin of blood was carried by Fan Yuan to the bottom of the bed, and a piece of coal was thrown in. After doing all this, Fan Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had already decreased by more than half, but it still tormented him. Fan Yuan felt waves of pain in his head, and along with his heartbeat, it was throbbing. After an unknown amount of time, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 131. By the time Fan Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the next day. His head no longer hurt. The pain had disappeared. He subconsciously touched his ear. The feeling was the same as before. It was as if the ear-cutting incident last night had never happened. He got up from the bed. The first thing he did was to find a mirror and look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was revealed. He wasn't handsome, but his pair of pitch black and deep eyes made him seem extraordinary, revealing a trace of an unusual cold charm. The young man's ears were the same size, no difference. When he planted the earth communication ear grass last night, Fan Yuan's right ear was fat and big, the earlobe almost reaching his chin. But now it had become normal, and from the outside, there was no difference at all. This was because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fan Yuan's heart moved, and from his aperture, he transferred a small amount of red steel primeval essence. The primeval essence flowed along his body, all the way up to his right ear. Immediately, his hearing increased by several times, and the footsteps of countless people entered his ears. Although he was on the second floor, he had the illusion that he was stepping on the ground. Fan Yuan listened attentively. His primeval essence continued to move, and his hearing also increased. In the mirror, roots were slowly growing out of his right ear. These roots were like the roots of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, spreading out from the ear, sparse and growing, drooping towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear also showed signs of growing bigger and fatter. Fan Yuan tried to stop activating the earth communication ear grass, and after a second, the roots that grew out from the ear all retracted back, and his right ear also returned to its normal shape. Of course, his hearing also returned to its original state. This way, I have an investigative goo. Fan Yuan put on his clothes, and took out a water basin from under the bed. The dark red blood water from last night, because of the coal that was thrown in, had already turned into a pool of black dirty water. The blood towel that was soaked in it was the same. The original blood red and white color had been covered by the black-gray color. It was easy for people to associate with the greasy rag in the kitchen. This basin of water was carried out. Even if he poured it out in front of other people, he wouldn't give himself away. Summer was coming. Many of the clansmen had to clean the furnaces that had been used for the entire winter. It would often produce such a basin of dirty water. Striking while the iron was hot, Fan Yuan entered the secret cave again. This time, he did not come empty-handed. Instead, he caught a young deer in the wild, tied its forehooves with hemp rope, covered its mouth with a metal cover, and used the stealth scales glue to conceal his body, bringing it to the stone door. He was not in a hurry to push the door open. Instead, he activated the earth communication ear grass. The ginseng roots extended from the sides of his ears, and his hearing was instantly amplified several times. Dong, dong, dong. First, he heard a faint sound, a slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer and longer, the heartbeat grew louder and louder. At the same time, the source of the heartbeat also increased. Fan Yuan didn't need to think to know that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eyed stone monkeys in the stone forest behind him. He closed his eyes and could imagine it in his mind. These strange sounds were like snails living in their own caves, curling up their bodies and sleeping. But these weren't what he wanted to sense. He continued to listen. His right ear had become a little fat, and the roots on his ears were half a meter long. The roots were spiritual. They extended to the stone door, digging into a very shallow depth. At At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had received a huge boost. With him as the center, he could sense the countless sounds within a radius of 300 steps. This was the true use of the earth communication ear grass. Previously in the village, he had only dabbled in it. If the earth communication ear grass's roots did not touch the ground, its detection range could only be considered average among rank 2 worms. But once the roots were rooted in the ground, its detection range would receive a qualitative increase. This was easy to understand. Using the theory on Earth, the speed of sound transmission was related to the medium. The speed of sound transmission on the ground and in water was much faster than in the air. In ancient China, some soldiers would sleep with a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once there was a cavalry attack, the soldiers would be woken up by the sound transmitted to the ground. If the sound was transmitted through the air, they would not be able to react in time. The roots were rooted in the stone door, and Fan Yuan immediately felt the movement behind the stone door. It was a series of sparse sounds that were very subtle and dense. Compared to this sound, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. If it was a newbie using the earth communication ear grass for the first time, they would have to think hard to guess what it was. But this sound was within Fan Yuan's expectations. But after listening for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He pushed the stone door open. The stone door was heavy, but he had the strength of 2 boars now, so it didn't take much effort. The stone door opened, and in front of him was a dark and serene tunnel. It stretched out horizontally, leading to the unknown and mysterious. Fan Yuan untied the deer he caught and threw it into the tunnel ahead. The deer was very intelligent, and it could sense the danger in the darkness ahead, not daring to move forward. Its big eyes looked at Fan Yuan, revealing a look of fear and pleading. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, and swung his hand with a moon blade. The moon blade was controlled by Fan Yuan to not be too powerful, and it slashed diagonally, leaving a shallow wound on the deer's body. Blood gushed out, and under the pain, the deer's fear of Fan Yuan took over, and it frantically ran forward in the darkness. The darkness quickly swallowed it. Fan Yuan urged the earth communication ear grass again, and this time, the roots were rooted in the wall beside him. With his hearing improved, the first thing Fan Yuan heard was the deer's hurried footsteps, its heartbeat, and then a sudden wave of sparse sounds. In the golden centipede cave, one could use the earth communication ear grass to avoid disaster. Fan Yuan knew that these sparse sounds were the sound of centipedes crawling. Suddenly, he heard the deer's frightened cry. Obviously, it had barged into the worm's nest and encountered the centipedes. Fan Yuan immediately imagined the scene in his mind. The deer was panicking, and the centipedes swarmed it like a tide, surrounding it. The deer spun around in fear, stomping its young hooves, and whining as it felt the aura of death. The countless centipedes climbed onto its body. The deer fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling violently. But after a short while, its heart stopped beating. The centipedes covered its body and started to devour the deer's flesh. Fan Yuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he suddenly heard a special sound. The buzzing sound was like a buzzing chainsaw. It was filled with an insolent, rude, and barbaric aura. If it were a newbie, it would be very confused. But with Fan Yuan's rich experience, he immediately guessed the identity of the voice's source. A rank 3 wild goo worm, chainsaw golden centipede. This was the king of the centipedes, the true killer of the golden centipede cave. Fan Yuan could totally imagine it, a meter long, 2 fists wide golden centipede, suddenly turning from stillness and crawling. On both sides of the centipede's body, there was a row of sharp, silver serrated teeth. As it crawled, these serrated teeth also moved rapidly, like a chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival immediately caused the centipede group to go silent. It came in a fierce manner, and everywhere it went, the centipede group would scatter, revealing the deer's body that still had more than half left. It climbed onto the deer's body, and opened its mouth, absorbing the deer's blood and devouring the deer's meat. When it encountered the deer's skeleton, it rolled up its body, and used the serrated teeth to lightly twist, easily grinding the bones into powder. Even the white jade goo's defense cannot withstand the chainsaw golden centipede's sawing. It seems that the flower wine monk wants me to use this earth communication ear grass to avoid this chainsaw golden centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada. It is not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was excited at the sight of the prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an excellent goo worm, and if he could use it, it would definitely be a powerful method. But to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede underground, even a rank 4 goo master would have to spend a lot of effort. Capturing and killing were two completely different things. The former's difficulty was much higher than the latter. Wild goo worms were mostly cunning, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, how could he pursue it? But Fang Yuan had the spring autumn cicada. As long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and leaked a trace of its aura, it would definitely make this worm cower, not daring to move. The spring autumn cicada was rank 6, and its aura had a strong deterrent effect on rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5 goo worms, the effect was not great. As for other rank 6 goo of the same rank, there was no deterrent effect at all. This phenomenon was very interesting. Actually, thinking about it, human society was the same. Facing outstanding people would often admire and worship them. But towards people who were only slightly better than themselves, they would dare to offend them. Thus it was usually competition and jealousy. But I am only at rank 2 middle stage. It is not impossible to subdue a rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede now, but the timing is a bit too early. Fang Yuan muttered. A rank 2 goo master was of course most suitable and handy to use rank 2 goo worms. Of course, rank 2 goo masters could also have rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not a common phenomenon. Firstly, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. Secondly, the higher the rank, the more inconvenient it was to use the goo worm, and a certain price had to be paid. It was like a baby waving a large hammer. If it tried to forcefully swing it, it was very likely that the weight of the hammer would pull its muscles and smash its own feet. The fawn has already alarmed the entire worm swarm. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days to half a month for this swarm to truly calm down. Now that I have probed it, I have already verified my guess, but it is not a good time to continue exploring. Why don't I put it aside for now, and take it easy? This matter cannot be rushed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan closed the stone door again, and used the stealth scales goo to retreat. Chapter 132. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Qimao mountain, as if a storm was brewing. On a remote hillside, a dozen strong lightning wolves bared their teeth and growled, surrounding Fang Yuan. These wolves had all 4 limbs, no longer the crippled wolves from before. If it was any other rank 2 master, being surrounded like this alone, they would be in despair. But right now, the situation was the exact opposite. Fang Yuan stood at his original position, calm and collected. As for the lightning wolves surrounding him, there was a hint of nervousness and fear in their expressions. The battle had already been going on for a while. On this bloody battlefield, a few lightning wolves had already fallen, silently showing off Fang Yuan's achievements. Kill! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. As the person being surrounded, he took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left. This lightning wolf was so frightened that it took a small step back. Then, its fierce nature was stimulated. Its strong limbs suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. In the air, the lightning wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but swung his right hand. Whoosh! An eerie blue moon blade flew out horizontally, piercing through the air and hitting the lightning wolf's open mouth. With a chi sound, this unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut into 2 from mouth to tail by this moon blade. Boiling wolf blood spurted out with a splash, falling like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white jade light, rushing through the rain of blood. He rampaged through the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack reacted, surrounding him from all directions. They opened their mouths to bite, but under the defense of the white jade goo, they crushed their teeth. Their claws also returned empty-handed. Fan Yuan punched and kicked. With the strength of two boars, one lightning wolf after another was kicked away by him, or their skulls were directly smashed. They died on the spot. He had the upper hand. But good times did not last long. The primeval essence in his aperture was depleting quickly. Fan Yuan only had great talent, and his cultivation was ranked to middle stage. At most, his true essence was less than 50%. Seeing that his primeval essence was about to be exhausted, but there were still a few lightning wolves left, Fan Yuan couldn't help but think, Stealth Scales parasite. Instantly, his figure rippled like water and gradually disappeared. In a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The lightning wolves stood still, not knowing what to do. They let out angry howls and began to patrol the hillside again, but to no avail. Fan Yuan was not far away, watching the lightning wolf's movements while taking out a yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. At the same time, he continued to activate the Stealth Scales goo. Lightning wolves had outstanding eyesight. However, his sense of smell was not very sensitive. Fan Yuan used the Stealth Scales goo to restrain them. When his true essence recovered to 50%, the pack of lightning wolves finally retreated unwillingly. Fan Yuan didn't have a movement-type goo worm. If the lightning wolf really retreated, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Thus, he removed the Stealth Scales goo. He revealed himself. How? When these lightning wolves saw Fan Yuan, it was as if they saw their father's murderer, and they all rushed towards him. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. When the lightning wolves were in front of him, he fiercely punched with his right fist. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint jade light. It was incomparably hard. He fiercely hit the waist of a lightning wolf. Instantly, there was a crisp crack. This unfortunate lightning wolf was sent flying far away by Fan Yuan's attack, its lumbar vertebra already fractured. It fell to the ground, frantically struggling and howling, but could no longer get up. Fan Yuan's primeval essence was now abundant, and his battle strength was strong. In a short while, he killed another 4 lightning wolves. The remaining few lightning wolves had completely lost their will to fight. They looked at Fan Yuan in fear, letting out whimpering sounds, then turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs. Fan Yuan stood still, not giving chase. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to these lightning wolves, so chasing was useless. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, all Fan Yuan's spoils of war. But Fan Yuan was cautious, and did not rush to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. Earth communication ear grasps. He half squatted down, using his palm to support himself, his right ear facing the ground. The ginseng roots on his ear grew out, stabbing into the soil one by one. Immediately, his hearing ability increased by several times, and everything within a radius of 300 steps was within his detection range. Countless sounds entered his ears, but there were no wolf packs attacking, or the footsteps of other goo masters. It's safe for now. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, took out his dagger, and started to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. These eyeballs he only handed over a small portion and kept the rest. If he handed them all over, such a bad result would definitely attract suspicion, and even secret investigations. Of course, Fan Yuan would try his best to avoid such trouble. After digging out the eyeballs of these lightning wolves, Fan Yuan immediately left this place. After killing another 2 wolf packs, the dark clouds in the sky had become extremely thick. The wind started to howl, blowing the green pine trees in the forest, and the leaves rustled. Howl! The howls of a large number of lightning wolves could be heard in the wind. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. According to his memories, today was the day the wolf tide would truly erupt. Using the earth communication ear grass again, Fan Yuan did not hear the sound of a large number of lightning wolves rushing over. He was not surprised, and instead calmed down. This meant that the distance between him and the lightning wolves was at least 300 steps. This distance, along with his own speed and his familiarity with the terrain, was enough for him to safely return to the village. These lightning wolves are cunning, attacking in this kind of weather. The howling of the wind, the rustling of the pines, to a large extent, covered them up. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, running at his fastest speed towards the village. After running for a few hundred meters, he bumped into a group of 5 Gu masters. "Oh, it's Gu Fan Yuan." A young Gu master in the group noticed Fan Yuan and immediately raised his eyebrows, greeting him in a strange tone. He was Gu Peng, Fan Yuan's classmate. During his days in the academy, he was naturally bullied and extorted by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan glanced at him indifferently, his speed not changing as he rushed past him, not giving him a chance to speak again. This guy, Gu Peng, was momentarily stunned, and immediately a stifling feeling welled up in his heart, slowing down his pace. He still had not found a chance to ridicule Fan Yuan. "Little Ping, quickly catch up. If we want to maintain our position on the battle merit board today, we need to kill at least 50 lightning wolves." The group leader opened his mouth. Gu Peng's angry expression immediately disappeared, and he hurriedly caught up with the group leader's footsteps. "My current group, rank 75 on the battle merit board. That Fan Yuan is at the bottom of the 200 rankings. Such a difference is like heaven and earth. Speaking of which, I am also very lucky to meet a senior like the group leader who takes care of the newcomers. From the Wolf Tide till now, I have already gained a Gu worm with the battle merit that I have received. My future is bright. How can Fan Yuan compare to me?" Thinking about it, Gu Peng felt much more balanced in his heart, and even felt a sense of bliss. In this world, what can one achieve by fighting alone? Many people add fuel to the flames. The strength of unity is even greater. Clansmen are still the most reliable. With the help of the clan strength, us newcomers can have a better and safer development. That Fan Yuan, what an idiot! He really thinks he's someone. Coincidentally solved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad, and now his tail is up in the sky. Although he became the group leader, he didn't even recruit a single member. He deserves to be at the bottom. But come to think of it, with such a weird personality, how can he recruit members? Thinking of this, Gu Peng's footsteps became much lighter. After running for a while, he strangely did not encounter a single wolf pack. Gu Peng raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was still afternoon, the sky had already turned dusky. The wind whistled over, and the dark clouds above their heads were extremely dense. They were turning rapidly, brewing thunder and torrential rain. But Gu Peng was not the least bit afraid, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought in his heart, Fan Yuan returned in such a hurry. It must be because he is worried about this rainstorm. What a coward! What can a rainstorm do to him? Right at this time, the group leader's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. "Group leader, what happened?" The other 4's gazes were naturally attracted to him. In this Gu master group, this group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu master, his scouting Gu worm naturally did not have a large range like Fan Yuan's earth communication ear grass. At this moment, his face was pale, and he did not have the desire to explain further. "Run!" He screamed in fear, and under the shocked gazes of the other 4, he turned and ran. "Quickly follow group leader!" The other group members were not stupid, and after they reacted, they immediately broke into a run. Howl! Continuous wolf howls came from behind, and from the sound, one could tell that there were more than 1,000 lightning wolves. The 5 people in the group were all pale, breathing heavily as they ran with all their might. "Wait for me!" Gu Peng ran with all his might, but he was still at the back. He screamed for help in panic. He could already feel the breathing of the lightning wolves behind him. But what made him despair was that the group leader who usually took care of him did not even turn his head around. The companions who usually patted their chests and talked about brotherhood and family did not seem to hear his screams. Howl! Behind Gu Peng's ears, a wolf's howl suddenly came. The next moment, he felt a huge pressure from behind him, and in an instant, he fell to the ground. He fell on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. He subconsciously used all his strength and turned his head to resist. Kaja! In the sky, a lightning snake suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure was immediately illuminated. Its body was twice the size of the normal lightning wolf. Fur on its body stood up, and in the corner of its mouth, silver sharp teeth could be seen. Guyue Peng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a thought reverberated in his mind. 100 Beast King! The wolf pack in the wolf den was huge, and not only were there 3 10,000 Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crisp sound, it bit off Guyue Peng's entire head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head and started to suck the blood from Guyue Peng's neck and gnawed on his flesh. Countless lightning wolves ran past his body. Rumble, the sound of thunder never stopped. Wah wah wah, the heavy rain started to pour. The real wolf tide had arrived. Chapter 133. The rain poured down, and the lightning snakes danced in the sky, continuing for an entire night. Fan Yuan laid on his bed, hearing the shouts of the Gu masters outside, and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, and the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, when the wolf tide came, he was still a rank 1 Gu master. Thus, as a logistical force, he hid in the village and escaped the disaster. But in this life, he was already a rank 2 middle stage Gu master, and with 4 flavor liquor worm, he was making big strides towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like the other rank 2 Gu masters, defending against the wolf tide in the middle of the night. It's raining so heavily outside, and I still have to fight against the lightning wolf pack in the dark. I'm really looking for trouble. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. He was not sleeping in a rented house, but in an inn. If he was in a rented house, he would definitely be captured by others. The clan's higher-ups have undoubtedly underestimated the wolf pack's battle strength. The most correct method is to hold up in the village and defend. Unfortunately, they were blinded by their past experiences. Fan Yuan thought as he turned around on his bed. Outside the window, the rain poured down, covering the sky and earth. The rumbling of thunder could be heard continuously. On the streets, the sounds of Gu Master's urgent movements, footsteps, and angry shouts never stopped. At this moment, the wolf howls were extremely close to the village. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu Masters who risked their lives and left the village to fight, or the mortals who hid in their homes and shivered, or even Fan Yuan, who slept until midnight and woke up naturally. He did not get up either. In the darkness, he lay on his bed with his eyes open. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. Others were fighting for their lives, and one could imagine the thunderstorm outside the village. The two masters and the wolf pack formed a lively and bustling stage. No matter which character it was, they were showing their true colors. Entering the role of a character, this was a good show. But Fan Yuan did not have the slightest awareness of entering the role. Instead, he felt indescribable loneliness. Boundless loneliness. This was not because he was a transmigrator, or a reincarnated person who carried secrets that could not be divulged. Instead, everyone was born to be lonely. Humans were like floating islands, drifting in the ocean of fate. When people met, it was like a collision between floating islands. As long as it was a collision, there would definitely be an impact. Sometimes, the lone floating ice islands stuck together in the name of interests, kinship, friendship, love, and hatred. But in the end, they will all be separated, walking alone to destruction. This is the truth of life. It was a pity that people were always afraid of loneliness. They were always greedy for lively crowds and were unwilling to be idle. Because when they faced loneliness, they would often face pain. But once a person could face this kind of pain, they would often have talent and courage. Therefore, there is a saying, the outstanding must be lonely. This is the taste of loneliness. Every time I taste it, My determination to pursue the devil's path is strengthened. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of the story of the human ancestor. Speaking of which, Renzu obtained Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask. Renzu was heartless. He couldn't wear it. Because before, Renzu had already given his heart to the Hoku, and from then on, he was no longer afraid of difficulties. But if Renzu wanted to use Attitude Gu, he needed a heart. Renzu felt troubled, and asked Attitude Gu for advice. He said, "Oh Gu, Attitude can sometimes say everything. You know the problem I am facing now, so I want to ask you for advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is actually not difficult. Oh Renzu, you are currently lacking a heart. You only need to find a new one." Renzu was puzzled, and asked again, "And how do I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed. "The heart is nowhere, but also everywhere. Finding a heart is both difficult and easy. With your situation, you can get a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quickly tell me how to get it." Attitude Gu warned him. "This heart is called loneliness. Oh human, are you sure you want it? After you get it, you will feel endless pain, loneliness, and even fear." Renzu did not take Attitude Gu's warning to heart, and continued to ask. Attitude Gu could not go against Renzu's orders, and answered, "You only need to look at the sky when there are stars in the night. You don't say anything. When the sun rises, you will get the heart of loneliness." That night, it was a good night with stars in the sky. Renzu followed Attitude Gu's words, and sat alone on a mountain, looking at the night sky. Before this, his life was difficult, and he had to constantly struggle for survival. He had no time to look at this beautiful and mysterious starry sky. Now, as he looked at the starry sky, his thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of himself, thinking of how petty and weak he was, living a precarious and muddle-headed life. Sigh, although I have the hope Gu, strength Gu, rules and regulations Gu, and attitude Gu, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this world. Even if I die tomorrow, it would not be surprising. If I die, will this world remember me? Will there be people who are happy for my existence? And will there be people who are sad for my departure?" Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How could there be anyone else? Even with the Gu accompanying him, he still felt an unforgettable feeling, loneliness. The heart of loneliness. At this moment, when the human ancestor felt lonely, a brand new human heart suddenly appeared in his body. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on Renzu's face. But Renzu did not feel happy. Instead, he felt endless pain, despair, bewilderment, and fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear. He felt darkness, and the end of the world had arrived. Thus, he howled in pain, and stretched out his finger, gouging out his eyes. His left eye landed on the ground, and turned into a young man. He had a head of golden hair, and a robust body. Once he appeared, he knelt at Renzu's feet, shouting, "Oh Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great Sunday." At the same time, Renzu's right eye also turned into a young girl. She held on to Renzu's arm. She said, "Oh Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, Kyue." Renzu laughed loudly. Tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. He said good 3 times, "I have children. I can finally bear the pain of my lonely heart. From now on, there will be people who will be happy for my existence, and people who will be sad for my departure. Even if I die, you will all remember me." But, finally, he heaved a long sigh. "I have lost my eyes. I can no longer see the light. From now on, the 2 of you will watch this world for me." The heavy rain continued for the entire night, until dawn. Only then did the rain stop. Fan Yuan left the inn. The pedestrians on the street all had heavy or sorrowful expressions. This night, the clan's losses were not light. In fact, none of the 3 great clans of Qingmao Mountain escaped. They all suffered heavy losses. This was clear to Fan Yuan as soon as he saw the battle merit board. After a night, the battle merit board had lost 25 teams, all of them sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were one or two survivors, they were either injured or crippled. Yu Peng's team was also among them. For the next 10 days, the situation became even worse. From bad to worse. First, 100 Beast King Gold Lightning Wolf appeared, and then there was news of 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf and the Wolf Tide. Such news made the rank 2 Goo Masters who were out tremble in fear. If they met a Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 teams to work together to deal with it. This did not even include the ordinary Lightning Wolf packs around the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 great clans had no choice but to send out rank 3 elders to deal with the crisis. Under such circumstances, the Goo Masters' daily lives were filled with danger and were long and arduous. Even if Fan Yuan had the stealth scales too, he had to be careful. After all, he might need a Beast King level Lightning Wolf with the Lightning Goo. Fortunately, he had paid a price earlier and could use the earth communication near grass. This Goo's detection range was very large, allowing him to avoid large wolf packs every time. As such, the weather became hotter and hotter until the end of July. Although the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 great clans, the situation was already under control. Halfway up the mountain, the 3 Goo Masters who had already gone through an intense battle faced the bold Lightning Wolf that had just arrived. The smell of death was already assaulting them. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. If I had 60%, no, 30%, I wouldn't be chased by it like this. As the group leader, Xiong Zhan looked at the approaching bold Lightning Wolf that was like a cat playing with a mouse, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain wall is in front. There is no way out. What do we do? A group member with a pale face said, What else can we do? We can only hope for reinforcements. I heard our clan's lord by name Bing has already come out and is rushing to the battlefield. This was a Goo Master from the Bai clan village. There were originally 2 groups, one from the Xiong clan and the other from the Bai clan. They had worked together to face the Wolf Tide, but now there were only 3 people left. Rather than relying on Bai Ning Bing, who we don't even know where he is, we might as well fight to the death. Xiong Zhan gritted his teeth. These kings are scary because of the goo in their bodies. I have a plunder goo that can forcefully plunder the enemy's goo worms. I just need to keep using it and not move. During this time, you guys have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiong Zhan, temporarily blocking this bold Lightning Wolf for him. Even though they knew the chances were pitifully small, no one would be willing to die. If I can plunder it, I have a chance to live. Heaven protect me. Xiong Zhan's eyes were fierce as he slowly raised his right hand. Whether they lived or died depended on this. The 3 men and 1 wolf did not know that high up on the cliff, a white-haired, white-clothed young man was calmly watching this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand on the ground, the other holding a wine flask and pouring it into his mouth. What he poured out was not wine, but only sweet mountain spring water. He did not like to drink wine, but only water. This white-clothed young man drank water as he watched the show below him. Fight, die. It's too boring for you to live such an ordinary life. Only this kind of life and death battle can add a trace of excitement to your lives. This way, your lives will have value. He smiled lightly in his heart, not having the slightest desire to help. Even if he had this ability, even if his Bai clan members were at the foot of the mountain. But so what? To him, loneliness was the deepest darkness, and the light of family was just an illusion. He, Bai Ning Bing, would not do something so boring as saving people. Chapter 134. Guzhen 132 _ Guzhen full text free reading _ section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass on the cliff. Bai Ning Bing watched with interest. Under the cliff he was sitting on, an intense battle of life and death was unfolding. The bold Lightning Wolf walked slowly getting closer. 2 good masters blocked in front of it with a serious expression. Behind them, Xiong Zhan was half squatting on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in a claw shape, aiming at the bold Lightning Wolf. Plunder goo! Suddenly, he shouted, the primeval essence in his body surged towards the plunder goo. A formless suction force burst out. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed at empty air. He had the illusion that he was grabbing a goo worm. But this goo worm continued to struggle and wrestle with him. This force was huge. His center of gravity was already very low, but it still made him feel like he was being dragged forward. The success rate of the plunder goo is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise it bodes ill. He gritted his teeth so hard that they emitted cracking sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was filled with malevolence as he fought with all his might. Xiongzhan had no way out. If he did not succeed, he would die. Under the simulation of death, he desperately poured primeval essence into the plunder goo. With the injection of primeval essence, the plunder goo residing in his right palm burst out with an even stronger suction force. The bold lightning wolf felt something was wrong and howled, suddenly launching a frenzied attack. The two goo masters resisted with difficulty. Just as Xiongzhan was about to succeed, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! I don't have enough primeval essence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely withered. Once the plunder failed, there would be a backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder goo. Howl! Without the plunder goo's restraint, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, howling loudly. The symbiotic goo worm released its strength, causing lightning to flash between its teeth. Blue electric currents gathered together and shot out fiercely. The lightning passed between the two goo masters, directly hitting the half-squatting Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to howl. He was turned into a piece of charred meat by the lightning, dying instantly. Run! The remaining two goo masters no longer had any will to fight, fleeing in two different directions. The bold lightning wolf caught up to a person and pounced on him, crushing his throat. Finally, only the Bai clan goo master was left. He was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat step by step to the edge of the cliff. I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he raised his head and howled in despair. He vented the fear in his heart. But his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Bai Ningbing on the mountain wall above his head. Lord Bai Ningbing! Lord Bai Ningbing! Is it really you? After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly shouted and cried tears of joy. Oh, I've been discovered. Bai Ningbing chuckled and slowly raised her right hand. He pointed his right index finger downwards, and an icicle appeared and shot downwards. The icicle shot towards the goo master who was crying for help. Through his skull, from the top of his head to his jaw. Oh! His face was still filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Then he fell to the ground with a plop. This gave the bold lightning wolf a fright. It looked at Bai Ningbing above, the corner of its mouth splitting open, revealing its teeth that were covered in lightning. Ignorant beast! Bai Ningbing looked at it indifferently. With a light leap, he jumped down from the 5-meter-tall mountain wall. In the air, he clasped his palms together, and frost energy spread in all directions. Then his palms separated to the left and right, and an ice blade formed. This ice blade was 7 years long, like a Japanese town from Earth, its whole body covered in transparent ice. The hilt was held by Ningbing's pale hand. The bold lightning wolf's lightning shot up from below. Bai Ningbing sneered, and 2 puffs of pure white water vapor came out of his nose. With a whoosh, the water vapor circled around his body and formed a water ball shield. The water ball continued to revolve on its own, and a bold lightning wolf's lightning struck this water ball barrier, causing it to dissipate. The water ball broke, revealing the white-clothed young man. Die! The young man's black eyes suddenly turned pure blue, like 2 blue crystals, showing ruthlessness and indifference. Blade light flashed. Bai Ningbing lightly landed on the ground, a drop of blood dripping from the translucent white ice blade in his hand. The bold lightning wolf was like a statue, standing still. After a breath's time, blood spurted out of its neck, and its huge wolf head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. As for its body, it fell down. The electric undercurrent goo that was residing in his body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lightly flicked his wrist, and a blade-like flashed in the air. Under his blade, the lightning current goo exploded into a field of eerie blue electric currents, and perished. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other goo worms are all ordinary goods, but this plunder goo is interesting. He found the plunder goo from Xiongzhan's corpse, and kept it in his pocket. Although the three clans' agreement stipulated that after a goo master dies, even if the successor obtains the goo worm of the deceased goo master, they must hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if it was exposed, so what? He was the symbol of Bai clan's rise, and would definitely receive the clan's protection. Bai Ningbing was very sure of this. It's just that this wolf tide is really boring. He caressed the ice blade with his hand, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the ice blade. Thinking about it, fighting with people is more interesting. He yawned, and suddenly smiled. I wonder how Qin Shu, Xiongli, and the others have grown? After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, maybe they can give me some surprises. Who knows? Days later, in the crowded plaza, Fan Yuan looked up at a huge banner. On the banner, there were words written using the word Gu. The content was all the resources provided by the three clans. These resources included a wide range of resources, such as food to feed goo worms, rice for humans, salt, oil, and other daily necessities, as well as goo worms and yuan stone. But behind these resources, there was a number, signifying that they needed corresponding battle merits to exchange for them. A wolf fight could be exchanged for 10 battle merits. 5 battle merits was equivalent to a gene of rice. Using 25 battle merits, a goo master could obtain a piece of yuan stone. No doubt, the arrival of the wolf tide brought opportunities that were not available during peacetime. The battle merit board in this resource board had stimulated countless goo masters, willing to shed blood and fight day and night against the lightning wolves. Especially recently, with the outbreak of the wolf tide, the three clans took out their assets, stimulating the goo masters' enthusiasm and raising their battle strength, helping the village tide over this crisis. As a result, there were many rare items on the resource list. Like now, Fan Yuan noticed this goo worm. 3-step fragrant grass goo. He mumbled, staring at the huge banner's content. 3-step fragrant grass goo was a goo worm that Fan Yuan needed, because it could assist in movement and increase Fan Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these few days on the resource board, there were many goo worms that appeared. But only this 2-step fragrant grass goo suited Fan Yuan most. But this grass goo was not easy to get. Not only was it the only one on the resource board, it also required a lot of battle merits to exchange. If I use my true abilities, I can naturally accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass goo. But if I do that, I will definitely arouse suspicion. That would not be nice. Fan Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to mass-produce vitality leaves. I can sell these rank 1 goo worms to the clan and exchange them for battle merits. But this method is slow, and after accumulating enough battle merits, the 3-step fragrant grass goo might be exchanged for by someone else. Fan Yuan shook his head inwardly. This method had its drawbacks, and naturally could not be used. Then what should he do? He looked at the resource board and the battle merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards things like battle merits, he had a clearer and deeper understanding than anyone else. Battle merits were a type of emergency currency. During peacetime, the market used yuan stone. Yuan stone was a hard currency, and because it had a high commodity value, it would never depreciate. But during the wolf tide, the demand for yuan stone would explode, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to temporarily replace it. Thus, battle merits were born. With this auxiliary currency like battle merits, we can temporarily stop the economy from collapsing. Just like on Earth, when there is a war, the government will issue large amounts of paper money. Of course, if there is too much paper money, it will cause inflation. Battle merits are the same. The longer it goes, the more it depreciates. But during the village's life and death situation, without battle merits, just using Yuan stone is even more unreliable. I can only choose the lesser of two evils. Thus, after the wolf tide, there will always be signs of economic depression. Sigh, such a crude economic system is not worth mentioning. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would be able to easily play around. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I cannot bear the risk. If I force it, I will be playing with fire. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. The crucial point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not strong. Without strength, just having intelligence was useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to trade with strength Gu, and in exchange for strength, he gave up on intelligence. That is because strength is the foundation. As Fan Yuan was thinking, he heard people discussing inside him. Did you know? Bai Ning Bing made a move again. What? With two masters unlucky this time. It's Xiong Clan Xiong Li, that dejected one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ning Bing doing? Last time, he injured Xishan, and now he is dealing with Xiong Li. Under the wolf tide, he is still so reckless. He has always been doing things his own way. He is already a rank 3 Gu master, but he still went to find trouble with a rank 2 Gu master. To show fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his strength to rank 2 realm. So boring, it is hard to understand. Bai Ning Bing, he is just a dead man. But this reminds me. Fan Yuan heard this, and his heart moved. He thought of a way to quickly obtain large amounts of battle merits. Gu Venerable 132 _ Gu Venerable's full text free reading _ section 132. 3 steps the fragrant grass updated. Chapter 135. Quickly running. The trees in front of him seemed to be crashing towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan dodged agilely, running as fast as he could. His right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a bold lightning wolf that he had purposely provoked, as well as a few hundred strong normal lightning wolves. The lightning wolves were much faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf. Its strong body moved like lightning in a complicated terrain, its speed extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Fan Yuan, suddenly, Fan Yuan's body shimmered, and he disappeared. The bold lightning wolf could only slow down, looking around suspiciously. Fan Yuan ran far away again, revealing himself again. The bold lightning wolf's sharp gaze immediately found him. It growled angrily, pouncing towards Fan Yuan again. As for the normal lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fan Yuan laughed coldly to himself, running again. After a few tries, he finally reached his destination. This time, he completely concealed himself. The chasing wolf pack hesitated at the place where Fan Yuan disappeared. Soon after, the bold lightning wolf found a new target. In a valley not far away, 5 Gu masters were fighting with the wolf pack. Howl! The bold lightning wolf had limited intelligence, immediately forgetting about Fan Yuan. It raised its head and howled, and the lightning wolves behind it joined the battle in the valley like a tide. How can this be? The Gu masters who were fighting saw the scene, their faces turning ashen. I'm not talking about every wolf pack. Do they all have their own areas of activity? We painstakingly killed the bold lightning wolf. Who would have thought another one would come? This time it bodes ill rather than well. Hurry up and send a signal for help. With the addition of this new wolf group, the pressure on the Gu masters rose sharply, each of their tone revealing a panicked and panicked emotion. The investigative Gu master among them quickly waved his hand and shot out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a small golden ball, but it had a pair of colorful wings. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, suddenly exploding, turning into a colorful flame. It could be seen from 100 miles away. This is the signal Gu, a rank 1 consumable Gu, often used to send out signals. We have already sent the signal. Everyone, hold on and wait for reinforcements. The group leader of this Gu master group shouted at the right time, raising the morale slightly and stabilizing the morale of the troops. It's useless. Fan Yuan appeared high up on the mountain wall. Looking down from above, he sneered in his heart. He had already investigated the situation of this master group. The team closest to him was a small team. He was also surrounded by the wolf pack. That wolf pack was naturally led there by Fang Yuan on purpose. He wanted to tie up their hands and feet. Killing lightning wolves, one eyeball is only worth 10 battle merits. But to retrieve the goo worms from the battlefield and hand them over to the clan's higher-ups, it was worth at least 1,000 battle merits. If I do this 2 or 3 times, I will have enough battle merits to exchange for the 3-step fragrant grass goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Under his plan, the outcome of this goo master group had already been decided. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I will lure away the lightning wolf pack and come back here to collect the goo worms. Fang Yuan walked to the big tree beside the mountain wall. He sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these goo masters were resisting with all their might. Fang Yuan did not take the risk to lure the 1,000-beast king frenzied lightning wolf, but chose the bold lightning wolf instead. This gave them time to struggle to their heart's content. Especially when among these goo masters, there was one who had been defeated by Fang Yuan. It was Gu Yuan. He had the monolith goo and had a strong defense, blocking the attacks of many lightning wolves by himself. However, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan chose this group. The more precious the worm, the more battle merits one could obtain after collecting it. After collecting the monolith goo, Fang Yuan could obtain 3,900 battle merits, raising his position on the battle merit board by over 20 places. Of course, the goo of Xishan, Mo Yan, and Jin Shu were more precious than the monolith goo. But the Xishan group had Yue Chang, who had the snake communication goo and could use heat to scout. Fang Yuan's invisibility was useless against the snake communication goo. As for Mo Yan, she was a stronger investigative goo master than Shi, with more varied methods. She had completed the clan's mission to observe the wolf's nest many times. The Qinshu group did not have a strong investigative goo master. But because of Gu Fangjing's existence, the clan would definitely have an elder secretly following and protecting them. If Fang Yuan wanted to lure them there, he would be seeking his own death. As for the other 2 village goo masters, Fang Yuan was not too familiar with them. Framing someone was not an easy job. After choosing left and right, he finally chose a few groups. After following them for a long time, he finally found this suitable opportunity. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when the sounds of battle entered his ears. He opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone from his eyes. It's this boring scene again. He was sleeping at the edge of the cliff, and slightly turned his body to look at the scene in the valley. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, he suddenly saw a figure. Eh? His eyes flashed with a surprised light. He saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against the tree, eating a wild fruit that he had picked. He was coldly looking at the battle below, indifferent. Bai Ningbing's interest was immediately piqued. He had never met a person like Fang Yuan. Since young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and intoxicated with emotions. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a familiar sense of loneliness and coldness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. The wild fruit was obtained by Fang Yuan himself. With his experience, he could naturally tell if it was poisonous or not. The wild fruit was juicy, sour, and sweet. Fang Yuan was eating when his right ear twitched. He heard movement, and it was right beside him. And Ningbing was sleeping on a higher level of the cliff, and there was no movement because the flesh-hearing ear grass could not sense him. Now he moved his feet. He was immediately discovered by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity, and he turned his body to look. He saw a white-haired, white-clothed young man using an ice blade to stab into the cliff, sliding down and landing not far from him. Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and he immediately recognized this person. Qing Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai Village's rise. During rank 2, he killed the rank 3 clan elder, and now he has rank 3 cultivation at such a young age. He is the key person who changed Qing Mountain's situation by himself. If it was any other group master, facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would definitely change, either nervous or fearful. But Fan Yuan's gaze only glanced at him for a moment before looking back at the valley. His expression was still calm, as if he was indifferent. It was all because Fan Yuan knew Bai Ningbing's background and secrets. He knew it clearly. Oh. Bai Ningbing walked over. He stared at Fan Yuan in a daze, his mouth slightly open and his voice dragged. He stared at Fan Yuan curiously, as if he was looking at something he had never seen before. He walked closer, and the more he looked at Fan Yuan, the brighter his eyes became, and the more interested he felt. This person's body. Why is there a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. It feels like a long time ago. This is the feeling of a friend. Bai Ningbing's heart was stirred. Friend. He had always disdained and despised this word. Even despised it. He had never thought he would have friends. Those mortals around him could only look up to him. How could they have the qualifications to be his friend? Bai Ningbing had always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This feeling was extremely mysterious, but he was sure it was this feeling. Because when he looked at Fan Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing's distance was a little too close. Fan Yuan turned his eerie black eyes and stared at him indifferently. Out of nowhere, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of Fan Yuan's gaze. This was a gaze that warned him. He quickly stopped his footsteps and stared blankly at Fan Yuan rudely, saying at the same time, "Hey, you really are an interesting person. If the Bai clan Gu master who was familiar with him was here, they would definitely go crazy after hearing this." Since young, Bai Ningbing had never said such words of praise to someone. Fan Yuan ignored him, munching on a wild fruit as he watched the intense battle in the valley. Bai Ningbing walked around Fan Yuan, carefully observing him. It was like he was looking at the world's most novel food. He looked at Fan Yuan from all angles, and suddenly squatted down, looking at Fan Yuan from below. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, his crystal-like white hair hanging on the ground. He did not care. His white robe dragged on the ground, but he did not care either. At this moment, he was like an innocent child looking at his playmate, curiously looking at Fan Yuan's expression. He wanted to speak a few times, but could not. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fan Yuan, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that there was no need to say them, because he felt that Fan Yuan would understand. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth doubtfully. "The battle in the valley is not interesting at all. What is there to see?" But halfway through his words, his eyebrows rose up, showing an expression of understanding. "I understand. You were the one who lured these wolves here, and you want to kill these Gu masters. But why didn't you do it yourself? Oh, you are afraid of leaving behind evidence. You are too cautious. From your aura, I can tell that you are already a rank 2. If I were you, I would kill them if I wanted to, and would have done it long ago." Suddenly, he laughed, like a child who had found the most fun toy in the world. His eyebrows danced in joy. "You are really an interesting person, and the things you do are also interesting. I am starting to like you." Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing again. He understood this person, because this person was also a natural-born demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the secular world, ignoring all living beings, surrounded by loneliness, disdaining emotions. This person was like a reflection of Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan was more profound, while he, Bai Ningbing, was pure. Simply put, they were the same kind of person. In his previous life's memories, after the 3 clans survived the wolf tide, it was this man who exterminated the 3 clans, causing the lively Qing Mao Mountain to turn into an icy hell. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, slowly saying, "You must be very lonely." Bai Ningbing's eye sockets bulged, squatting on the ground, nodding his head and sighing in agreement. "Yes, these days are super boring. Some time ago, I killed the Xiong clan Gu master. It was quite interesting, so I took this Gu worm. Take a look." He was like a cute child, taking out a plundered Gu, as showing his new toy to his companion. Fan Yuan glanced at the plundered duo in his hand, laughing. So, you want to kill me? Bai Ning's eyes turned from black pupils to blue crystals. He jumped up and stood up straight. Ha ha! He raised his head and laughed, then said to Fan Yuan with an excited expression, You know! That's right, I want to kill you. Come and kill me. A battle of life and death is the most interesting thing, and to meet such an interesting person like you, I swear I have never done such an interesting thing. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly opening his arms and sighing. I feel that my life has never been so exciting. Thank you, although I don't know your name. Thank you for letting me kill you. Hee hee. Chapter 136. Don't worry, you are only rank 2. I won't take advantage of you. I will also suppress my cultivation to rank 2. Come, let's have a fair fight. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally as he shouted. Facing the crazed Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan's expression was calm. He stared at Bai Ningbing, his tone indifferent. If you want to kill me, then come. Saying so, Fan Yuan took a small step forward, his body like a willow leaf falling from a high place. Bai Ningbing's laughter stopped abruptly, his embarrassment turning into anger. Don't you run! He immediately ran, chasing after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly without making a sound, running straight towards the valley. The two charged into the valley, one in front and one behind. The wolf pack raged, attacking Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing one after another. Of the two masters who were forced into the valley, one had already died. The remaining 4 saw the wolf pack's movements, and their faces immediately showed joy. One of them even shouted, Brothers, hold on! Someone is coming to support us! Why are there only 2? They saw Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's blurry figures. It's him! As they got closer, Ryu Mansher's expression changed. He recognized Fan Yuan. It was this man who defeated him in front of everyone. That pair of eyes evoked the nightmare in the deepest part of his heart. He would never forget Fan Yuan. He once swore that he would work hard and get back at him. But now, Fan Yuan personally came to save him. This added a complicated feeling to Ryu Mansher's heart. Wait a minute, the second person is... They quickly recognized Bai Ningbing, each of them showing a shocked expression. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing! Ryu Mansher's eyes opened wide. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing again under such circumstances. Bastard, stop right there! Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Fan Yuan turned a deaf ear, moving through the wolf pack. His entire body was glowing with white jade light, resisting the biting and scratching of the lightning wolves. But because of this, the primeval essence in his aperture was decreasing rapidly. Not far behind him, Bai Ningbing also breathed out water vapor from her nostrils, forming a spherical water shield that covered her entire body. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the water shield. The force of impact was neutralized by the flowing water above them. Then, they took advantage of the momentum and were flung out. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's cultivation was rank 3, but her performance was mediocre. According to his words, it seemed that he had really taken the initiative to suppress his cultivation and only used the power of a second-stage professional to deal with Fan Yuan. With the strength of a second-stage professional, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fan Yuan's, and she had a lot more quintessential essence. However, as he trudged through the wolf pack, he was getting further and further away from Fan Yuan. The key reason was the difference in strength between the two sides. Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing was slightly weaker. Fan Yuan was able to withstand the charge of a pack of wolves and kept moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water vapor shield. Although it could neutralize a portion of the impact, it could not be like Fan Yuan, who could directly charge out and create a path. Howl! The bold lightning wolf's attention was also attracted by Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, and the ordinary lightning wolves around it parted like the tide, creating a path. The bold lightning wolf moved its fur limbs, charging straight towards Fan Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped masters could not help but show expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, who was behind Fan Yuan, he saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. But the next moment, Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan's figure ripple like water, and then disappeared from his vision. His laughter stopped abruptly. The two masters at the bottom of the valley were also in an uproar. The bold lightning wolf had lost track of Fang Yuan. With an angry roar, it did not stop and charged towards Bai Ningbing. A smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face again. Interesting. You are really interesting. Ha ha ha. Then let's treat this as an appetizer before the main course. Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned from black to blue, like the blue sky. He stood on one leg, extending his ice blade horizontally and starting to spin. The slender ice blade drew out rays of sword light. The light rays flashed in the air, forming a magnificent scene like a tornado. The snow-white blade formed an ice storm, wreaking havoc in the wolf pack. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the storm, and were cut into pieces of minced meat. But not much blood splattered, as the blood had already been frozen by the icy cold air. The bold lightning wolf howled, its ferocity aroused. The goo worm residing on its body also started to show its might, causing its whole body to be covered in golden electric currents. Its fur stood up, and the golden electric currents were like chains, wrapping around its body and limbs, forming a crude chain armor. Its foreclaws moved, and like a golden meteor, it fiercely charged into the ice blade storm. Bam! With a thunderous explosion, the ice blade storm suddenly stopped. A broken section of the ice blade flew into the air, and with a cheese sound, it stabbed into a mountain rock. The white frost spread everywhere. The bold lightning wolf fell to the ground, its heart pierced by the ice blade. Such a fatal attack had already caused it to die. Bai Ningbing left, and slowly retracted the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade had already broken in half, and the remaining blade was full of cracks and nicks. But he did not care, and only stretched out his left hand and lightly touched it. An icy cold air emitted from his left hand, starting from the handle and gently stroking upwards. Everywhere it passed, the ice blade was renewed, its sharpness restored. At the same time, a new blade formed on the broken section. The bold lightning wolf was dead, and the wolf pack dispersed. But Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai's life-saving grace. A few masters took the initiative to greet Bai Ningbing. Only Yuan Mancher stayed on the spot, his expression fluctuating. Back then, he was defeated by Bai Ningbing, and was extremely unwilling to accept it, and was released by the latter. Now that he had refined the monolith goo, and met Bai Ningbing again. But right now, he no longer had the confidence to challenge the latter. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and suddenly shook his arm. The ice blade drew a few shining blade lights in the air. The three Yu masters were caught off guard, not expecting Bai Ningbing to actually kill them. They had an expression of disbelief as they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Yuan Mancher roared in anger and shock. Killing people, what kind of brain do you have? Can't you see it's so obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Damn bastard. Yuan Mancher clenched his fists, showing his anger. He gritted his teeth and scolded. Our three clans have already formed an alliance, and you dare to kill our Yuan clan. This is a violation of the alliance. Whatever you want, come at me. I will accept it. Forget it. It's time to settle the grudge from back then. Saying so, Yuan Mancher screamed, and took a few big steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith goo with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulged, forming a thick rock skin. His entire appearance had completely turned into a stone man, courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his hand and slashing down. The sharp ice blade slashed down from above. First, it slashed at Yuan Mancher's head, then between his eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, throat, chest, all the way down. Rock fragments flew, and when the ice blade reached his abdomen, it broke again. But the icy cold air had already frozen all the life in Yuan Mancher's body. Plop! He fell to the ground, as dead as he could be. The rock skin on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Bai Ningbing shook his wrist that was in pain. He had almost forgotten about letting Mansher go. He shook his head slightly and turned around. Facing the empty valley, he shouted, "You can come out. You want to kill these two masters, I'll do it for you. Come. Let's have a life and death battle." Bai Ningbing had just finished speaking when Fan Yuan's figure appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze turned heated, and he raised the ice blade in his hand, charging towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered silently, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing scolded, chasing relentlessly. During the chase, Fan Yuan led Bai Ningbing to the nearest battlefield. Xionglei's group was fighting with the bold lightning wolf pack. This wolf pack was of course attracted by Fan Yuan. Everyone put in more effort. This wolf pack can't hold on any longer. The southeast direction sent out the signal "Gu." It has already been some time. They need our help. Xiongli was trying to boost the morale, but he stopped halfway through his speech. He saw Fan Yuan, as well as Bai Ningbing behind him. Ever since Fan Yuan admitted defeat, Xiongli no longer put Fan Yuan in his heart. Thus, his gaze quickly moved past Fan Yuan and towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing. Xionglei's eyes were filled with rage. Once he saw the white-haired young man in white clothes, his heart was filled with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he attacked. Especially when he purposely suppressed his cultivation to two. Xiongli was caught off guard and lost the battle. His personal bravery and the clan's glory were all trampled by Bai Ningbing. To him, this was a huge humiliation. How could he not be angry? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing after Fan Yuan, Xiongli suddenly said. He was short, with the round bald head that seemed to shine. Xiongli was the same age as Fan Yuan. He had big great aptitude, and was the Xiong clan's #1 genius newcomer. He was also rank 2 now, and after many experiences, he had already grown. Xiong suppressed his urge to attack. Fan Yuan was only a member of the Yue clan, and not their Xiong clan. Although there was a 3-clan alliance, there was still a difference in intimacy. Since it was a fight between outsiders, it would be best if they did not implicate themselves. Xionglei's group was prepared to watch from the side, but how could Fan Yuan not expect this? His one sentence completely changed their stance. Fan Yuan quickly approached Xionglei's group, shouting in a panicked tone, "I saw the plunder on him. Protect me. Bai Ningbing wants to silence me." Chapter 137. What? Xiongli lost his voice. Plunder Gu? Only one person on Qing Mountain has this Gu worm, and that is my cousin Xiong Zhan. Xiong Zhang's expression darkened. Xiongli squeezed his eye tightly, his eyes flashing fiercely. Others were afraid of Bai Ningbing, so was he. But fear did not mean weakness or fear. In his heart, he had already prepared to sacrifice himself for the clan and fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your hands or not? He took a big step forward, allowing Fan Yuan to pass by him and face Bai Ningbing directly. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. So what if it is? Xiong Zhang's expression was gloomy as he questioned. Speak. How on earth did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands? Xiongli also said, Bai Ningbing, I respect you as a senior, but you secretly took our Xiong clan's Gu worm and did not hand it over. You are openly violating the alliance agreement. Saying so, he waved his hand and a signal Gu appeared. With a bang, colorful fireworks burst out in the air. The colorful light from the fireworks shone on Bai Ningbing's face as he laughed loudly. What a bullshit alliance agreement. I have never cared about it. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and found the process interesting, so I collected it. Xiong Zhan heard this and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Roaring in a low voice, he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you watched as my cousin died in battle, but didn't do anything. You bastard! The 5 people in the group were all one. If for public or private reasons, Xiongli group was at odds with Bai Ningbing. Battle was unavoidable, and the scene was chaotic. On one hand, Bai Ningbing was under the joint attack of the 5 people in Xiongli group. On the other hand, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and still had to face the lightning wolves' bites. Fan Yuan left the battlefield and stood at a distance, watching calmly. The wolf pack moved like a huge millstone. The 6 Gu masters fought without any regard for themselves, and if they were slightly careless, they would end up in the wolf's mouth. Xiongjiang activated the roaming zombie Gu, and his eyes turned green. Xiongli's eyes were red, while Bai Ningbing's eyes were blue like crystals. The battle between the 3 of them became the most intense part of the entire battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's power, Xiongjiang turned into a zombie, and her defense against water and ice rose sharply, barely blocking Bai Ningbing's attacks. Meanwhile, Xiongli activated the Grand Bear Gu, and with the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were extremely ferocious. With just 2 or 3 punches, even Bai Ningbing's water barrier would be destroyed. As for the other 3 Xiong clan Gu masters, they could not interfere in this battle and could only do their best to deal with the lightning wolves. The bold lightning wolf attracted by Fan Yuan could have been easily taken down, but now it had become a huge threat. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done! Xiongjiang roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Humph you! Bai Ningbing laughed coldly as she nimbly leaped backwards to increase the distance between them. At the same time, she swung her left hand and threw out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicle hit Xiongjiang's body, but Xiongjiang didn't feel any pain. When he turned into a zombie, even if his arms and legs were broken, he would not feel any pain. The icicle's cold air could freeze a normal person and slow their movements, but he felt a wave of cold comfort. Zombies were in physiques and couldn't resist fire, lightning, or the sun, but they had enough resistance to this cold air. Bai Ningbing, you still want to toy with us in such a situation? Show me your true strength! Xiongli shouted angrily. Since the start of the battle, Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation, only showed the strength of a rank 2 Gu master. At the same time, the Gu worms she used were mostly rank 2. This made Xiongli feel like he was being looked down upon, and the resulting humiliation made his anger burn even more fiercely. You small fries, how can you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, and her attacks became fiercer, but she still suppressed her strength and didn't use a single rank 3 Gu worm. Fan Yuan, who was watching from afar with his arms crossed, had a clear understanding in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't. Bai Ningbing, he has a northern dark eye soul physique. According to this world's oldest legends, all humans were the descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. No 2 people are the same, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that people pay attention to the most is aptitude. A person with cultivation aptitude, when they become a Gu master, can rise above others. Those without cultivation aptitude are mortals, living at the lowest level of society, trampled and toyed with. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 4 grades: a grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. This was already known to the world. But in fact, above a grade, there are even more outstanding aptitudes. As for this news, it was a secret. Clans would never publicize it, and only those with a certain status in society would know of it. Xiongli and the rest naturally wouldn't know, and even the clan elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fan Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life, and had already broken away from his mortal body, so he naturally knew of this. There are 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they are called the 10 extreme physiques. Before the human ancestor completely died, he had 10 children. His eldest son is Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter is Guyua Desolate Een. Among them, there is one called Northern Dark Eye Soul. Renzu's legend is both true and false, and it reveals many secrets of a Gu master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 children represent 10 different types of aptitudes. Fan Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques surpasses the great aptitudes. The most outstanding A-grade aptitudes can store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques can store 100% primeval essence in their aperture. But all things are in balance, and the 10 extreme physiques with 100% primeval essence are too perfect, and heaven and earth do not allow their existence. In Zeus' story, none of his 10 children had a long life. In reality, guru masters with the 10 extreme aptitudes all die young, and it is very difficult for them to grow. Of course, if they truly grow to rank 6, they will be able to dominate those of the same rank, and even achieve the miracle of surpassing ranks when they are rank 6. By being with the northern dark ISO physique is like this. 100% primeval essence causes his aperture to be unable to bear the burden, and is in danger of collapsing at any time. To reduce this danger, Ning Bing has to cultivate and use primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls, so that it can bear 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and extremely shocking. However, the higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the primeval essence, and the greater the pressure on the aperture, which in turn causes the danger to increase. Ning Bing is like a lone boat floating on the sea. He has no fresh water, and can only drink seawater to relieve his thirst. The seawater is salty, and will absorb the original moisture in his body, causing him to become more and more thirsty. The more Ning Bing cultivates, the closer he is to self-destruction. But he cannot cultivate. The clan's expectations, and the assassination attempts from Xiong village and Gyue village force him to become stronger and stronger. As someone with the northern dark ISO physique, he should understand his situation. Knowing that he does not have much time left, and that his death is certain, he develops such a character. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This is no doubt a type of irony. Overly outstanding aptitude does not allow guru masters to rise to the top, but instead becomes the main culprit for their demise. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everyone needs to drink and eat, but if you eat and drink too much, you will die from overeating. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter what world, there is no true perfection. There is no true perfect love, and there is no true perfect work. If it is too perfect, it will lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Ning Bing's cultivation unavoidably reached rank 4 realm. Finally, his aperture was unable to bear the burden of primeval essence, and self-detonated. The 10 extreme physiques cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, and the self-detonation of a heaven-defying object was like a swan song, with extraordinary power. It directly killed everyone in the 3 villages, and turned the whole Qingmao mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, at that time, Fang Yuan, who had average cultivation, was bullied by Fang Jing, and could only join the caravan and escape by luck. To delay the arrival of death, Ning Bing used goo worms to dilute his rank 3 white silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he rarely used rank 3 goo worms, because activating a rank 3 goo worm once expended a large amount of red steel primeval essence, resulting in a lack of stamina. Instead, it was better to use multiple rank 2 goo worms consecutively, which would be of greater help to Ning Bing in battle. This was the real reason why Ning Bing suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength but still restrained himself and put himself in danger, that would be something only a retard would do. Ning Bing was intelligent and quick-witted, and was nurtured with great effort, receiving a good education. How could he do such a foolish thing? It was just that he was so young, and his character was indeed different from normal people. But for a person who was about to die, what was there to worry about when he did things? It was because of this unrestrained and unbridled nature that he was not assimilated by the organization system, and developed a demonic heart. Otherwise, with this kind of living environment, where everyone looked forward to him, nurtured him with great effort, surrounded by glory, surrounded by strong enemies, and with a bright future, he would have long been assimilated by the organization, and developed the temperament of a leader. Ning Bing was actually a very pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had never thought of dealing with him. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would not mind making use of him first, and get rid of this troublemaker in advance. The battle in the field was still going on. In just a short while, the situation had already changed. The bold lightning wolf was exterminated by Binding Bing, and the wolf pack scattered and fled. The healing goo master in Xiong Li's group also fell under Binding Bing's blade, and he paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to be fractured, hanging down powerlessly in the following battle. But these did not hinder him from having the upper hand now. Xiong Li was a first-rate lead among rank 2 masters, and his strength was on par with Xing Shu and Xi Shan. Xiong Jian was a newly emerged defensive expert, while Xiong Lin was a genius newcomer, and now also had rank 2 battle strength. Adding in another group master, the 4 of them were still suppressed by Binding Bing together. Binding Bing had already fought a battle earlier, and expended a lot of red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he killed the bold lightning wolf and the healing new master, and lost the ability to move his right arm. He could only abandon the ice blade in his right hand, and use his left hand instead. This way, he could only temporarily put aside the method of using his left hand to activate the ice all. Thus, his offensive ability was reduced by almost half. Under such circumstances, he still had the upper hand, and his advantage was becoming more and more stable. It is, after all, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Although the primeval essence was diluted with goo worms, and also sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still preserved. The longer the battle, the greater his advantage. Fan Yuan watched, saying inwardly, "With my current battle strength, it is not enough to defeat him." Fan Yuan admitted to this point. Fan Yuan only had C-grade talent, and 44% primeval essence. Even the B-grade talents Xiong Li, Xiong Lin, and Xiong Jian would be suppressed by Binding Bing if they fought together. It could be imagined that Fan Yuan's situation would be even more difficult than Xiong Li and the rest when facing Binding Bing alone. But not being able to defeat you does not mean I cannot kill you. Fan Yuan laughed coldly as he thought of this. This was the wisdom accumulated from 500 years of experience. Even though they were somewhat similar shadows. But compared to him, this 100-year-old demon, Binding Bing was only a little demon that was prematurely matured by cruel fate. Chapter 138. Cold air spread everywhere. Ice blades danced. Iron fists roared. Flames howled. The battle between Xiong Li's group and Binding Bing had reached its climax. The battle did not last long. But as Binding Bing's pressure increased, Xiong Li and the rest felt that time was long and unbearable. Xiong Jiang's expression was gloomy, Xiong Lin's head was covered in cold sweat, and Xiong Li's gaze was solemn. At this point, even Xiong Li had to suppress his anger and admit Binding Bing's strength. Even though Binding Bing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only used rank 2 worms to fight, the battle strength he displayed was not something they could contend with even if they worked together. In fact, Binding Bing had not used his full strength yet. This was not intentional, but he had to keep a hand to guard against Fan Yuan. To Xiong Li and the rest, their motive was simple. They only wanted to kill Binding Bing. But to Binding Bing, the situation was complicated. He had to fight with Xiong Li's group on one hand, and defend against Fan Yuan's sneak attack on the other. He had personally seen Fan Yuan use the stealth scales goo, thus he had to split his concentration to guard against Fan Yuan's attack. But up until now, Fan Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave already? Impossible! Although this is the first time we met, he is not someone who will easily give up. He will definitely make a move. He is just waiting for an opportunity. Binding Bing waved his ice blades, suppressing Xiong Li's counterattack as he thought rapidly. Not only did he have to fight with Xiong Li's group in terms of strength, he also had to fight with Fan Yuan's wits. Fan Yuan's delay in making a move gave him more and more pressure. An unsheathed sword was the most dangerous, because no one knew where the sword would stab. Although Fan Yuan did not make a move and watched the battle from afar, he had been pulling Binding Bing's concentration from start to finish. If not for this, Xiong Li's group would have lost long ago, and would not have lasted until now. This Binding Bing is quite quick-witted. First, he cleanly killed Bold Lightning Wolf, making me one less pawn to use. Then, he risked his injuries to kill the healing Goo Master in Xionglei's group. All of this was the wisest and correct choice. Although he's fighting fiercely with Xiongli and the others, he's still guarding against me. In the shadow of the distant forest, Fan Yuan crossed his arms and watched from afar, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. But he was not anxious at all. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Bai Ningbing's combat strength would be consumed. The recovery speed of the 10 extreme physiques was much faster than the first-grade physiques. But there would still be consumption. The longer Fan Yuan waited, the more primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture would be consumed, and more the scales of victory would tip towards Fan Yuan. If the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture was used up, so what if she had the northern dark eye soul physique? One crescent blade was enough to behead him. Fan Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was also well aware of it. Although he had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with the cold light, and he took a big step back, pulling a distance away from Xiongli and the others. Then, his Adam's apple rolled up, as if something had been regurgitated from his stomach into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and then he opened his mouth with difficulty. An ice blue bird peeked his head out from between his white teeth. Its lively eyes looked around, and soon found someone's gaze. It came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, and with the flap of its broad and strong wings, it flew towards Xiongli. The blue ice bird was very cute, looking like a pigeon. But when Xiongli and the others saw it, their faces turned pale. Rank 3 blue bird ice coffin goo? Dodge! Xiongli and the others hurriedly dodged, but this blue ice bird was different from the crescent blade. Once it was sent out, it would automatically lock onto the enemy. Bam! It crashed into the logistics Goo Master in Xionglei's group and exploded. The surging cold air spread everywhere, and a dazzling blue light lit up the battlefield. In the next second, the blue light dissipated, revealing a translucent ice cube with a trace of blue. The Goo Master was sealed in the ice cube. His face still had the panic and fear from before his death, but he had already lost all signs of life. It was not that Bai Ningbing did not have a rank 3 goo worm, but once he used it, the rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be greatly consumed, and he would not be able to display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. This made it easier for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack in the following period of time. But Xiongli and the others were already scared stiff by this blue bird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing did not continue his attack, but turned around and tried to leave the battlefield. This was a wise move. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have guts. Brother Xiong Xian was also killed by him. Kill him and take revenge for Brother Xiong Xian. Xiongli and the others shouted angrily, but could not catch up. Originally, the four of them could barely form an encirclement, but now that they lost one person, the encirclement was broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this moment, a moonlight flew out from dense grass, and at the same time, a figure pounced out. Clang! Bai Ningbing waved the weapon in his hand, dispersing the moonblade. But his abdomen was kicked by the person, and he staggered back 3 steps. Using this time, Xiongli and the others rushed over again, surrounding Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not even look at Xiongli and the others, but stared at the person, laughing coldly. You finally appeared. It's Fan Yuan. Xionglin's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope. Fan Yuan, you did well. Xiongjiang was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Xiongli was silent. He looked crude, but his thoughts were much more meticulous than normal people. Fan Yuan did not make a move earlier. Now he suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle? This thought made him feel slightly uneasy. Fan Yuan had a smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp, but his heart was slightly heavy. Bai Ningbing's action of retreat was to force him to appear. Fan Yuan was well aware of his plan, seeing through it at a glance, so what? He had to appear. Fan Yuan naturally saw Xiong Li's expression, and he had expected it. Don't worry, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've already informed the clan. As long as we hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive. Xiong Li immediately felt relieved. Xiong Lin and Xiong Zhang's fighting spirit increased greatly, while Bai Ningbing suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha! So his name is Fan Yuan. What an interesting guy. I want to kill you more and more. I'm afraid you can't do it. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead. You're dead this time. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth and rammed into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you're too arrogant. I'll make you pay the price today. Xiong Lin shouted angrily, circling to Bai Ningbing's back. Fan Yuan, step back a little and hold the line for us. Just stop Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fan Yuan interfered, it would instead destroy their tacit cooperation. The battle began again. Fan Yuan's expression was cold, and he continued to attack, ignoring Xiong Li's words. Xiong Li and the other two were originally frowning. An outsider's attack would cause the battle formation to become chaotic. There would be mistakes in cooperation. But Fan Yuan's every attack was sharp and ruthless, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of opportunities, which was a huge help to them. At first, Xiong Li still roared at him, but very quickly, Xiong Li himself closed his mouth. His originally tightly frowned brows raised slightly, showing his surprise towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not attack much, but he always hit the vital points of the battle. Once a master-level method was displayed, he immediately gained control of the battle situation. Xiong Li's group of 5 was at a disadvantage against Bai Ningbing, and even killed 2 of his members. But once Fan Yuan joined in, he cooperated with Xiong Li and the other 2, firmly suppressing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, go and die! Xiong Li let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air, and landed heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a fist, and fiercely smashed towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fan Yuan appeared in time, and at the same time shot out a moon blade, blocking the direction in which he attempted to jump. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to take Xiong Li's heavy attack head-on. Water shield goo. He breathed out 2 streams of water vapor from his nostrils, immediately forming a water ball barrier around his body. With the boom, Xiong Li's heavy fist hit the barrier and immediately broke it. But because of this, his fist lost all momentum, allowing Bai Ningbing to survive this crisis. Even so, Xiong Li still glanced at Fan Yuan, his eyes showing deep admiration. If not for Fan Yuan's ingenious coordination, his attack would have been dodged by Bai Ningbing. He would not have forced Bai Ningbing to fight so recklessly, indirectly causing his primeval essence to be depleted. Water shield goo again. Fan Yuan did not care about Xiong Li's gaze, focusing on Bai Ningbing, his brows slightly furrowed. It was this water shield goo that repeatedly allowed Bai Ningbing to escape from danger. The defensive ability of the water shield goo was even better than the white jade goo. But it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it had to be in a spherical shape, and rely on flowing water to continuously reduce the force and spread the damage. Only then would it be able to display its greatest defensive ability. If Bai Ningbing's back was against the mountain wall, he would not be able to form a spherical barrier, and his defensive ability would be greatly reduced. There were many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but Bai Ningbing had always been careful, and had never been forced into a corner. As long as I break this water shield goo, Bai Ningbing will be in a predicament. But what should I do? Just as Fan Yuan was thinking, Bai Ningbing suddenly opened his mouth, and another blue ice bird flew up from his mouth. Xiong Li and the rest were afraid of this attack, but Fan Yuan had no fear. He snorted coldly, and shot out a moon blade. With a bang, the moon blade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing gave a low growl. He was too close, and after the ice bird exploded, the shockwave hit him instead. The shockwave sent him flying, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, half of his left arm was frozen, and he lost his ability to fight. Perfect opportunity! She only saw this, and his eyes shone with the bright light. He shouted, "Go die!" His hands formed a fist, and punched towards Bai Ningbing. This attack was extremely powerful, and Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, unable to display even half of the water shield Gu's defensive ability. If he was hit in the head by this fist, he, Bai Ningbing, would die instantly, and there would be no second outcome. Chapter 139. Seeing that Xiong fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang revealed joyful expressions. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out. The flesh on his right hand and forearm suddenly turned into a transparent light blue ice, and from the outside, his bones could be seen clearly. His fingers formed a palm blade, and like lightning, he directly pierced Xiong Li's heart. Xiong Li's bouncing body was immediately stopped. His eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Xiong Li! The sudden turn of events made Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin unable to accept it. Do you really think that my right arm was really fractured by your punch? How naive! I have already used the rank 3 ice muscle Gu to cultivate this ice muscle, and its defense is outstanding. The reason why I kept pretending was only to give someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a disdainful smile. At the end of his words, he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and he also stared at him. Puff. Bai Ningbing. She only opened his mouth and spat out his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's hand emitted cold air and directly froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Despicable and treacherous fellow, I'll fight you to the death. Xiong Lin personally witnessed Xiong Li's death, and under the immense pain and agony, he erupted like a volcano, charging towards Bai Ningbing without a care. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, stopping Xiong Lin. The leader is already dead. We are no longer his match. Quickly leave. I'll hold up the rear. Xiong Jiang forcefully endured the pain and shouted, Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin stood blankly on the spot, his eyes red. Xiong Jiang waved his hand, throwing him behind him, and then took a step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Death Gu. The shadow under his feet suddenly came to life, and strangely distorted, connecting to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have Shadow Ban Gu. Once I am injured, Bai Ningbing will also be injured. He won't be able to kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you're still young, and your talent is even better than King Leader and I. Hurry up and leave. Xiong Jiang's eyes locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted, Big brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he not know the drawbacks of the Shadow Bond Gu? In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had also used this Gu worm, but as long as Bai Ningbing had enough distance, the shadow would break. Xiong Jiang's words were just to comfort him. Moreover, right now, Xiong Jiang didn't have enough Xing Yuan and had already consumed a lot of it. Even the roaming zombie Gu stopped activating. Xiong Lin's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He turned around and glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Fang Yuan didn't answer. He just stared at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right hand. After a while, his right hand returned to normal. He sneered in a mocking tone. Reinforcements? If they were here, they would have arrived long ago. These words are a lie. TSK, you two are more naive than the other. You really think a small trick like the Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He disdainfully looked at the shadow under his feet, not caring at all. Fan Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fists, his eyes spewing fire as he roared. Fan Yuan ignored him and looked at Bai Ningbing, his lips curling into a knowing smile. That move just now must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? After fighting for so long, how much primeval essence is left in your aperture? The goo worm that she only used for defense was only slightly weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade goo, but it was directly penetrated by Ning Bing. Such an attack was clearly not something a rank 2 goo worm could possess. According to the scene just now, Fang Yuan guessed that Ning Bing should have used the rank 3 frost demon goo. This goo was very powerful and was famous among the rank 3 goo worms. But if it was used excessively, it would harm the user. Joint problems were only a minor symptom, but in serious cases, the body's muscles would be frozen, thus it needed to be used together with other goo worms. Ning Bing had said earlier that his skin had already become ice muscles, and could resist frost and cold. Using this frost demon goo could be said to complement each other. But Ning Bing had used rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 goo worm, and would definitely consume a lot of primeval essence. But he had to use such a strong method to break the stalemate. Ning Bing's expression changed slightly. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his primeval essence, allowing Fang Yuan to see through him. Thus, after killing Xiongli, he did not attack immediately, but used words to gain time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding calmly and admitting, "That's right. I do not have much primeval essence left. I endured not using my right arm to bait you into attacking. But you did not fall for it, hee hee. The real battle has just begun, isn't it?" Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. If Ning Bing denied this, he could attack boldly. But now, Ning Bing directly admitted it, with a fearless expression. Other than Ning Bing being a person who was about to die and was indifferent to life and death, he probably still had a strong trump card, thus giving him confidence. Ordinary goo masters would only have 3 to 5 goo worms. Even the likes of Qin Shu and Qi Shan were the same. There were exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Yuan had Moonglow Goo, White Jade Goo, Stealth Scales Goo, Four Flavor Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, with Communication Ear Grass and Iron Leaf Vitality Grass. He had as many as 7 goo worms in his hands. Ning Bing was the hope of the Bai clan, a top genius who possessed the northern Bark Eye Soul physique. From the start of his cultivation until now, he had received the clan's full support. His wealth was definitely much deeper than Fang Yuan's. From the start of the battle, he had already displayed at least 6 different goo worms. Fang Yuan was almost certain that he had other goo worms. And it was these goo worms that allowed him to remain calm despite his lack of primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome opponent was Ning Bing. Not only did he have talent, he was not afraid of death and had large numbers of goo worms. These 3 points were crucial to the outcome of a goo master's battle, especially goo worms. A strong goo worm, or a goo worm with strange abilities, could often allow a goo master to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Ning Bing's Trust Demon Goo was the rank 3 goo worm. Even Fang Yuan's White Jade Goo's defense could be penetrated by it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not fight Ning Bing directly. Fang Yuan used Yue, Measure, Xiongli, and the others to probe Ning Bing's abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In terms of talent, Fang Yuan was only C grade. Compared to Ning Bing, it was like heaven and earth. Ning Bing had started cultivating earlier, and with the clan's full support, his goo worms were even better than Fang Yuan's. In terms of temperament, Ning Bing, who was not afraid of death, was almost invulnerable. Between the two, Ning Bing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This was a fact that had to be acknowledged and accepted. But the reason why battles were exciting was because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not necessarily fall. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to win the weak, but he had to use all his methods and strength. Gu Yue and Nanshi are just the beginning, and Xiongli's group is not the end. Thinking in his heart, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. A moon blade flew out, and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Ning Bing's pupil shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face changed color. Fang Yuan's moon blade did not attack him, but beheaded Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly change sides. Ning Bing gave him too much pressure, and all his attention was focused on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence in his body, and to conserve it, he did not maintain the roaming zombie goo, which led to Fan Yuan's one-hit kill. Puff. Bai Ningbing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed out of his ears, nose, even the corners of his eyes. Since the start of the battle, this was the most serious injury he had suffered. Shadow Bond Goo. With the effect of damage linkage, no matter how much damage the Goo Master with the Shadow Bond Goo suffered, the linked person would suffer 1/10 of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang was dead, his injury would naturally be transmitted to Bai Ningbing through the Shadow Link. This kind of injury had a direct effect, and even if Bai Ningbing used the water shield Goo, he would not be able to block it effectively. Fan Yuan, what are you doing? A second later, Xionglan recovered from his daze, and he let out a shrill and angry roar. Fan Yuan ignored him, and his body shone with a white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had suffered such a serious injury, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His head was dizzy, and his battle strength fell sharply. He saw Fan Yuan charging towards him, and quickly retreated. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want to have a life and death battle with me? Fan Yuan chased closely behind him. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, and continued to run. He staggered, but forced himself to stay focused, ignoring Fan Yuan's provocation. Although he knew he was going to die, and was not afraid of death, he was not stupid. Danger was everywhere, but his heart became calmer. Xionglan stood on the spot, and did not choose to help Fan Yuan chase after Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing, and also hated Fan Yuan. Bai and Fan Yuan chased each other, traversing through the mountains and ridges. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually healed, and his nose and eyes no longer bled. At the same time, his staggered footsteps became lighter and lighter. He was not blindly running, but in the process, he secretly used school worms to heal his injuries. Fan Yuan chased, and was secretly shocked. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had almost used up all his primeval essence, but the time he gained along the way, the primeval essence he recovered was enough for him to heal his injuries. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. What kind of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he understood, the more determined Fan Yuan became to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonlow Goo. Fan Yuan threw out a moonblade, and the basin-sized eerie blue moonblade flew out, piercing through the air and emitting a whistling sound. Bai Ningbing heard the sound, and tried to dodge, but his arm was still cut. A wound appeared, and blood gushed out, but a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the wound, stopping the bleeding. Bai Ningbing had already cultivated ice muscles, and once this skin was formed, it was like the black and white boar Goo's strength, no longer needing primeval essence to support it. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. His old injuries could not be healed, but new ones appeared. Evidently, Fan Yuan wanted to torture him to death. Chapter 140. No one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. Fan Yuan, you are really interesting. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent coming from Fan Yuan made him feel like he could not breathe. To him, this was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, giving rise to a morbid excitement. Behind him, Fan Yuan was getting closer. Take this. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a black goo worm. Fan Yuan's footsteps slowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. But when he got closer, he found that this goo worm was Xiongjian's plunder goo. Pa! With a soft sound, Fan Yuan caught the goo worm in his hand. The plunder goo was a black beetle of normal size, with a pair of pincers at the front of its head. There were small white spots on its back. Spring-autumn cicadas or leaped, and with a spurt of primeval essence, the plunder goo was refined and kept in his aperture. He continued to chase. By Ningbing even used such a method, it meant that his injuries were severe, and he was at the end of his rope. But because of this pause, the distance that Fan Yuan had closed with great difficulty was pulled further apart. It is a pity that I lack a move in support of Goo Worm. If I had such a Goo Worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ning Bing long ago. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fan Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo in an instant? Bai Ning Bing was shocked. He had refined this plunder goo for many days, and although he had some progress, the process was difficult, and he did not succeed. This was because Xiong Zhan's death was indirectly related to him. This plunder goo was originated from Xiong Zhan, thus it hated Bai Ning Bing even more, and increased the difficulty of refining it. But Fan Yuan refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ning Bing saw this from the corner of his eye, and his heart turned cold and shocked. Some special goo worms could achieve such an effect. But Bai Ning Bing had never had one, but Fan Yuan had one. He couldn't help but fear Fan Yuan even more. The image of Fan Yuan in his heart became even more dangerous and mysterious. However, as time passed, Fan Yuan's heart sank. As time passed, Bai Ning Bing recovered more true essence, and her injuries became smaller and smaller. Fan Yuan's advantage over him would become smaller and smaller. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. If this continued, Bai Ning Bing's injuries and true essence would soon have a considerable recovery. Although Fan Yuan had been using the Moonflow Goo to heal his injuries, the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's aptitude was too outstanding and could be said to be blessed by heaven. The recovery rate of his Xinqi was even faster than Fan Yuan absorbing the Yuan Stone. Unless we encounter a pack of wolves ahead and are surrounded, or the appearance of a Goo Master group could temporarily block Bai Ning Bing. But if it's the Bai family's team, then I'll be in danger. Thoughts turned in Fan Yuan's mind, and he was already thinking of retreating. Their chase was very long, but they didn't encounter a pack of wolves or a Goo Master group. This meant that Bai Ning Bing, who knew the direction of escape, also had an investigative Goo Worm and was able to evade in advance. Jingmao Mountain was huge, and it could escape in all directions. Fan Yuan couldn't let Bai Ning Bing only choose one direction to escape in. The most important thing when facing the wolf tide is to stay together and not get separated by the wolf pack. Once we get separated, it'll be dangerous. Yu Yueqingxu said to Fan Jing as they hurried. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend and defeat them head-on. But if it's the frenzied lightning wolf pack, we need to retreat first, then use the signal goo and wait for the surrounding Goo Master groups to gather. We need at least 3 groups to have the confidence to defeat the frenzied lightning wolf pack. Of course, the opponent in the wolf tide is not only lightning wolves, but also Goo Masters. Saying so, Yu Yueqingxu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Obviously, it was Bai Ning Bing. These days, Bai Ning Bing went around challenging others, purposely suppressing his cultivation and only using rank 2 red steel primeval essence to find trouble with Xiongli, Qi Shan, and the others. In his words, Gu Yueqingxu was his next target. If we meet Bai Ning Bing, Gu Yueqingxu continued, if we can avoid fighting, it's best not to. When Fan Jing heard that, he could not help but feel indignant. In his heart, although Gu Yueqingxu looked gentle on the outside, he was strong on the inside and had his principles. From Gu Yueqingxu, he felt a strong sense of kinship. He respected and loved Gu Yueqingxu, and naturally didn't want Bai Ning Bing to surpass him. Everyone is talking about Bai Ning Bing. What kind of person is he? Fan Jing frowned and asked. The other 3 people in the group couldn't help but fall silent. Gu Yueqingxu smiled warmly at Fan Jing. He is Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius. Fan Jing, listen carefully. You are still young and have a great talent. You might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you grow up, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him. Do you still remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising your head sometimes, people need to lower their heads. Fan Jing looked at Qingxu, and when his gaze met Qingxu's gentle eyes, he nodded and replied, I understand. Don't worry, big brother Qingxu. That's good, Qingxu said, but suddenly the investigative Goo Master in the group said, not far ahead, there is a Goo Master running quickly. Everyone's expression changed. Healing Goo Master Gu Yaohong said with a serious expression, It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Let's go and save them. Fang Jing blurted out. Could it be by Ning Bing? Isn't he a lone wolf? It could be. It could also not be. But if it really is a lone Gu master, no matter what village he is from, he is our ally now. We should go and save them. Gu Yue Jingshu said, and took the lead to change their direction. The four people by his side naturally followed closely behind. But very quickly, the investigative Gu master said, It's not just one Gu master. Not far behind the first Gu master, there's another Gu master. So there are two Gu masters. Then it should be like the big sister Yao Hong said. It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Gu Yue Fang Jing heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Yue Jingshu's expression did not change, but the other three's expressions relaxed. Right now, if one looked from a bird's eye view, Jingshu group, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were getting closer to each other on the rugged mountain road. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. He had an investigative Gu worm, and sensed a 5-man Gu master group heading towards them. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had an investigative Gu worm, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. Every Gu worm only had one ability. There were advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Take Fan Yuan's earth communication ear grass for example. It was the same. It could hear sounds, and was most sensitive to footsteps. But it could not determine the gender of the person. And if a Gu master used the silent steps Gu to conceal their footsteps, he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who they were, Bai Ningbing chose to retreat for safety reasons. But this time, the situation was different. Jinshu group was made up of elites, and their investigative Gu masters were also skilled. There was someone. Soon after, Fan Yuan also sensed the existence of Jinshu group. As he ran, the whiskers on his right ear fluttered. Because he was not rooted at the ground, his investigative range was not even half of his peak. Bai Ningbing changed his direction again. But Jinshu group quickly changed their direction. This time, be it Bai Ningbing or Fan Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were smart, and immediately understood this unknown small group was the biggest change, and would definitely affect the final result of this battle. If it is a by-clan group, then I will immediately use the stealth scales Gu to retreat. But if it is from the other two villages, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with the cold light. He also knew that this choice of his carried an element of risk. If it was a by-clan Gu master with an invisibility detection method, then he would be in a desperate situation. But if he lost this opportunity, it would be hard to find another chance to kill Bai Ningbing. Moreover, no matter which Gu master it was, Fan Yuan had a 2/3 chance of winning, while Bai Ningbing only had a 1/3 chance. Fan Yuan had no reason not to take the gamble. As they ran, the two sides got closer. We're almost there, just behind that corner. The investigative Gu master pointed at the corner on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but slow down their footsteps, waiting for the upcoming rendezvous. A white figure suddenly turned the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing! Fang Jing blurted out. Of course, he had seen Bai Ningbing's portrait. The faces of the other four, even Qishu couldn't help but darken. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state. Looks like he encountered a frenzied lightning wolf pack. Serves him right. Alone in the wolf tide, what is he trying to do? For a moment, no one took the initiative to face him. Bai Ningbing's demeanor and actions clearly showed that she was running away. This made Jingshu and the others feel pleased when they saw this. But at this moment, Fan Yuan shouted from the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I will kill you today. He said this with the intention of probing. Using the earth communication ear grass, he knew that the other side of the corner was the unknown 5-man team. If it was the by-clan team, his question would naturally lead to an intense rebuttal. At the corner, Gu Yue, Jin Shu, and the others heard his words and stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is chasing after Bai Ningbing? Are you kidding me? How could something like this happen? Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, then who was the person behind him? Gu Yue, Yao Hong, and the others looked at each other, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Guyu and Fang Jing were surprised and suspicious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan had already turned the corner. Ha! Guyu and Qin Shu's originally serious expression suddenly froze. The other four had their eyes wide open, but when they saw Fang Yuan appear, their eyes almost fell out. This. Guyu and Yao Hong opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother! Fang Jing was flabbergasted. It's him? Even with Guyu and Qin Shu's extraordinary composure, they were also shocked. Chapter 141. Who was Binding Bing? The number one genius of Qing Mountain. With his strength alone, he changed the power structure of the three great clans. The moment he started cultivating, he took the lead, making all the A-grade geniuses pale in comparison. No one would doubt his future achievements. Even his enemies had no choice but to admit this. But now, someone was chasing after him, forcing him to flee in such a pathetic manner. This was something that Qin Shu and the rest did not expect. What made them even more shocked was that the person chasing after Binding Bing was Fang Yuan of the same clan. Their impression of Fang Yuan was still at the arena, and the incident where he helped the clan chase away the river-swallowing toad. And because Fang Yuan admitted defeat to Xiongli, it made them underestimate his true strength. When did Fang Yuan become so strong? The crowd found this hard to accept. Fang Yuan turned the corner. Guyu and Qin Shu. When he saw the figures of the Qin Shu team, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Looks like I've won this time. Binding Bing, looks like today is the day you die. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan shouted, Little brother, you're here. This is great. Quickly stop Binding Bing. Not only did he kill Xing Li's team, he also killed Guyu and Manshur and the rest of my clan. This is a heinous crime. What? Our three great clans have signed an alliance agreement. No, if it's Binding Bing, he can do anything he wants. I see. No wonder Fang Yuan could chase after Binding Bing. Qin Shu and the rest were shocked and enlightened. Looks like Binding Bing had lost his mind. After a few fierce battles, his battle strength had fallen to the lowest point, and Fang Yuan coincidentally gained the upper hand. Am I, Binding Bing, really going to die here? No, my primeval essence is barely enough to self-detonate frost demon parasites. I still have hope of winning. Binding Bing screamed in his heart. In front of him was the Qin Shu team, and behind him was Fang Yuan's pursuit. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, there was a rift between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. Of course, Fang Jing would not listen to Fang Yuan. But Binding Bing didn't know this. As an outsider, looking at Fang Jing and Fang Yuan's similar appearance, Binding Bing made a firm decision. He suddenly raised his right arm and poured all the primeval essence he had accumulated in his aperture into the frost demon dew in his right palm. The flesh and blood on his right arm once again turned into light blue ice. Outside the ice, one could clearly see his white arm bones. Bang! With a loud explosion, Binding Bing's entire right arm suddenly exploded. For a moment, clouds of mist rose, and a strong chill spread in all directions. Kasha! In this hot summer, pure white frost spread on the narrow mountain path, covering the soil and swallowing the trees. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. He actually abandoned his entire right arm. Fang Jing was stunned by Binding Bing's ruthlessness. Quickly retreat. Guyu and Qin Shu grabbed Fang Jing and quickly retreated. Large tracts of ice and frost surged towards them like waves. If they were really frozen, it would be troublesome. Not only the Qin Shu team, Fang Yuan was no exception. He retreated 100 steps before the frost gradually stopped. Originally, this mountain path was lush and verdant, with fragrant grass and lush trees. But now, it had become a world of frost. The trees were all frozen, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Fang Yuan stepped on the thick snow and walked into the center of the mountain path. He saw Binding Bing's entire body was frozen in ice. Like an insect in amber, his expression still showed his savagery, determination, and viciousness. He has already committed committed suicide? The Qin Shu team also rushed over. Seeing this, Fan Jing muttered, "No!" Qin Shu's expression was very solemn. Bai Ningbing has already cultivated ice muscles. This layer of ice will freeze him to death. Instead, it has become his protective armor, giving him time to recover. Fan Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing and swung his hand with a crescent blade. Crack. The crescent blade landed on the ice on Bai Ningbing's body, making a crisp sound. On the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide and long ice crystal, there was only a shallow knife mark. But soon, the chill in the ice crystal spread again, making up for the knife mark. Fan Yuan, is what she said true? Qin Shu turned his gaze to Fan Yuan and asked. Of course. Xiong Lin from the Xiongli team is still alive and can testify. We can't stay here for long. I'll tell you the details later. It's more important to leave this place first. Fan Yuan nodded and answered. He already had the intention to leave. He couldn't cut off this layer of ice crystal. Even if they worked together to remove it, it would take a lot of time and consume a lot of primeval essence. Once Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their battle strength would drop, while his primeval essence would be fully recovered. Once the battle started, the situation would not be optimistic. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Fan Jing couldn't help but ask loudly. Bai Ningbing has already lost his right arm. After the intense battle, his body and mind are exhausted. We can break this layer of ice crystal and at the same time launch the clan's signal goo. With the clan's strength, we can eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's heart moved at these words. Since Fan Yuan can chase after Bai Ningbing, why can't we do it? The Goo Masters looked at each other, thinking of this in their hearts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will be the heroes of the Guyue clan. But if we kill him, aren't we afraid of the Bai clan starting a war? Now is the wolf tide. No, because of the wolf tide, even if we kill Bai Ningbing, the Bai clan will have to swallow this bitter fruit. That's right, the dead geniuses are not geniuses. The group members started discussing, their eyes filled with yearning for fame and glory. So stupid, how can you imagine the power of the northern dark eye soul physique? Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, laughing coldly in his heart. These people were courting death. He wasn't going to accompany them. Qin Shu also started to hesitate. He had a deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing compared to the others. He didn't know the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, and didn't really yearn for the fame of killing Bai Ningbing. He didn't care about fame and wealth, and was once the next clan leader Yue Bo was nurturing. For Fan Jing, he gave up his position. What he truly cared about was the clan's benefits, and his heart belonged to the clan. The rise of the Bai clan is all because of Bai Ningbing. If I kill Bai Ningbing, then my Yue clan will still be the #1 clan in Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing has rank 3 cultivation, I have the wood charm goo, and have the ability to fight against the rank 3 goo master. Moreover, he just lost his right arm, and won't be able to get used to it in a short period of time. This will be the biggest flaw in a life and death battle. Thinking of this, Qin Shu's eyes focused. Fan Yuan had been observing Qin Shu's expression, and looking at him now, he understood his choice. Qin Shu, if he disregards the consequences and uses the wood charm goo, he will be much stronger than ordinary rank 3 goo masters, and have the ability to fight above his rank. But against Bai Ningbing, who has the northern dark eye soul physique, it won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally return to rank 3 realm. Now that he has enough time in the ice crystal, he can remove this layer of suppression. When he breaks out of the ice, he will most likely be a rank 3 goo master. Bai Ningbing had strong innate talent, and when he was at rank 2, Fan Yuan had to borrow external strength to contend against him. Once he becomes rank 3, his battle strength would increase by several times. At the same time, Fan Yuan was the culprit who caused him to lose his right arm. Once they fought, with his reckless nature, he would definitely make Fan Yuan his primary target. Moreover, in front of Qin Shu, Fan Yuan had some misgivings, and did not want to show his true battle strength. Immediately, Fan Yuan expressed his intention to leave, and regardless of other people's persuasion, he resolutely left the battlefield. He really left? What a coward! Humph, it's good that he left. If he interferes, it will instead destroy our tacit cooperation. When I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing earlier, I was really shocked. Now it seems that Fan Yuan is still Fan Yuan, a coward who actually admitted defeat in the Gu Battle Convention. Speak less. Everyone has their own ambitions. At least before he left, he told us a lot of the latest information about Bai Ningbing. Moreover, if he returns to the village to report, he will not lack reinforcements. She looked at Fan Yuan's departed figure. His brows slightly furrowed. Leader, your temper is too good. Why do you need to absolve a coward like Fan Yuan? That's right. Although Fan Yuan is Fan Xing's younger brother, in my opinion, the two brothers are like heaven and earth. I actually rarely talk to Fan Yuan anymore. Fan Xing's face turned red, feeling ashamed for Fan Yuan's desertion. Fan Xing, you leave too. Gu Yueqing suddenly said. What? Fan Xing's eyes instantly widened. You are the only A-grade genius in our clan. We cannot lose you. Although Bai Ning being lost an arm, the following battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. For the clan, we can all die, but you, Fan Xing, cannot die. Gu Yueqing's words caused the other four to be moved. Well said. With a bright laugh, an elderly Gu master appeared. Lord Clan Elder. Fan Xing quickly greeted. He recognized this person. It was a very senior clan elder in the clan. The clan elder walked closer, looking at Gu Yueqing with an admiring gaze. Gu Yuebo has adopted a good godson, able to fight to the death for the clan. With this kind of resolve, why would we worry about our Gu Yue clan not growing stronger? Fan Xing had not grown up yet. Ever since Wang Er's assassination, the clan had sent an elder to follow Fan Xing at all times, playing the role of protection. But Fan Xing, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you also don't need to go back. Isn't it just Bai Ningbing? I've always heard people say how amazing he is, saying that he already has the clan elder's strength. Humph, now it seems he is just a brat. How much battle experience can he have? Harming himself at the drop of a hat, too inexperienced. The elderly Gu master snorted in disdain. Gu Yueqing wanted to stick to his point, but it was not good to refute the elder's idea. As a junior, he had to respect the old and cherish the young. How could he refute and question the elders at the drop of a hat? Chapter 142. The time that Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice was earlier than anyone had expected. The ice crystal first cracked, the cracks spreading and expanding, before completely breaking apart. The clan elder, Gu Yueqing, Gu Yaohong, and the rest had already surrounded him. Gu Yue Fan Xing was standing on a hill far away, watching the battle from a high vantage point while remaining vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appeared, he would immediately warn them. Bai Ningbing, you dared to kill my clan's Gu master, openly violating the three-clan alliance. Life for life, it is only right and proper. What else do you have to say? The clan elder snorted coldly. Bai Ningbing ignored him, instead looking down at his right arm. He stretched out his left hand in vain, but on the right side of his body, he only felt empty air. His brows gradually furrowed, his expression as gloomy as water, lightning flashing between his brows. He actually forced me to cut off my right arm. That guy is called Fan Yuan right. From how Xiongli, Qin Shu, and the rest called him, Bai Ningbing already knew Fan Yuan's name. As he said this, Bai Ningbing's blue crystal eyes were filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. His whole body emitted the aura of a rank 3 Gu master. Just as Fan Yuan expected, he could suppress his cultivation, so naturally he could also remove the seal. But in the previous battles, he did not have enough time to remove the seal. Now with his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence, his aperture was filled to the brim. The heavy primeval essence brought a huge pressure to the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew, right now, he was moving towards destruction. The Gu Master's aperture produces primeval essence, and in turn, the primeval essence would nourish the aperture. In fact, As long as the primeval essence exists in the aperture, it would have a nourishing effect on the aperture walls. But this effect was not obvious, far from the effect of a goo master actively expending primeval essence. Just like the calm sea water, it would still have a corrosive effect on the surrounding reefs. It was just that this effect was not as obvious as the waves hitting the reefs. But for the northern dark eye soul physique, after reaching rank 3, even if one did not consume primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence was stored in the aperture, the effect of nourishing the aperture walls would be the same as a normal goo master consuming primeval essence. This was the northern dark eye soul physique. It could allow a goo master's cultivation to rise rapidly. Moreover, this nourishing effect would become stronger and stronger as one's quintessential essence increased. At rank 4, as long as there is primeval essence in the aperture can be nurtured, and the effect is several times better than normal goo masters actively expending primeval essence. For ordinary goo masters, the higher the realm, the slower their cultivation speed. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the exact opposite. The higher the physique, the stronger the physique, and the faster the cultivation speed, until the goo master self-detonated. To make an analogy, it was like a person free-falling from a high altitude. The lower he went, the faster he went. When he fell to the ground, the worse he fell. The cultivation of the 10 extreme physiques was to fall from the highest point. The speed of cultivation was getting faster and faster, but it only brought about a short period of glory in the process of falling, and the fear of impending death. Like a meteor falling to the ground, or a moth flying into a flame, when he reached his most glorious moment, that would be the time of his death. Earlier, Ning Bing took the initiative to dilute his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence. That was the reason. Now that his aperture was once again filled with white-silver primeval essence, Ning Bing could feel that his cultivation was slowly accumulating and improving every minute and second. He actually forced me to use my white-silver primeval essence, and even sacrificed the frost demon goo. Where is Fang Yuan? Ning Bing's killing intent became denser. As he asked, his blue eyes swept around, but he did not find Fang Yuan's figure. The frost demon goo that he self-detonated was the rank 3 goo. He had failed 3 times, and expended a large amount of resources before he succeeded in fusing it. Now that it self-detonated, it was a pity. Although Ning Bing advanced to rank 3, it had not been long. Even with the clan's nurturing, he could not enjoy the resources alone. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 goo. Now that he sacrificed the frost demon goo, only the bluebird ice coffin goo was left. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Since young, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he would have already attacked crazily, and no one would be able to stop him. By Ning Bing's disregard made the Guyue clan elder feel a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, eat this old man's crescent blade slash! He shouted loudly and pounced forward. Humph! By Ning Bing swung his left arm, and the cold air instantly formed into a slender ice blade. The ice blade that he had condensed before was only a meter long, but now it was 2 meters long, and the ice blade was even sharper, emitting cold air. Clang! The elder raised his hands, flickering with moonlight. Clashing with the ice blade, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The elder's face was filled with shock, and he took a step back, clasping his palms together and slashing diagonally. Golden moon slash. A crescent moon blade that was 1 meter long and completely golden gave off a trace of a domineering aura as it shot off. The golden moonlight shone on Ning Bing's pale face, and he laughed coldly, raising the ice blade in his left hand and slashing. Clang! The moon blade and ice blade collided, and the golden moon disappeared, while the ice blade also shattered into small ice shards. This is the battle between rank 3 goo masters? So strong. Be it the ice blade or the golden moon blade, I can't block them. From afar, Fang Jing was dazzled, not fully understanding the situation. How can this be? It is clearly a rank 2 ice blade too, but it blocked my rank 3 moon blade and golden moon. The elder stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Northern dark eye soul physique had an amplifying effect on ice and water-related goo worms. And this amplification, the higher the goo master's cultivation, the greater the extent. When Binding Bing was rank 3, he could use rank 2 goo worms with rank 3 power. When he was rank 4, using rank 4 goo worms, the effect could even surpass rank 5. Previously, Binding Bing suppressed his cultivation, and only retained the recovery ability of his primeval essence. Now that he removed the suppression and returned to rank 3, the true power of Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique could be seen. Humph, old thing, there are so many things you don't know. Binding Bing's feet stopped, and the ice blade in his hand stretched out horizontally, and started to spin crazily. Whoosh, 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 amidst the intense wind, he spun faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and in just 2 breaths' time, a 5-meter-tall ice blade storm had formed on the spot. The wind was like a tornado, and a pure white frost aura surged and spread, freezing people's limbs. Quick, hide! Even the elders didn't dare to take the brunt of the attack head-on as they hurriedly dodged. But the other rank 2 goo masters could not dodge in time. The ice blade storm swept over at a speed that was more than 3 times faster than before. 2 male goo masters were unfortunately swept into the storm, and their screams stopped. In an instant, they were chopped into countless pieces by the ice blades, losing their lives on the spot. Save me! Guyu Yao Hong screamed in panic, as she was about to be swept into the storm and die. Green vine you! Guyu Qing Shu's palm made green vines, and the vines coiled around Guyu Yao Hong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to pull her back, the ice blade storm had already swept over, swallowing Guyu Yao Hong in one gulp. Crack, crack, crack. The ice blade cut through the female goo master in an instant, cutting her into 5 to 6 parts. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen by the cold air. Following that, these 5 to 6 parts continued to be cut apart, turning into palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong! Jin Shu's eyes widened as he saw this. Sister Yao Hong! On the slope, Fang Xing could not accept such a tragic scene, and knelt on the ground in a daze, tears flowing down his face. Damn it! Steel cloak, Gu! The clan elder took a deep breath, and his body emitted a black light, as if he was wearing a layer of steel armor. He used his arms to protect his face, and his legs flew, charging straight towards the ice blade storm. Clang, clang, clang. He courageously charged into the storm. In just a few breaths' time, the ice blades cut the clan elder's body countless times, making crisp sounds. After a moment of stalemate, the storm abruptly stopped. Binding Bing and the clan elders stood facing each other. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Binding Bing's pair of blue eyes became even purer. His white clothes and white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The ice blade in his left hand had already broken into 2, but this did not stop it from piercing the clan elder's heart. The elder slowly lowered his head and stared at his left chest, letting out a sound of helplessness and astonishment. Binding Bing let go of his left hand, directly abandoning the ice blade, and walked towards Yue Qing Shu, passing by the clan elder. Behind him, the clan elder's face and body were gradually covered in a layer of blue frost, and he fell to the ground with a plop, never to get up again. From afar, Fan Xing saw this. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and an intense fear invaded his entire body. All of this was beyond his imagination. A grand rank 3 clan elder died just like that. How could this Binding Bing be so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can give you a quick death. Binding Bing walked towards Yue Qing Shu. Binding Bing. Yue Qing Shu let out a deep sigh, staring at Binding Bing without fear. You and I have fought no less than 10 times. You are getting stronger and stronger, and now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot make me betray my clansmen. Let's fight. With just you? Hee hee. Binding Bing sneered insane, turning to look at Fang Xing, slightly raising his eyebrows. That is Fang Yuan's brother. Yue Qing Shu's expression changed, and he took a big step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't even think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's expression sank. You are an interesting opponent. Keeping you alive can add some fun to my life. But my mood is terrible now. Don't be ungrateful. Immediately tell me, where did Fan Yuan escape to? Gu Yueqingshu used his actions to give the most direct answer. He slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. With charm Gu. Chapter 143. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu, Qingshu's eyes turned emerald green. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed. From a lively human aura, it turned into a deep, serene forest aura. Bai Ningbing could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. He curled his lips unconcernedly. It seems I have not fought with you for a long time. You have some interesting methods now. Icicle Gu. With a thought, 5 sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Go. Bai Ningbing pointed his finger, and the icicles shot out. Crack, crack, crack. 2 vines stretched out from Qingshu's palms. The vines danced in the air, as agile as 2 green snakes, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicles changed direction, brushing past Qingshu's shoulder and shooting into the frozen ground, the hard mountain rocks, and the ice sculpture-like forest. Qingshu used skill to break through force, causing Bai Ningbing to return empty-handed. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whip is getting better and better. But I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a faint blue light. 10 icicles appeared at the same time, floating in front of him and shooting towards Qingshu. Next, another 10 icicles condensed. This happened 3 to 5 times, and in the blink of an eye, it became an icicle rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icicles pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying sound. Qingshu dodged as he waved the green vines in his hands, forming shadows. His whip technique had gone through countless times of bitter training, and had reached a stage where he could control it as he wished. But there were too many icicles, and Qingshu was bound to lose if he defended for too long. In the end, his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle pierced through his right shoulder, and the tip appeared on his back. Pine Needle Gu. Qingshu endured the pain, and with the flick of his long hair, countless jade-colored pine needles shot out. The pine needles flew towards Bai Ningbing, and he activated Water Shield Gu in time. His Water Shield Gu was strengthened, becoming much thicker, reaching a defensive strength no weaker than a rank 3 Gu. The pine needle shot into the water shield, and their speed slowed down, before being expelled by the flowing water in the water shield. However, this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop her icicle attacks. Gu Yueqingshu took advantage of this opportunity, endured the pain, and forcibly pulled out the icicle from his shoulder. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On one hand, it was because of the cold air of the icicles. On the other hand, it was because his body was continuously turning into wood. Bai Ningbing removed the water shield Gu, and his gaze was immediately attracted to Gu Yueqingshu's wound. Through the hole in his clothes, he could clearly see Qingshu's wound, revealing the veins of trees, and then healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the newly grown skin, a tree ring pattern was formed. At the same time, Gu Yueqingshu's ears began to grow longer. His long hair turned emerald green, and green leaves began to grow from the ends of his hair. His hands also turned from normal flesh and blood to dark and strained. His skin began to harden and turn brown like tree bark. This was the first time he had disregarded the consequences and used the wood charm Gu. The wood charm Gu caused him to continuously turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Gu Yueqingshu could feel the rich natural primeval energy in the air. Ordinary Gu masters could not sense this primeval energy. Only special life forms like tree spirits could sense it and absorb it to use. Gu Yueqingshu felt like he was soaking in a mother liquid. The thick primeval energy wrapped around him, giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. On his body, the Moonro Gu did not change, but the green vine Gu, pine needle Gu, and vitality leaf were showing signs of growth. When Qingshu used the identity of a tree spirit to activate these wood element Gu worms, their power would also increase. Gu Yueqingshu breathed in deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich natural primeval energy in the surroundings allowed him to have an endless supply of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm goo. But at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He knew that if he was greedy for this powerful and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm goo without restraint, then he would eventually become a dead tree man. Everything had a price. Fu Yueqing quickly suppressed this fear. He looked at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words. "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle began. Green vine and ice blades entangled. Icicles and pine needles shot at each other. On one side was the northern dark eye soul physique. His primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. On the other side was a wood charm tree spirit body. The natural primeval energy was at his disposal. This battle had already surpassed the level of an ordinary rank 3 Gu master. Fang Jing stood on a hill far away, dumbstruck. He had never seen such a hardy and fierce battle. Normally speaking, a Gu master's primeval essence was limited, and had to calmly calculate the usage of every bit of primeval essence. Carefully, like treading on thin ice. But now, be it by Ningbing or Gu Yueqing Shu, they were both using it without restraint. It was as if their primeval essence was limitless. The whole mountain path was destroyed by them. Giant trees toppled and destroyed, and mountain rocks crumbled and shattered. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Blue bird ice cough and goo. Bai Ningbing saw an opportunity, and suddenly opened his mouth. An ice blue bird flew out from between his teeth. The bird chirped, its body like a dove. But under the amplification of northern dark eye soul physique, it gradually grew to the size of an eagle, and after flying for a while, it pounced towards Gu Yueqing Shu. Gu Yueqing Shu could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. Bam! After an explosion, Gu Yueqing Shu was frozen in an ice crystal the size of a house. "It's over." Bai Ningbing sighed, not having had enough. He looked at Gu Yueqing Shu, who could not move in the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thank you for providing me with such an interesting experience. This battle was my most exciting battle so far. Qing Shu, you died a worthy death. I have already remembered it." "Lord Qing Shu!" On the slope, Fang Jing shouted in shock. "What are you shouting for, and I think the next one is you." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, walking towards Fang Jing. But at this time, the sound of the ice crystal shattering entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around, and saw that in the ice crystal, Gu Yueqing Shu was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. His body started to grow bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master martial attire was soon torn apart. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized green vine leaves grew one after another, intertwining into a dense green color. His fingers turned into sturdy wood, and his arms and legs turned into thick tree branches, with the general shape of his hands and feet remaining. With a bang, the ice crystal shattered completely. Gu Yueqing Shu stood up. His appearance was already beyond recognition. The originally delicate and gentle human face had completely turned into the face of a tree spirit with a sharp nose and large eyes. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was incomparably sturdy. His brown tree bark was as thick as armor, covered with large amounts of green leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing looked at his transformation in shock. Compared to Gu Yueqing Shu, he was like a child under the feet of an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm goo?" "This goo is much harder to refine than my frost demon goo." Bai Ningbing finally thought of the answer. "Tree spirit wood charm can directly use the primeval energy in the air. No wonder Gu Yueqing Shu's primeval essence is so abundant." He came to a realization, and was even more puzzled. He asked the question in his heart, and said directly, "Qing Shu, you use the wood charm goo like this. Aren't you afraid of turning into a dead tree man? So what if you beat me? You are destined to die." Bai Ningbing. Gu Yueqing Shu's voice became deep and drawn out. "I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, both adopted by the clan leader. We walked down completely different paths. The death of one tree in the forest is nothing. As long as the forest exists, countless trees will grow rise. Let's have the final battle, my old enemy. Saying so, hundreds of green ancient vines attacked by Ning Bing like giant pythons. For the clan? So foolish. Ning Bing was moved and quickly retreated. But the green vine's speed was several times faster than before, and soon caught up to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing controlled his body and nimbly dodged. Green vines as thick as an arm brushed past his body and smashed into the soil or rocks under his feet. For a moment, soil splattered and rocks flew everywhere. Water shield goo. Bai Ning Bing could not dodge a time and quickly raised his water shield. Jin Shu had already seen through this goo's weakness and did not attack forcefully, but controlled green vines to wrap around the water shield. Then he suddenly retracted his strength, and the water shield goo immediately made a poochie sound. The water on the surface flowed rapidly, crashing into green vines and creating splashes. The water shield could not withstand the green vines' binding strength and became smaller and smaller, showing signs of collapsing. Not good. Once the water shield breaks, the green vines will bind me, and I will be killed by Gu Shu. Bai Ning Bing, who was inside the water shield, was determined. In the next second, the water shield broke with a bang. Whoosh! An ice blade storm burst out from within and became bigger and bigger. Bai Ning Bing purposely removed the water shield Gu's defense. Since defense was not enough, he would use offense to fight offense. At once, the temperature fell, and cold air spread everywhere. The pure white ice blade storm charged towards Gu Shu, and the green vines could not block this white ice tornado, and were cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. Good. Gu Shu was not afraid, and his huge body bravely advanced towards the ice blade storm. With a muffled sound, he crashed into the white tornado. He opened his arms and hugged it. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp ice blades cut his body, and in an instant, countless green leaves fell, and large amounts of tree bark were cut off. The intense pain of being sliced into pieces came, and Shinshu growled in pain, but did not relax, and gathered all his strength, pulling inwards. The ice blade storm was actually compressed by his strength. Damn it! This man who does not care about his life. Bai Ning Bing cursed in his heart. The situation was hard to get off, and he could only condense the ice blades, spinning faster and faster, and continue to fight with Gu Shu. The ice blades cut Gu Shu's body, and gradually wore out, but quickly became sharp again under the ice blade Gu's power. The battle was in a stalemate. The battle had broken out of control of either side, and no one could stop their attacks. Either Gu Shu would kill Bai Ning Bing, or Bai Ning Bing would kill Shu. Both sides used offense against offense, and the battle was full of tragedy and desperation. Chapter 144. Fan Jing stood far away, not even daring to breathe loudly. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. Victory or defeat would depend on the result of this clash. Lord Shu, do your best. Fan Jing was so nervous that his body was trembling. He knew he would only cause more trouble if he went over. He could only cheer for Gu Shu loudly. As if hearing Fan Jing's voice, the ice blade storm became smaller and smaller, forcibly suppressed by Shu. Damn it! I actually encountered a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth, turning slower and slower. But his primeval essence recovery could no longer keep up with the expenditure. He was at his wit's end. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery speed was very fast, but the recovery speed of rank 3 cultivation was slightly inferior to the Wood Charm Gu's natural primeval essence. But Bai Ning Bing cultivated to rank 4, his recovery speed would far surpass the Wood Charm Gu. However, in a battle of life and death, there were no ifs. Regardless of victory or defeat, the result had to be accepted. Eventually, the ice blade storm stopped, but Gu Shu also paid a heavy price. His hands were the size of carriages. Only 2 fingers were left on his left hand, and 3 on his right hand. Both of his palms were mostly cut off by the ice blades. But when his hands gradually closed in the middle, New tree trunks rapidly grew out from his palms, intertwining with each other. The two palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing inside. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. The primeval essence in his body had already dried up. He could only let Qin Shu do as he pleased. We won! Seeing the scene from far away, Fan Jing shouted in joy. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart. He watched as the two palms got closer and closer. Once the two palms completely closed in, he would be squeezed into a bloody meat patty by the huge force. But the palm's speed came slower and slower, stopping in the middle. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong with Yue Qin Shu, and was immediately overjoyed. Damn it, just a bit more! At this moment, Yue Qin Shu was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all feeling, and he had completely turned into a tree. At the same time, he gradually lost the feeling of his internal organs and lungs. The Wuchang Gu's power corroded his body. He was about to die. No, it can't end like this. I can still use the green vine gu. Yue Qin Shu forcefully braced himself and activated the green vine gu. The green vine shot towards Bai Ningbing through the cracks in the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged repeatedly, but he had been through a few battles, and his stamina consumption was too great. In addition, the space in the cage was limited, making it difficult to move around. In the end, a vine wrapped around his right foot, and he tripped on the ground. It's over. Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly urged his vines to follow. At the moment of life and death, the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered to its lowest usable level. He unhesitatingly expanded his primeval essence and poured it into the ice blade gu, forming a new ice blade. The sharpness of the ice blade cut through the green vines that were wrapped around his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled away in a sorry state, barely dodging more than 10 green vines. The green vines shot towards the ground, instantly piercing through the thick ground. Soil flew everywhere, and the green vines attacked again. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, using the ice blade to block with difficulty. The green vines attacked from all directions, and life and death were in the balance. Once Bai Ningbing made a mistake, he would be captured and killed by the green vines. But he was a genius after all, and under the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all his potential, and his dodging and blocking movements became simple and direct. Although he was tripped by the green vines from time to time, and was surrounded by danger, he managed to preserve his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blade one by one, and the number of green vines was decreasing. It was not that Yue Qin Shu did not want to use the green vine gu to grow more green vines, but the natural primeval energy in the surrounding air had almost been completely absorbed by him. Although he was further away, and the primeval energy in the air was spreading towards him, the meager amount of primeval energy was not enough to satisfy the needs of the green vine gu. There was even worse news. The Wuchang Gu's power had already completely corroded Yue Qin Shu's body, and was starting to corrode his consciousness. Yue Qin Shu's consciousness started to show signs of being in a trance, and was interrupted from time to time. The breath of death was already spitting on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was not resigned to this, and roused his spirit, making his last effort to kill Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see, and the Wuchang Gu's power had already corroded his eyes. He could no longer hear, and his ears were also useless. He only had a little sense of touch left. Relying on Bai Ningbing's counterattack, he determined the latter's position and attacked. His hard work paid off, and Bai Ningbing was finally captured due to exhaustion. A vine coiled around his neck and lifted his whole body up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing immediately felt difficulty breathing, and even if he opened his mouth wide, it was of no use. At the same time as Qin Shu, he was also walking towards death. Fan Yuan breathed roughly, and the intense battle had already ended. On the ground, there were 5 corpses with their eyes wide open. They were all by clan gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales gu for sneak attacks, the moonbow gu and the strength of 2 boars, and 500 years of battle experience, he displayed astonishing results. Although he told Shu that he was returning to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the scales to conceal his body, and went around the mountain path battlefield, going to the place where Manchur and Xiongli died. He retrieved the goo worms on the 5 corpses, and when he arrived at the place where Xiongli died, he found that the corpses were gone. Not to mention the goo worms. Looks like Xiongli collected their corpses. What a pity! I was hoping to get Xiongli's brown bear and meat strength goo. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Leaving Xiongli alive was not his wish. But at that time, he killed Xiongjiang, and Xiongli was already extremely vigilant, and to kill him would require some effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was right beside him. If Fan Yuan and Xiongli had an internal conflict, Bai Ningbing would be pleased. But the brown bear innate strength goo might not be on Xiongli. He had already cultivated the strength of a bear, and might have already handed it over to the clan. Fan Yuan gazed at the distant mountain path battlefield. The intense battle between Qin Shu and Bai Ningbing naturally caused a huge commotion, and could not be hidden from the surrounding wolf groups and goo masters. Although Fan Yuan was not optimistic about Qin Shu's side, he had seen the power of the wood charm goo with his own eyes in his previous life. A fierce battle with Bai Ningbing was definitely unavoidable. He was not willing to give up this chance, and thus chose to wait in the surroundings. From time to time, goo masters would be attracted by the sounds of battle, and Fan Yuan would attract the wolf groups to restrain them. If he could not restrain them in time, Fan Yuan would take action himself. The sounds of battle in the mountain path battlefield have almost stopped. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. His right ear's ginseng root stretched out and rooted into the mountain wall, allowing Fan Yuan to hear some details of the battlefield on the mountain path. Honestly speaking, Guyue and Qin Shu's performance could be considered to have exceeded their usual standards. And after Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the impact on his battle strength was even greater than Fan Yuan had imagined. But immediately, Fan Yuan's expression changed. He heard a large number of footsteps, rushing towards the mountain path battlefield from 2 directions. One of the directions was from Guyue village. The goo masters in the other direction were clearly from Bai clan village. There were at least 20 goo masters in each direction. It was not something the bold lightning wolf group could block, and Fan Yuan could not lead 2 wolf groups to restrain this group of people. It seems the news of this battle has been found out by someone. These are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I need to hurry and enter the mountain path. Fan Yuan was the closest, and was the first to enter the mountain path. The scene in the battlefield was not out of his expectations. From the crack of the cage, he saw Bai Ningbing hanging by vines, on the verge of death, but still with a single breath. The defense of the ice muscles is supporting Bai Ningbing's life. A pity you met me. Fan Yuan's killing intent surged, and he ran towards Bai Ningbing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of pine needles rained down on Fan Yuan. It was Guyue Qin Shu's pine needle goo attacking Fan Yuan. What's going on? Fan Yuan retreated, dodging this pine needle storm. He looked at the giant tree spirit that Bai Ningbing had transformed into, and understood. It seems Guyue Qin Shu's consciousness has already blurred to the point where he cannot differentiate friend from foe. Relying on the obsession in his heart, he attempted to capture and kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone who intrudes into this battlefield will be regarded as an interloper by him. At this time, the Bai clan goo masters appeared on the mountain path. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, their faces were filled with horror. Lad over there, you better not act rashly. A rank 3 goo master shouted at Fan Yuan, his tone filled with threat. This Bai Ningbing is really lucky. Fan Yuan saw this and laughed coldly in his heart, immediately knowing he could not deal the final blow. First of all, Qin Shu's consciousness was already blurred, and one green vine was not enough to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles defense. Fan Yuan had to break through Qin Shu's blockade to get close to Bai Ningbing. This way, he would attract most of his attention, and might even help Bai Ningbing escape. Even if he tried to force his way in, the Bai clan's rank 3 and rank 2 elite goo masters would definitely stop him. They would not just stand there and do nothing. Moreover, dealing with Bai Ningbing was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence had already recovered. At least he could use the blue bird eyes Coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan killed Bai Ningbing in the end, these Bai Clan Gu masters would not let Fang Yuan off. They would kill him as soon as possible. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The distance is too long. There are at least 20 steps between me and Bai Ningbing, and my Mula Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Moreover, for a dying Bai Ningbing, I would lose my life and disrupt my rebirth plan. This is not worth it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This seemingly cowardly action made the Bai Clan Gu masters who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.